got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5 recap. Buckle up as we journey through the intense group stage, exhilarating matches, and unforgettable moments of this season. The tournament kicked off with the Open qualifiers, where teams from 4 regions, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, and Mekong, fought for glory. Out of the fierce competition, the best teams emerged to face invited teams at the Open finals. At the Open finals, 16 invited teams consisting of runners-up from the official regional tournaments joined 16 top teams from the Open qualifiers. Amongst these 32 teams, only 4 triumphed: EVOS Holy, Monster Vicious, Bigatron Beta, and Falcon eSports. Next, the challenge season brought together the 16 best teams, including our 4 Open final qualifiers against 12 stronger regional teams. Let's break down the interesting highlights that happened in each group. In Group A, RSG Philippines demonstrated why they're one of the premier teams in the world. They dominated every opponent they faced, showcasing unparalleled skill and strategy, and secured the coveted first seed into the challenge finals. However, the story was different for EVOS Holy. Despite their initial promise, they faced heartbreak in the last chance qualifier. In a dramatic turn of events, they were defeated in 2 back-to-back best-of-3 series, their dreams ultimately crushed by Rebellion eSports. The true test of endurance and skill unfolded in Group B, famously known as the Group of Death. This group featured some of the most formidable teams: RRQ Hoshi, a top contender fresh off their 4th place finish at an international tournament, and RSG Singapore, the 2nd place team from Singapore. Adding to the drama, Falcon eSports, a powerhouse from Myanmar, brought their relentless playstyle. Yet amidst these giants, it was Selangor Red Giants who emerged victorious. In true display of strategy and resilience, they conquered and secured victories against such high-caliber teams, solidified their place as a force to be reckoned with in the challenge finals. In Group C, Bigatron Beta, a second-tier team, defied all expectations. They outperformed RSG Malaysia and CFU Gaming, securing their place in the challenge finals with a series of stunning victories. They were also the only team to qualify all the way into the challenge finals from the Open qualifiers. Meanwhile, in a shocking turn of events, Bigatron Alpha, their main team, failed to qualify from Group D, leaving fans and analysts alike in disbelief. The 6 teams that advanced to the challenge finals were RSG Philippines, Selangor Red Giants, Bigatron Beta, Omega eSports, Liquid Echo, and Rebellion eSports. These teams have proven their mettle, showcasing exceptional skill, strategy, and resilience. Now, the challenge finals loom on the horizon. Our 6 qualifying teams will face off against 6 regional champions, including last season's champion, Fnatic Onyx. The invited teams are a formidable lineup: Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia, Geek Fam, Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines, Homeboys from Malaysia, See You Soon from Cambodia, and NIP Slash from Singapore. These titans will compete in 2 groups of 6, promising unforgettable matches and epic showdowns. The stage is set for an exciting finale where only the strongest will prevail. Stay tuned as we witness the thrilling conclusion of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 5. Who will rise to the top and claim ultimate victory? Find out as the journey continues.
Hello everybody, welcome to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the battleground where the best of Asia Pacific MLBB come to turn the tides of destiny. Get ready for an all-out battle and heart-pounding action. This is Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5. Welcome to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, the battleground where the best of Asia Pacific MLBB come to turn the tides of destiny. Get ready for an all-out battle and heart-pounding action. This is Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show where we have the 16 teams coming in together here for the Snapdragon Pro Series in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And we will be able to crown victories in the end of the entire show. My name is Abstract, and with me here is two very handsome young lads here in the set B. We've got Sir Cloud as well as Goni. How you two boys been doing, Sir Cloud?
I am pretty sure about handsome, but I'm not sure about young though.
Handsome, young, I'll give you both of that.
I'll take it.
All right?
Hey, I'm repping Stream C, and yeah, I'm Goni. I'm good.
You're good.
I'm great.
You're great. More than great. Because let's be honest here, with the day number 1 of SPS Snapdragon Pro Series for MLBB dawning onto us, we have been waiting for this opportunity and the time for us to commentate all of these exciting actions split in many different ways, such as Stream A, B, and C. But before we even run it down as to how all of that works, let us just introduce the teams that is coming in to the SPS Season 5 MLBB, starting from Group A.
We have Geek Fam, Homeboys, NIP Flash, RSG Philippines, Bigatron Beta, and Team Liquid PH.
Meanwhile, from Group B, big boys, man. See you soon. Fnatic Onic, Falcons AP Bren, Yudu, Red Giants, Smart Omega, and Rebellion Esports.
All of these teams will eventually fight one another, even if they are Group A or B, because we will need to have one of the top few teams to come back out and face off each other in the, what do we call that, hybrid elimination bracket later on. But we'll tell you guys a little bit more about how that hybrid elimination eventually works, because right now the most important thing is to talk about what do all of these teams are vying for. With a total of $144,500 up for grabs. I'm pretty sure that all of these teams are looking to be the champion.
Yes, in which the champion will take home $62,000 US. And look at the gap between the champion and also the second place, 30,000 US dollars. That's 32,000 US dollars difference.
More than half, right? And if your team suddenly sits on that 12th spot, no worries, still got some cash.
Yep. By the time you are here for the challenge finals, you are pretty much guaranteed a good amount of money, right? $1,800. I mean, I'm pretty sure that none of these teams will want to be the 12th place, but at least there's some sort of consolation to work around with.
Yeah, and also the experience of being here amongst the other teams as well. And they got a good experience on the player lounge as well.
I mean, for some players, for some teams, there are newcomers especially. So they are trying to gain some experience here in their potentially first international competition.
Exactly. So this is a really nice battleground for all of these teams to really kind of understand what they are trying to go for. So let's just jump right in and kind of take a look at what are the schedule that we are going to be expecting, because I'm wrapping Stream B. I'm going to be talking about Stream B. Well, I don't care about what you guys want to talk about. Stream A, Stream C. Because as you guys can see, we've got quite a lot of games that is jam-packed for every single one of you. If you are vying or if you really want to watch a certain team, then you're gonna have to jump over to those specific stream in order to catch all of those action. Like for example, if you want to catch Yudu Red Giants in their very first game, that will be happening at 3:30 p.m. GMT +8 between them and Smart Omega. And following after, that will be in the later part of the day, 7:40 in Group C. But let's be honest here, you just need to be here for Stream B, because look at that jacked up schedule.
I mean, we are called Stream A for a reason, right? We are the A team there. Look at this. We have
A-team.
We have Fnatic Onyx. Yeah. A team roster. A team talents. Just saying.
Stream C, Stream Champions, right? We got Yudu Red Giants going up against runner-up FCAP, Falcons AP Brent.
Oh, okay. He's putting the cards
Stream
there.
C won it today.
It sounds spicy and all, but let's be honest here. When it comes down to looking at Stream A schedule, we do definitely be able to see Fnatic Onyx coming up twice. They are fighting against Rebellion and See You Soon, but let's be honest, the only one that's really important is the final game between Fnatic Onyx versus See You Soon. But when it comes down to Stream B, I gotta have to say, every single part of these games are something that you gotta have to watch out for. RSGPH will be played out twice. They will be fighting against Bigatron Beta as well as GeekFam ID. There's a lot of X factor coming into all of these teams, because we're expecting changes to the rosters, which are looking at different kind of play styles. And to be honest, we have seen MSC, we have seen MWI, but have we really seen everything that we wanted to see from all these newer teams or less experienced teams?
Yeah, not gonna lie though. When you talk about less experience, there are some of these players first time on the international stage. For like Homeboys, for example, that they will be playing a good amount of games here today.
And in fact, it's a really nice time for you to talk about Homeboys, because I would like to kind of throw it right back all the way to MSC 2024, where we're gonna have to dial it down and take a look at what really happened between Homeboys versus NIP Flash, right? Because they have played out very amazingly. But of course, I do have a segment though that is coming up from Rose as well as Coleus, all the way at level 3 of the Quill City Mall here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So only after that we'll talk about Homeboys versus NIP Flash. So in the meantime, Rose, Coleus, take it away.
Hello guys, I'm Coleus here and welcome to the Oasis, where the players can refill their energy after they feel the heat of the Land of Down. And here there's a lot of stuff that the players can do. Over there's an arcade machine that the players can play a lot of games to just refreshing their minds before or after them facing against the heat of the match. And there is the table pool where the Team Liquid Echo from Philippines are playing right now. But it's not over here. There will be the battlefield itself with Rose. Take it away.
Thank you very much to Coleus. Hey everybody, this is Rose, and right now I am over at the player booth. Now this is where all the games will be taking place for the next 3 days of our group stages, and we have 6 player booths in total, as 3 matches will be going on at the same time. And that is it for our level 3 setup. What do the casters think about our setup?
That's a lot to unwrap.
Right.
There's so much. Number one, we have 6 player booths. That looks like plenty of space.
I'm still digesting, honestly. I'm still digesting with the layout, and it's very interesting to see how it's. You know what? Before match, let's play simple. Let's chill. I like that idea.
Pool games.
Yeah, and then didn't know that it's called the Oasis.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, right. Colia did say something about that.
There is a name right now, and it's where all the
Oasis.
players gather and they can socialize with each other.
Right. I mean, let's be honest here. They can have the pool. You know, Team Liquid, they're playing. I don't want to mess with them. But Arcade Machine. I saw Tekken. I saw someone playing as Eddie. I saw the capoeira action.
Ooh.
Oi! I know some stuff, all right?
Okay.
And I will bring it down here, play the crap out of it, and I will beat every single one of you guys.
I'm staying away.
Let's,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's not
Let's,
mess with
Okay,
abstract.
it's okay. His legs are not long enough.
Mess with
Hey! Hey! Look,
That's a good one. That's a good
I'm
one.
pretty sure if I stand up, my head will be cut off. No,
Sorry.
not quite there. But you know what?
Oh my God.
You know, speaking of cutting off, I'm cutting off this part of the section as we talk about Homeboys versus NIP Flash, because we did want to talk about that previously before, right? So we kind of throw it right back over to MSC 2024, where the both of these teams, they are pretty much neighbors. They have so much vengeance. It's a battle of the causeway. NIP Flash did manage to find themselves a nice little win in a 3-2 fashion against Homeboys Malaysia. And honestly, I would say that Homeboys Malaysia, they're not exactly the dream team that we're looking out for. It's more of the Udo Red Giants. But NIP Flash, they are the dream team though.
Yeah, but Homeboys, they are arguably the most popular team in Malaysia as well. So after their defeat, yeah, we all know how sometimes social media comments can go wild. Yeah, but then again, it is a revamped roster for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
It's going to be new, right? I mean, Homeboys, yeah, sure, it's a rematch of MSC, but then again, with new set of rosters, it's going to be a completely different set of, it's a completely different feel to it, right? But let's see here, with the wild cards in the fray, still though, Udil's in the helm, so perhaps they are looking for that same result.
Honestly, I would really want to tune in to Homeboys versus NIP Flash, but the very fact that Homeboys have got such a very big change to their roster, because I'm gonna be honest, whenever I saw the Homeboys and all the other grouping, I was like, easy. Homeboys went through so much and they managed to make it through the wildcards. I'm pretty sure that they will win. I'm pretty sure that they will make it until that there's a change in the roster, and I completely blame myself for thinking that they will be able to make it through unless they prove me completely wrong.
Which they can.
I
I mean,
want
there's a
them to.
thing called the Caster's Curse, right?
Yes.
It's a best of three.
It's a best of three.
Anything
It's a
can
best of
happen.
three. It could eventually happen. It is definitely great, but the next game, this is another one of those features that I gotta have to talk about, right? I mean, See You Soon versus Fnatic Onyx. These two teams have went through and went a fight against one another in the group stage of MSC. We all thought that the Sky Kings would be able to make it through, but here in SPS Season 5, is the ascension of the Sky Kings through the Owl. Will they be able to make it?
I gotta be honest with you, I can't expect much from Onyx right now, especially seeing the roster. Maybe it's official, but I don't want to say it now, but we will see it later on. Yeah, they are cooking something up, hopefully for the better, but yeah, their MSC result, I don't really want to talk much about it. It's in the past.
You can feel the heartbreak from him.
It's in the past.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, the panelists, during that time, we saw how heartbroken they were when the medal was crushed, so I can totally get it.
I mean, they are definitely one of the fan favorites. And coming in, they have been champions of MSC 2023 as well. So I'm pretty sure that everyone just like, you know what? Fnatic Onyx, without a doubt, they will be able to make it through group stage. But See You Soon just kind of stopped them from doing that, got 2 points out of them, and when it comes down to the other teams, they even got a good amount of points out of Fnatic Onyx, which ultimately eliminated their chances of even going off to playoffs, which kind of put them at the, well, technically the lowest tier when it comes down to MSC 2024. Definitely not great, so I would like to see the ascension of the Sky Kings in this stage. But speaking of the ascension of Sky Kings and the Owls, there's another bird that we're gonna have to talk about, and that is the Falcons. Because when it comes down to the next game, this is a rematch of the grand finals of MSC 2024. I gotta be honest, as much as I want to, kind of say that, Stream B is all the best and all, but I don't think I can top this off.
I mean, for today, you all gotta admit, right? Stream C wins the match of the day. Featured match, right? Selangor Red Giants or Yudo Red Giants now going up against Falcons AP Bren. Same lineup, same coaching staff, so it feels the same. It's gonna feel the same.
Yeah, and they even have an unbeaten streak since MPL MY.
Oh, right.
Across MSC, and obviously going to start the campaign now.
How many days has it been?
100 plus, I believe.
100 plus. I know by the end
lose
of
count.
by the end of MSC, it was like 108 days.
So
How many days has it been since MSC?
140, 130.
130,
Yeah,
around
thereabouts.
that. We're gonna have to start the timer and start the counter again. How long are they going to be completely undefeated? Because I'm pretty sure that the Falcons' nosedives against this impenetrable giant is going to be quite a tall order, right? I mean, 4-3. I mean, was it 4-3? 4-3 is
4-3,
right?
yeah.
So they were close, but not quite close enough, right? Selangor Red Giants, or rather Yudo Red Giants this time, they definitely showed their mettle in MSC, and I wonder if whether they're going to be doing the same here in SPS, especially since both of these teams didn't even touch the line.
Well, I mean, they are playing on home ground,
Right.
so there's this thing called a home ground buff.
Home ground advantage.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the environment, the food, the fans, all their family, even
Ooh.
during at MSC, we saw that they had a lot of family members who came to Riyadh to support them.
All
If
the
it's
way.
Here, yeah, all the way. And if
Damn.
it's here, you not only get the family members, you get the actual fan base showing up.
Begs the question. The pressure is on them. All teams are looking on them. Will they be able to maintain that title?
Honestly,
Unbeaten title.
tall order.
Right.
We're gonna have to see how it goes. So watch out, Philippines. I'm pretty sure that Yudo Red Giants have got something cooking. So I'm gonna go off and dispatch my fellows Stream A and Stream C members. Of course, say thank you over to Cloud as well as Gani. We're gonna be moving off to a short little break, and once we are back from the break, we'll have our separate show of Stream A, B, and C. So make sure you guys tune in to whichever stream that you want to tune into based on the schedule. So we'll see you guys in a short bit.
Open 3 tabs. Why not?
Bye.
Here we go!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show back again here on Stream B. The very first group, the very first round that we are going to be throwing live is going to be RSGPH versus Bigatron Beta. Once again, welcome to Stream B, here on this very comfy setup of Stream B. I have yet another handsome lads right here with me. I've got IC Baby 12 as well as Sadafa. How are you boys doing today?
I'm feeling good here, but I was just not convinced if you promoting Stream B. You gotta understand, right? Stream B is the best stream, okay? B best, not A team, not C champion.
B for best,
bro. Best, bro.
I apologize for my incompetence.
Yeah, you could have been pushing way harder.
I know, right?
We have couches, we have nice ambiance, the set looks really nice. We got all of us here together looking good.
We're disappointed in
You
you.
could have done way better, man.
I'm so embarrassed now. No, it's okay. We still have another pre-show tomorrow. Okay, judge me on that for tomorrow. Today is kind of what? 3 out of 10? 3 out of 10? 4 out of 10?
We'll give you
give
that.
it 5.
We'll give you that.
5.
I'll
Okay,
give it 5.
okay, very nice. Tomorrow, I'll aim for a 5.5.
Okay. Fair
I feel
enough,
like you
fair
can
enough.
shoot higher, man.
Come on, you gotta shoot for the stars, baby.
Shoot for the stars. I'm going 11.
Let's go, yeah.
Let's go.
That's what we want to see.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see. And not only that, we also want to see this very first game, RSGPH versus Bigatron Beta. I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to these two teams, we have very good ideas as to how RSGPH has been playing around, and they have been sweeping the floors whenever we're looking at the Challenge Open and everything that they have been going in thus far. In the meantime, Bigatron Beta, they have also been slogging it out all the way from the start to the end to finally be here.
Yeah, that's the thing about this competition, right? It's all about a very, very brutal stage from previous era. It's all about the Swiss bracket format as well.
Yeah.
They have to climb all the way through. But interesting enough here, they have brought in a lot of elements of surprise every single group. So that's something that I'm looking forward to here. And of course, when it comes to facing them off here, we have the rosters here. RSGPH, we have Nibor, Irad, Aqua, Light, as well as Kusei.
I gotta have to say, RSGPH lineup has always been consistent, right? But there is one thing that has technically changed, although it's not that big of a change, the change between Demon Kite and Irad. One thing that we know about Demon Kite is that, okay, you know, the most recent news, Aurora. We've got Demon Kite that have just joined Aurora. So now we have Irad that will be replacing Demon Kite here for RSG Philippines. Extremely excited to see what they have got for us.
I think when it comes to RSGPH as well, we have to talk about one more, the Star XP later, Nuts himself. And because rumor has is, well, I've just got info, is that the only reason why Nuts isn't playing is due to a visa issue. So
Oh no.
this is going to be a very, very shaky moment coming for RSGPH. Can they adjust without Nuts in time?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? Because as we know, RSGPH is a team, like you mentioned, Asbrak, very consistent overall and is known for being quite aggressive. So logically speaking, in the meta right now, where we're seeing a lot more early game pressure, a lot more assassins showing up in the meta, logically, RSGPH is a team that should be kept an eye on. But not having access to Nats, who is one of the more aggressive EXP laners we have seen in MPL Philippines, as well as Demon Kite, who is one of the top assassin players in the MLBB community as a whole. And you can see that RSG Philippines has a lot of proving to do jumping into this.
I mean, one of the things that I really want to find out is, yes, they kind of swapped out the Demon Kite. I really always want to talk about that. So maybe we'll have Coleus that will be able to ask them a tad bit of a question. Perhaps those quick little interview will be able to give us a little bit of a better idea with what RSGPH is feeling right now. To you, Coleus.
And now I'm Coleus on the RSGPH battle station, and I'm with Lights right now. How are you today?
I sleep good, I'm fine, and I think I'm ready to take wherever are the enemies, and we're just gonna make the most out of it.
Wow. But what is your preparation for this SPS? Because you got your jungler back, Irad, to your team, right?
Yeah. As you can see in the meta right now, it's prioritized much in assassin, so we got the advantage. We got Irad coming back to our team, and we've been practicing I think around 3 to 4 weeks right now, and I think it's pretty good. Yeah,
but it's a short time to do that, but you can guys do it, I think. But I heard that you said that Irad gonna play a lot of assassin that he didn't play before on his old team, so it's gonna be all assassins for today?
The what? I'm sorry?
It's gonna be all assassins will shows for Irad today.
Yeah, most likely, because in the meta right now, the tank junglers got nerfed, and based on the Moonton's patch, it prioritized more on junglers assassin.
Wow. So, lastly, do you have any question or message to your fans on the Philippines?
To the Filipino supporters that supporting us, and to my family, and to my loved ones, especially to my girlfriend, thank you for always supporting me and believing that we can win in any tournament. And yeah, we're gonna do our best.
Okay, thank you so much. Best of luck for you. Okay, we'll go back to the panelists.
Thank you, Coleus. Thank you, Light. From the man himself. It does seem like Irad is just going to be like full-on assassins today.
You know, I think it kind of suits the meta, right? Like before MSC as well, Open Snapdragon, you know, was pretty much the benchmark for a lot of other tournaments to kind of refer to here. A lot of them still prioritize on the tank junglers, and even throughout the MSC group stages, there were still a lot of tank junglers. And to a point, it reached to a point where it became kind of stale, and people realized that it's actually very underwhelming compared to assassin junglers.
Yeah, considering that nowadays we're seeing just a lot more damage flying around in the meta with the introduction of new items and with buffs and nerfs to certain heroes, you can definitely see how teams are leaning way more into assassins now. And while it did seem like at MSC there was a good balance of assassins and tank junglers, I think we are definitely seeing the former lean more into the spotlight, which could work very well for teams that we know are more dependent on aggressive play, on snowballing, of which RSG Philippines is definitely one of them.
So honestly, when it comes down to RSG Philippines, they have got a lot to show us, and I'm pretty sure that with that short 3 to 4 weeks of a preparation, I think that that's enough time, knowing that they have so much experience and they are so mechanically sound as well. But not only they are mechanically sound, we do have on the opposite side of the spectrum where we have, not spectrum, sorry, on the opposite side where we have Bigatron Beta that will be fighting against RSGPH. Now, Sadafa, tell me more about Bigatron Beta here.
So as we all may be familiar, Bigatron Beta is the second team of the Bigatron lineup, being the only team so far in the series of Snapdragon tournaments to actually make it to the Challenge Finals all the way from the Open qualifiers. But they've actually switched up the lineup that they joined the Open qualifiers with, this time feeling Marzi, Washipal, Zeryuzi, Naksu, and Pin.
Now, there is definitely a lot of changes, and from what we see from Bigatron Beta and all of their names, this is essentially the MDLPH dream team, that MDL ID's dream team that we are kind of looking out for, with the only mainstays coming in from Washipal. Now, of course, when it comes down to, I believe that Naksu as well as, I believe that Naksu was in Dewa United, so there's definitely some kind of a switcheroos going on about. So I'm honestly very interested to find out how exactly Bigatron Beta is essentially going to be preparing themselves against RSGPH.
I think it comes down to where you have to kind of separate the category between Tier 1 and Tier 2s, right? So Tier 2 teams, Bigatron Beta, especially even you mentioned as well, Dewa United was one of those teams that kind of were the gatekeepers of the Tier 2 for Indonesia. But now they are going to be facing up Tier 1 teams. So it is going to be a very interesting factor for them, whether or not can they bring a lot of element of surprise. Because think about this, there were a lot of teams that really caught Tier 1 teams off guard. In particular, I think a good Malaysian Cinderella story would be SRG, or in this case, Yudo Red Giants now, where they are very, very good at just bringing something that people underestimate them, and then they pull off a pocket pick, it just completely destroy you. So I think Bigatron has been doing that since the Open Finals and also the Challenge Finals, and now here as well with a brand new roster. They need to have a very, very strong element of surprise.
We don't really have a lot of information, at least when it comes down to statistics about Bigatron Beta. But one thing that we know that when it comes down to this, the fight between RSGPH and Bigatron Beta, we are expecting to see kind of like a MPL versus MDL headline going on through. So perhaps we'll pass the microphone over to Coleus one more time and have a quick chat with the members of Bigatron Beta. Take it away, Coleus.
This is the first day of SPS Season 5 Mobile Legends Challenge Finals, and now I'm with Marzi from the Bigatron Beta. How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay, do you have any breakfast for this morning?
Yes.
Can you tell what kind of breakfast that you have?
Breakfast. Chicken rice.
Hey, please take notes, guys, because it might be the breakfast of the winner. And now, you are facing against a big team. What is your feeling about this?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja. So that's normal. I hope that you can win this match because it's gonna be a big challenge for you guys, because you guys are the one who are qualified from the qualifier, right? So best of luck for you, and let's go to the panelists.
MPEL versus MDL. We have a lot of questions regarding that, right? What kind of changes, what kind of differences do MPL and MDL teams usually have? Like, are we talking about micro or macro, this kind of stuff?
I think it comes down to element of surprise first, because micro or macro is one thing, but right now it's because nobody knows what kind of playstyle and what kind of drafts that we're breaking. It's going to be very, very difficult. For me, I feel like it is going to be tough for Bigatron Beta a little bit, and you can see, based on the answers, it's very tense. It's very hard, because the two games that they are going to be having today is going to be RSG PH and also Team Liquid PH later on. So it's two very, very big teams for them. So again, because of no info, if they can get some points or some games today itself, it is going to be a very, very good precedence for them to actually set up for the upcoming days they are going to be competing.
Yeah, I do agree. Because in the end, even if they are an MDL team, they have come this far, they've already reached this stage. Again, being the only team so far in the history of Snapdragon to be able to make it here to the Challenge Finals from the Open qualifiers. They've already set a precedence. They have overcome even the record of Bigatron Alpha, showing that MDL still has things to prove, they still have potential to show, and I am very curious as to what is going to happen here, because this is kind of a different lineup that they joined the Open qualifiers with.
It's always fun talks whenever we're looking at technically a number 2 team beating the number 1 team in this case, because Alpha, Beta, we know which one is counted as number 1 or number 2. So I'm pretty sure that as Sadafa has very promptly mentioned, Bigatron Beta, they've already made a statement. And from this point on, they just need to go through with that action and perhaps be able to tell us exactly what Bigatron Beta is really, really made of. What do they have coming in store for us to fight against RGPH?
You know, sometimes it's not about, number 1 being number 1 team. Sometimes it's just in improved version. There's the version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. This is beta. So this is version 2 Bigatron. Like, it was all a plan. It was all a big master plan concocted by Bigatron saying that, hey, A, you guys think A is the strongest team? No, it's actually beta. And there's a reason why they brought in new players this time as well. It's to bring in, like you said, the X Factor.
So they're basically investing in the second team instead of the first team, is what you're
No.
implying.
It's kind of sidestep.
Version 1, version 2 is like kind of like a phone model, right? That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So which is better, 15 or 3?
Yes.
15 or 3, which one?
Yes.
But if you're if you're going with that metaphor, though, it implies that at some point Alpha is gonna be discontinued.
Well, in this case, they might have.
They're gonna drop support for 1.0.
But he has a point, because Bigatron is essentially an Android. Am I right?
Fair enough.
Okay. So we do have version histories going on here. Security patch notes here and there. So Alpha. Let's kind of discontinue that.
Alpha as a hero is also kind of an android. Kind of an android cyborg kind of situation.
To be fair, Alpha is not really the one that's dealing the most damage per se.
I mean, the passive does most of the true damage, and the passive comes from...
The passive comes from its innate ability. So in this case, I really want to talk about the innate abilities of heroes in the current meta itself.
It's called beta.
It comes from beta.
It comes from beta.
Okay, fine.
You dropped the ball,
We
Terry.
passed it to you.
We set you up perfectly.
Oh, that would have been so...
we need Icy Baby Beta now.
We need...
Icy Beta 1, 2, let's go.
Wait, his name already has numbers. Icy Baby 1-3. Come on.
Okay, fine.
Version
Fair enough.
13.
Or Icy Baby 3-4.
1, 2, 3, 4. How much numbers can we go through? Well, you guys can find out by the end of Snapdragon Pro Series.
Anyways,
The final evolution.
speaking of the drafts here, I think the players have pretty much drafted a little bit.
I think we have a bit of information here.
Yeah, a little bit of information. I saw Fanny, I saw Harith being picked up as well.
Oh, really?
I think SPS right now is in a very unique situation because prior to MSC, Zhu Xin wasn't in the picture in particular.
Yes.
So we saw a little bit of glimpse during MWI, and now when it comes to SBS, will the other teams kind of take advantage of the fact that Zhu Xin will impact the drafting phase or even the picks in general?
Very good point. We'll perhaps be able to talk a little bit more about Zhu Xin since, like I said, MSC didn't appear, MWI. There has been pretty hot picks around it every now and then. So when it comes down to this game between RGPH versus Bigatron Beta, we'll always want to keep our eyes on that. But understandably, all the typical meta picks that we will always expect will always be out there. And you guys have got a small little glimpse into the first 3 picks coming from the amazing Unreal Engine of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. At this point in time, we have from the side of Bigatron Beta, we does seem like we have Roger, Valentina, as well as Ruby. And a small little glimpse from RSGPH, they do have Harif, am I right?
It did look like they had Harif, Fanny, and I think the last one was Terizla.
Yeah.
Terizla.
So pretty good setups already. Like these are all pretty default heroes that are going to be contested even from MSC. A lot of early game aggression, a lot of early game pressure. Looks like we're going to actually get a look at what was banned as well, with heroes like Zusin and Zask even making an appearance in the ban list.
Oh wow, I'm really surprised by the Zaz ban. But considering Bigatron Beta's draft right now, they have the Ruby, Valentina, Roger, as well as Edith. These are, I would say, initiative compositions, right? Like, they go in for the first jump, and if one Zaz just pops on ultimate, the initial jumps gets completely demolished. So I like the idea they're just taking away all the toolkits away from RGPH if they decide to kind of drag it off. In this case, having this Aurora pick is unique because it does 2 things. 1, buy time. 2, set up a stage where if they commit to this fight, RGPH is just gonna completely destroy the first jump coming from BTR.
Yeah, we see that BTR, they have Ruby, they have Edith, they have Roger. They're basically a team composition that wants to run at you. They're the ones that want to control the momentum of the team fight. And they have a solid amount of CC to be able to catch heroes like the Fanny as well. And that is why having heroes like Aurora is a really good way of counteracting that, because it just provides so much zone control when combined on top of that penalty zone.
More than they bring in the Julian. Okay, I kind of dig this.
Julian Jungle. That is what I want to see from the side of Bigatron Beta. Then we've got all of these drafts coming out. So I would like to quickly ask ICBB as well as Sadafa before I head off, which team, or rather which draft do you much prefer?
I like RGPH draft a little bit more.
I think RSGPH's draft is more fun to watch. Bigatron Beta's draft is probably easier to play overall, but we know RSG, right? They're a team that's worth watching for a reason.
I would always want to take a look at it, kind of like an underdog situation. Bigatron Beta definitely do have a pretty good answer as to how they want to deal with a Fatty. And ultimately, throughout everything, Bigatron Beta, they also have a superior early game advantage. And that is absolutely something that I would want to see. Would the pick-off style from the side of RSGPH be able to triumph against Bigatron's Beta super explosive early game power with the Edith, the Roger, as well as the Julian? We are going to be diving right into the very first game between RSGPH versus Bigatron Beta.
Yep, and we are going to be jumping straight into a pause. Thank you so much, Abstract here. It looks like it's going to be me and Staffa going to be taking over the casting desk here. But as of yet, this is going to be a very interesting one here. Staffa, I really like the animation. Like they had the front view, top view, the heroes just kind of staring against each other. That was like some intense anime fight scene moment right there.
Like actually, right, those who are keeping closer attention, especially to the hero models, may notice that they're a lot higher quality than we're used to as well. Right? Yesterday, we were here for rehearsal. We were looking at them set all of this up on the screens in our rest room. And we were just looking at the heroes up close and realizing, whoa, okay, the models look so much better than they used to.
Yeah, I agree. And as of now, I think Bigatron Beta, in their faces here, they have 2 big problems they have to worry about, right? Like, number 1, how do they kind of slow the tempo coming from Fanny? Number 2 would be dealing with the Harif eventually, because these are 2 heroes that will scale out of control if you do not stop them in the early phase. So what do you think is going to be the strategy to actually deal with this? Like, do they play safe or do they play aggressive? What is it, Staffa?
So the thing is, when it comes down to Bigatron Beta's draft, they really need to be the ones setting the tempo. Basically, as I mentioned during the draft, they gotta be the ones starting fights, they gotta be the ones in control of the map, because the Fanny is a massive issue. Yes, it's a difficult hero to play. I don't think it should be a problem for RSG. And once it gets snowballing, the Sky Piercer just makes her an infinite threat in the land of Dawn. When you have heroes like an Edith, like a Ruby, you really need to be creating pressure straight away to make sure that this Fanny isn't able to snowball, to make sure that the Harif doesn't get a free lane. Because interestingly enough, neither of these lineups particularly scale super well into the late stages. These are both early to mid-game lineups, so we're going to see a lot of action right from the beginning.
Yeah, speaking of actions as well, because as of yet, I do see that, you know, we obviously both of us are kind of leaning on towards RSGPA's draft, right? Like, they have early tempo control, they have a very, I would say, early game-centric composition that can just kind of snowball their way through into this game. So if BTR Beta were to try and make a comeback, I think when it comes to these scenarios, BTR Beta, they have to get a very, very good jump on towards Nats. And on towards Light in particular. And right now, he is in a prime position to just shut them all down. Or maybe not. What do you think?
Well, I mean, he got Cho, right? We didn't really highlight this enough during the draft phase, but Light got his signature Cho. And looks like we will jump right in here. This is a hero he has been known to play for a very, very long time. So, should be very effective. I'm pretty sure the reason they drafted it at the end as well was just to make sure that BTR wouldn't have an easy way to lock down Irad.
Yep, and so far Irad as well as Washipal, they've got matching timings in terms of their jungle rotation. And I'm pretty sure they are going to be trying to rush the Sky Piercer as early as they can. And once they get that Sky Piercer is going to completely affect the momentum that they want to dictate in this fight. And that's something that I think BTR is starting to realize, that they are prioritizing on Washipal's rotation now. Look at this. He's close to level 4. He might be looking for a gank, but still doesn't seem to be able to steal off a creep away from RGPH.
Around this timing, around, we would say, like 20 seconds before the turtle spawns is going to be a very important timing window for both these teams, because that is where Irad wants to start looking for a lane that they can gank. In this case, it would usually be something like the mid or EXP lane by default, but since there's an Edith in the EXP lane, a very easy to counter to that, they go for the gold lane instead, and Pin is able to escape that.
Well, speaking of which here, seems like they are going to play a little bit slow as well. They're trying to get those fours up before the first turtle fight. It seems like Qsei going to be hanging around a little bit. That's going to be gold lane. They are trading 50-50s. Nothing super crazy. Light a little bit far off from his 4, so he did not clear off the entire mid lane by himself. So that means they will be slightly behind on getting those level 4s here, probably waiting on Irad to secure this purple buff, and it seems to me he is going to get it right now. Naxu not almost hitting the 4 as well. They are going to start the fight immediately, go for the jump, the gun, but Aurora with the big ultimate here sets it up for Irad. 4 men out, immediately they get first blood, double kill now for Irad, and now Bigatron Beta, they have Washipal kind of stranded as well, not able to trade off at all. Gets completely demolished here. A fraction of a second coming from RGPH.
This is what you call absolute demolition from RSG and a disaster for Bigatron. I like that they make the decision to go on the aggressive to try and catch someone out before the first turtle fight starts, because again, they have a lot of CC. They need to be the ones starting fights, picking people off first. Unfortunately, they went on Nibor, and we know what the body of the Smith can do. He was alive on a very low amount of HP.
Yep, and as of now, out of nowhere, Irad, they set up a fight here. Light catches up Ryusi immediately with the Fanny. They just destroy him. And look at this, RGPH, they finally got the first tempo, 4-0 in their favor, and they're looking to try and get more out of this.
And if RSG Philippines is able to get early game tempo with a draft like this, which they already have, they will control the game until the 10th minute. This is instantly Bigatron having to play defensive to make sure that they don't give too much advantage over. Because Irad is already 3-0. He went for Heptases. I actually think he didn't go for Sky Piercer first, unless he already has 2 items, in which case Bigatron is in even deeper trouble than I thought.
Oh boy, that's going to be a little bit their problem here. But of course, Bigatron Beta, they may have lost the mid lane as well as the jungle rotations here. It's still up to his Pin to kind of trade even here and hopefully try to make a comeback out of this. But look at this, middle lane, BTR, they set up a 3-man gang here. Light showing himself, he is trying to bait out rotations. Guess what? Here comes the bait. They're going for the kick. Naxu almost losing his life right there, but a counter kick from Zerusi. Can they burst Irad down? No, they do not have enough damage here. Washipal dropped his spell to disengage, not able to contribute even more in that fight.
We have to note, RSG Philippines draft has a few high mechanic heroes, right? They have Cho, they have Fanny, they have Harif. This is a harder draft to play in comparison, but you could see how easy it was for Light to sidestep with the Shunpo to avoid the I'm offended from Naxu, then Irad even surviving the way of the dragon as well. RSG Philippines are out microing their opponents right now, and because of the momentum they have, they're out macroing as well.
Yep, but as of yet, BTR, they're trying to bait out the turtle as quickly as they can. Purple buff still not available yet from the side of RSGPH, but they're still poking their way through. Mars taking a little bit too much damage here. Nibor immediately going for the Punisher penalty zone, but turtle secured from BTR. They back off and they reset this fight. So this is a huge one for BTR Beta.
Small win, but instantly you see Kusi win a 1v1 down bottom. Now what actually happened in that turtle fight, Irad was at bottom lane trying to get a kill on Pin before joining the turtle fight, and that's why Bigatron had the numbers advantage and were able to get that objective for themselves. Unfortunately, they still don't quite have the same mobility that RSG has, so they're not able to find any sort of advantage with it. It's only a small win for them in the grand scheme of things.
Well, it is going to be a little bit tough one here. BTR, they were hoping that Pin is going to be able to set the tempo, but RGPH, they understand the game plan, right? First game, win the middle lane, and then, BTR's Beta's only next step of comeback plan is going to be relying on Pin, sets up another gang down bottom, sacrificing the fact that, hey, Fanny is going to be a little bit late with purple buff, so there's no point contesting second turtle. And I like how they're just trading very, very efficiently here coming from RGPH, understanding their timings very, very well.
The difficulty here for Bigatron Beta is that RSG just has a very complete lineup. It's difficult to play on paper, but if played well, is very difficult to deal with because they have mobility in Irad, they have team fight in Nibor, they have pickoff in Light. So whether Bigatron wants to split up the fight or fight together, RSG has an answer.
Well, speaking of an answer here, BTR still focusing on the middle lane, making sure that turret stays still. But this time, they're making sure that Pin doesn't get ganked. Iraj shows himself here. He's down to his half energy, so he might be in a little bit of trouble. Can he find an escape? Yes, he can. Marzi, barely a pixel, almost catching him, but he somehow gets out. And because of this commitment here, Kusei says, hey, guys, no one's up top. Tier 2 is mine. And RSGPH gets even more objectives across the map.
Irad demonstrating to the world that he's fully capable of standing up. Oh my goodness.
What a kick from Light. Instant wombo combo. Marzi, no Purify, cannot get out from the chain stuns. RSGPH just taking advantage that they have this better firepower right now.
RSG just maintaining control, like I mentioned. Bigatron just basically has no chance of fighting back until at least the 10th minute, and that's only if they're able to maintain a certain degree of net worth difference, which RSG is not allowing, right? They know they're in control. They're not going to allow Bigatron any space to make plays.
Oh my goodness, a penalty zone to catch on Natsu under turret here. They take a little bit of damage. They need to get out. The scythe coming from Washipao starting to hurt a little bit, but they just cannot find the finisher. Nibor narrowly escapes this. BTR now left on a whim with nothing once more.
Here's where you see the problem with Bigatron's draft a little bit. They just don't have any way of trying to out or counterplay RSG Philippines. And we can see the goal difference really starting to add up somewhat. Looks like Pin is going for that Thunderbelt into Windtalker. A little bit of a unusual build here because you would usually get one or the other on Roger. But I don't think it matters too much to them because they need to find a way out of this.
It's such a greedy build, right? Having Thunderbelt like early game doesn't really contribute that much. It needs time to scale. It's kind of like an Aldous, right? It gives you a little bit of items here, but over time they need to drag this as long as they can to build out infinite stacks. But so far, they don't really have opportunities to actually poke their opponents. And RGPH now finds for a hit and run. They drive by, they get in for the kick. They don't even give them the chance to build up those stacks. And RGPH just completely shuts them down once more.
Yeah, the damage difference is a bit too high at this point. We can see, like looking at the items actually, even RSG are able to build so greedy. There's no Sky Piercer on Irad. Nibor went for Queen's Wings as first item on the Terizla because he knows he doesn't need anything else. And the rest are just completely fine. Aqua having that glowing wand as well as... Oh,
penalty zone misses. Marzi doing some serious damage here, but here comes the finisher from Irad. He gets first on the first kill, and now they're looking for a double. Naksu also falling here. Salmon Force dropped down. Aurora's out. Everybody's got the back out, and BTR, they just can't seem to commit to the fight at all. There's just no room to breathe to actually push RSG back at all.
When you're dealing with light on a Cho, you need to make sure that your team lineup isn't too scattered because it'll be very easy for RSG to pick you off. The problem is if you group together, then you're also playing into Aqua and Nibor. This is the problem. This is what I was worried about. This draft from RSG is really complete, and Bigatron needed to win early game in order to have any sort of comparison. And well, as we already know, that did not happen.
Oh boy, this is going to take some time here. Coming from BTR Beta, they need to find an opening pick, but they have been playing so defensive. And look at this, Light, once again, trying to force out reactions here. One pixel off, and they are going to commit. Nibor now with the penalty zone, preemptively catching Tree, and now they get two. In this case, Naxu will fall. RSGPH once again goes for the hit and run every single time with the Way of the Dragon up on Light.
Yeah, that is a play that should ordinarily be punished, going for a flicker ult when the enemy team is all together and ready to dish out damage only works because RSG are in so much control. And unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, this is a total outclassing here by RSG. Bigatron Beta is just standing no chance against their opponents in this game.
Well, they still have the shields down middle, but I don't think it's going to matter that much here. Light made a little bit of mistake here. They're going for the eye move, and the first mistake, and they are going to capitalize. They get Light, they get Nibor. Double kill for Washi Ball. BTR finally finds the pixel perfect moment here to catch Light before he shumpos out of there. What a catch from Naksu.
Would you call that a caster curse?
Oh boy, it might be, but in this case, Iran, he's gonna try 1v4.
Oh
Guess what? He gets one. He almost gets a second, but can he survive this? Glowing one picking him off, and he is gonna be fine for now. Even equalizes for the team once more.
Even Retri's a minion just to get that extra little bit of HP to make sure he doesn't burn down. Irad showing the world right now that he's fully capable of assassin gameplay just as good as his previous participant here. Yeah, his predecessor. Thank you very much.
Oh, in this case, purple orange buff coming in. RNG still going to be body checking again, trying to set up a little bit tempo. They're slowing down the aggression, but BTR, they're having a little bit more confidence now. In this case, RNG, they're a little bit more wary of Naksu's positioning now. So Light now gonna play this a little bit safe, but as of now, with no Lord 35 seconds, I don't think they should be committing this fight. But speaking of commitment here, Iran, mistakes were made. BTR finds an opening, and they are gonna punish this. This is huge for BTR.
I was literally just about to say that BTR just need to be able to find Irad. It's difficult because he's been playing so well, but the moment I'm thinking that, it happens. And now, RC has actually given up a good amount of gold swing back over the Bigatron Beta, which is enabling them to play a lot more aggro.
Well, Conceal plays up on Irad 10 seconds before he comes back online. Lord is already spawned here. It's going to be a 4v5, but they have to wrap this up quickly. RG, they're going to try and buy a little bit more time before Irad spawns his way through here, but do they commit? Seems like they do. The penalty zone comes in, they catch on too, they go in for the wombo combo, but they just don't have the finisher. Marzi is able to trade one back as well. Kuze finds one. It is going to be 1-for-1, but Irad going to be joining in very, very soon. He steals the Lord from behind! Space created by the team, sacrificing two, but BTR now is going to try and clean up the rest of our SGPH. Double kill for Washi Paul. They trade 3 heroes for a Lord, and BTR Beta bounces back from this game.
We are seeing a reversal here, and it shows that snowballs can be reversed in an instant because of that kill bounty on Irad. Bigatron trying to push in here.
Oh boy, Kusei now drops the Salmon Force. BTR Beta getting full control in one good fight in this case. I don't know what to feel about this. Like the Thunderbelt greed coming from Marzi as well as Pin is starting to pay off now. 13 minutes of the game.
Mind you, Thunderbelt is not an uncommon item for Roger. It is a very viable build to go Thunderbelt. It's just you usually don't get Windtalker as a second item after that. But Pin is trying to go for that late game scaling because he already realizes that the early game did not go well for them. So they have to play around the timing where heroes like Irad and Kusi are going to start falling off just a little bit. Because with Edith and Roger, Bigatron do actually have a slightly better late game phase as compared to RSGPH.
You know, I like how Abstract has been bringing up this fact, right? Micro or macro. This is a perfect example of a macro versus micro game. RGPH macro, BTR micro, and so far BTR has such a strong team fight right now, especially in the later stage of the game. And in this case, you can even see RGPH is just so afraid, not knowing how much damage they can deal with this Thunderbelt involved, because they have so much stacks up on Pin, they have so much stacks up on Marzi, and we saw earlier as well, they just couldn't burst Marzi in time, and they were able to get a reverse fight.
Bigatron have a lot of damage, yes, but I think the main factor of winning is actually their positioning. In that previous fight, Bigatron were not trying to aggress, they were not trying to go for a pickoff, they were actually playing for peel, because they know RSG has this tendency to want to jump in.
Oh, I'm offended, catches on light, not exactly the right target here. Counter penalty zone to punish the back lines. Naxu gonna be the first to fall, killing spree for Kusei, and they are gonna make their first mistake here. They thought they could make a comeback, but RSGPH is able to pick them apart, but Washipo! He wins his 1v1! And in one fell swoop, RSGPH, they were scrambling. It looked good for Kusei, but BTR Beta wins their 1v1s scatterly. What a catch from BTR.
The thing is, BTR is understanding that RSG's draft is starting to drop off a little bit. And you can see that the way they're approaching their fights is they are basically treating Marzi and Naxu as necessary sacrifices. They are going to jump in front. They're going to bait ultimates, bait damage. And you can see just there is a layering here from BTR. The only person that could jump on Pin was Light. And there wasn't enough people to follow up on it to finish him off.
Oh, I think this was a big mistake coming from RGPH, right? Like, they understood that, hey, maybe, you know, Irad, you can do your 1v1s here. They separated here. They just let Washi Pao through. And because of that scatter, they allowed Washi Pao to kind of win his 1v1s and then just allow the rest of the team to kind of buy time. And because of this, they were able to trade 50-50s. And now, economy-wise, they are going to start the fight once more. Penalty zone comes in. Washball wins the Lord Retry battle this time, but they have to get App to safety. RGPH, they're waiting for the Fanny. Irad getting stopped by the I'm Offended. Nibor, they find Naxu. Irad finds Zerusi, but now RGPH, they want more. They want blood. Washi Paul trying to buy a little bit more time, but they cannot take Light down. So that's going to be a mistake from BTR Beta, but Lord in their hands. And it seems like it is one full swing coming from both sides.
All things considered, I think Bigatron actually did a very good job of retreating from that fight. Oh, hold on here. That's a dead
No way! No way!
That is a flying wolf right there, ladies and gentlemen. Irad gonna get picked off. RSG trying to end the game right now, forcing it.
They have to do this. They have to drop everything here. Washi Paul, they have to clear the minutes. They manage to get in as well. Immortality comes in. Can he get out? No, he cannot. But the job is done. They successfully defend this. They clear the minutes. RSGP, they have to reset the tempo. Unless Pin, he wants to go for a fight. Okay, they don't find him. But BTR, they're still holding on for this game one.
Yeah, sacrificing Washi Paul there to survive in the game is definitely worth it. And we are seeing the reason why Bigatron Beta has made it this far. I am loving the discipline we're seeing from this team. The understanding that sacrifices have to be made, that certain actions have to be done in order to make sure that RSG isn't given back the momentum that they so carelessly threw away.
Well, sometimes a good defense is a good offense here. They have been playing with their backs against the wall for the longest of time. BTR Beta is fighting back. RGPH now, you have to be a little bit more careful now. They need to be aware of what Naxu can bring to the table as of yet, because technically you can see Naxu is 0-9-7, but this is a Ruby we're talking about. Late game, extremely difficult to kill, especially if you don't have Sky Piercers.
I don't really think Sky Pierce is the item that would make the difference here.
That's the thing, right? Ruby low health is very, very difficult, right? when we talk about last HP moments, clutch moments,
That's if you're
Sky
going
Pierces counters that.
That's if you're going for a damage build with Queen's Wings.
True.
Naxu is not going for that build. He's going for tank, Dominance Ice, Athena's into Immortality. He does not have that thing. Therefore, you don't want Sky Piercer. You want things like Malefic, which
Fair
Irad
enough.
already has. So they don't need to worry too much about that. What they need to worry about is that Naxu, his job in the fight.
Oh no, Pin! He's taking a little bit of damage here. Irad can't seem to burst him out, but they need to get out. Naxu trying to buy a little bit more time. Penalty zone catches 3 of them. Parzi gonna be falling right there. As here comes a second kick coming in. BTR, they're losing members. Parzi manages to get out, but they still lose Naxu. No, on the contrary, they also lose Naxu. They only trade me more, so it's gonna be a 2-for-1. Favoring RSGPH. Defense is down. Do they continue? But seems like playing safe is going to be the way to go. Lord is going to be the picture. But nope, I was wrong. They're trying to catch on Washipo. Once again, you can see Light trying to stop him in his tracks in case he tries to steal the Lord.
Yeah, this is most likely going to be a free Lord here. I don't think Bigatron will be able to get close enough. They hold on.
No way, no way. They actually find him. Washipo, he needs to get out. Ice Crown comes in. Can he get out? No, he cannot. He gets bursted down. BTR, they're trying to hold on, but Kusei is just so strong. They're fighting under the Salmon Force. And a double kill for Irad. They wrapped up. They completely resetted the Lord and say, let's just wipe them out. And that's just what RSGPH just did right there.
Yeah, that's a mistake from Bigatron. They really did not need to go for that. Hold on a second here.
Oh my goodness, what am I watching here? Kusei, he's getting a little bit of damage here, but he's got so much shields. He's trying to bait out the fight for Aqua. He drops the ultimate, but where's the damage? They're just poking and poking. They're so low, and BTR Beta, they have to clear the minions, and again, another turret will fall into the hands of RGPH.
That was really nice timing, actually. You saw Aqua, he timed his freeze for after the Earth Shatter from Marzi, so he couldn't combo with Onward. Because if that had actually landed, then Kusei would have actually died to the tower. And this is a 6-0 13 Harif. They cannot afford to give away his gold bounty. The whole point is that the gold bounty from Irad is what allowed Bigatron to come back into this situation. So despite some mistakes so far, RSG Philippines still keeping their wits about them. And now with the Lord in their hands, Bigatron will have a very difficult defense on their hands.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting this right from the get-go. This is SPS day 1. You can see the fight, the aggression, the intensity that BTR Beta is trying to bring to the table. Like, they're giving RGPH a run for the money right from get-go, but hopefully they are going to be able to hold on for now with the Lord crashing in 21 minutes here. They have to clear this very, very quickly here. Here comes RGPH, penalty zone, connects on 4. They need to get out here. Aurora out just wiping the floor. Iraq cleans house. It might be over. It seems to be over as well. They're losing all their members. Crystal is exposed, and RSGPH takes game 1, 28-12 against BTR.
Gotta give props to Nibor. He is finding those penalty zones every single time. He is the initiation for RSG Philippines, even with Light on that show. And unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Bigatron Beta were not able to defend against that full force, all-in push from RSG. And that is how they will claim victory in game number 1.
Oh boy, what a game here. Coming in from BTR Beta as well as RSGPH here. But still, RGPH, our prediction still stands. And I hope there is going to be a little bit of a lesson here for BTR Beta on how they are going to be improved here. Because right now, we are going to be inviting our amazing analyst / host back onto the set here. Abstract, how are you?
I'm looking at this game, and I thought that RGPH would probably just wipe the game and just be, okay, GG, go next. But it very apparently didn't seem to be that way at all. In fact, I think that I've been underestimating Bigatron Beta quite a bit here, and I think that they have definitely kind of evolved themselves quite a fair bit. You know, because the main thing that I am looking out for is that RGPH, convincing early game start, right? They have got a total of 4 kills right off the bat, although we are only looking at kills. Bigatron Beta still managed to kind of stand their ground and hold themselves when it comes down to the macro game. They understand that we gotta hold on to the objective. Do you guys think that this is kind of like part of Bigatron Beta's game plan, or do you think that they actually just wanted to go for wins and kills based on this lineup that they have here?
I think it came down to adapting to the draft, right? Personally, I feel like when it comes to adapting a draft, we know for a fact that RGPH is just so much stronger. Like, look at the early tempo. The Fanny was something they couldn't handle. Harry was also something they struggled with. And after that, they got extremely greedy with those Thunderbelts, which kind of caught RGPH off guard multiple times. And because we can see Marzi as well as Pin, by like the 30-minute mark here, they build up some decent amount of stacks. And every single time Irad goes in, he sets it on in a way where, hey, wait, that's not enough damage to actually burst them down, which I think caught them off guard. And because of that, they made mistakes.
So I think the main thing we have to look at in terms of this game is that when we started off with the draft, we already knew that both of these drafts are quite good in the early game. BTR's draft needs to be the one aggressive to make sure that Irad doesn't start snowballing. You see, they have Edith in the EXP lane. They have Roger in the gold lane. These are very strong side lanes. Heroes that are not easily picked off by a Fanny, which meant that Irad couldn't easily go for those kills and then rotate over the turtle. And then for the remaining, they actually had Naksu primarily escorting Zeryusi and Washipal most of the time. He never went to the side lanes because they knew they could take care of themselves. Unfortunately, it still didn't quite work out. Irad got kills, RSG started snowballing, so BTR switches their game plan to go for late game scaling instead. That's why Pin decides to go for a Windtalker second item, even though usually you want to go for that straight away if you intend to scale for the late game. And by shifting to that, they basically prepared themselves for the long haul.
So understandably, RGPH, they got themselves that early game lead. And moving on to the later stages of the game, 18 minutes in, right? We are only looking at 1,000 goal lead from RSGPH. When it comes down to the Lord, 2:1 in favor for RGPH, followed by the Turtle. When it comes down to Bigatron Beta, they've got more Turtles. So it's kind of come to the point whereby Bigatron Beta, it kind of seems like they are trying to go for very effective trades across the maps, but it's also very counterintuitive to a certain point whereby we have saw couple of times that Bigatron Beta, they all in their resources in middle lane, for example. They put everyone in the middle just so that they can pick someone off, but to no avail.
I think if you put it in that particular format, right? Yes, they want to prioritize on objectives, they want to prioritize on this, but based on what we watched from the game, based on the storyline here, RGPH was playing towards their game plan, which is one, usually as a Fanny, you need purple buff. That's number one.
Yes.
Two, can you get your purple buff in time for turtle objectives, especially in early game? Not necessarily, because there is going to be buffer time before you can actually secure. You need time to clear the purple buff before you engage the objectives, which is turtle.
Yes.
So what they do is they secure those purple buff. Instead of committing here, they show kind of like a fake out, but they're actually targeting every single lane one by one. First, game one, we take down mid, we shut them down, get a kill down there. Second plan, oh, we're going to shut down the gold lane once. Third plan, shut down XP. Pretty much, they slow down everyone's progression in every single lane before actually committing to the big picture, which is the Lords. So I think Turtle is not something that they prioritize a little bit more coming from RGPH.
It was more of an adaptive play, is what I would come to see it. Because, yes, if you want to be the most efficient, you don't want to have 5 players in one lane, right? You want to be spreading them out. You want to be making sure that you're responding to opposing split pushes. But Bigatron does not have a lineup suited for split pushing. Usually that's reliant on the EXP lane, right? Edith is not good at split pushing.
Yeah,
and if you split Marzi from the rest of the team, you will have way less utility and damage if RSG comes looking for a fight. The fact that they decided to group up is more of a responsive play to not only, one, get pickoffs if anyone from RSG is alone, but to make sure that they themselves can't be picked off. Yes, it loses them lane control in the side lanes, but they're still early enough in the game that it won't affect them as heavily. They want to make sure that they still have some kind of foothold and that their players are able to scale properly. Because if anyone gets picked off while they're split pushing, game is over.
And with that said, we've got QC. Okay, I mean, we've got not the right guy in here, but but QC playing as the Harif, massive MVP with 8:0:14. That's the total KDA. I gotta have to say though, yes, QC has got a very cozy game, but
Hey, sometimes we gotta share the limelight, right? Like sometimes it might be Light, it might be Kuzi. I feel like both played their roles really well. So I think, nevertheless, here Kuzi, he is gonna be the official MVP here. His Harif didn't die a single time.
Not
here.
a single time.
It was a big problem for BTR to actually handle as well. Like early game, obviously, Fanny was star of the show. Star of the show.
Yes.
Mid game, late game, Kusei was just so annoying. Like drop 7 force. How do you even kill him? You can't.
It really boils down to kind of like their game plan, right? Because they are essentially using a Fanny to really tackle down onto the burst power of Bigatron Beta, considering that we are looking at a Roger that needs that snowball. We're looking at Julian, who have very early power spike. We have got Marzi playing as the Edith with massive amount of crowd control. But by the mid stages of the game, we have talked about the fact that Bigatron Beta, they congregate together and converge in order to try to catch someone off guard, or perhaps to catch off Erad, which I think that is a very valuable trade for the side of RSGPH. With one Fanny, you essentially soft counter, or rather soft shut down 3 powerful heroes off of the side of Bigatron Beta. Is it really boils down to the lack of damage from Bigatron Beta, or is it just lack of reliable lockdown where they just can't catch Erad?
I think it's more like they lack the overall crowd control compared to RSGPH, right? Like they have so much AoE control that I think BTR Beta, if they commit, they're just gonna get completely destroyed. Think about this: Examine Force, very big AoE. Aurora's out, big ultimate. Penalty Zone, big ultimate. All these ultimates, when they drop, you have to get out. There's no way you're staying in out there. And I would say it wasn't more about damage. It's like, can they sustain all this initial burst that RGPH brings to the table?
Yeah, I do agree with that last point. They had enough damage, actually.
Yeah.
Bigatron had more than enough damage. You could see that they were winning those late game fights. And their positioning was actually good as well. Unfortunately, they had a bit of difficulty finding that effective positioning. That's why they were losing the early game, right? They adapted well towards mid game, where they figured out we play Peel instead. You could see that they weren't the aggressors. They weren't looking for pickoffs. They were having Ruby and Edith in front. Ruby,
ready to throw them away.
Yeah, Ruby is basically, if you can die to hook someone, do it. So that's why Naxu's kill score is not very good. After that, Marcy needs to just defend Peel. As the Edith, just survive, do damage, make sure that the rest of your team has an opportunity to go in. And that's how they deal with heroes like Cho and Fanny and Terizla, because they're gonna dive at you no matter what. So you just gotta make sure you give them that space and then you trap them later. But because they're doing that, they're not aiming high. That's why he just never dies the whole game.
We have been singing praises on RSGPH throughout that game, especially since they have gotten themselves this very first game victory against Bigatron Beta. But only after a very short break, we do have one very crucial talk that we gotta have to have about Bigatron Beta, where they may actually be able to tie things up against RSGPH in a 1:1 fashion. What exactly is that? We'll talk about that at the end of the break. We'll see you guys in a short bit.
Here we go!
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting.
Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. We've just concluded the very first game in this match number 1 between RSGPH versus Bigatron Beta. Now, we did manage to see a very convincing, not really say convincing, right? Early game was convincing from RSGPH, but there was this very small little, I would say, time glitch. Okay, maybe not time glitch lah, but
What's a time glitch?
What's a time glitch? Come on, man.
Okay, the time glitch is where we not talk about this anymore.
It's where we delete the last 5 seconds of you, right?
Exactly. No, I do want to talk about that 2 kills that Bigatron Beta managed to get for themselves, right? Because it seems all fine and dandy, like 14-0 in favor for RSGPH. They have been killing, going around places, and they're not stopping. They are just like an unmovable train. But randomly, Light went in. It seems like he wanted to go for a catch on someone, but that didn't score so well because we've got a random Ruby with an I'm offended. What exactly happened there? 2 free kills to Bigatron Beta?
I think it's more like Light has been the guy dictating every single fight.
Right.
I'm going in, I'm going to bait, I'm going to get a kick. Right? But every single time he does that, he's so confident in his micro that a lot of times this Ruby just couldn't stop his tempo. So that one time he died was because I think his Shunpo animation, he didn't Shunpo in time, got stunned by the second skill, and then just got chain stunned.
Yeah. Basically, Light getting caught there, picked off, and then not very long after that, Irad getting found in the jungle and getting picked off comes down to one very simple word: mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, it was just not what they intended to do. They underestimated a little bit, got a little bit too comfortable because it was one-sided up until there, and then the mistake cost them another like 8 minutes of game time, right?
Yeah.
So I would say that it's relatively fair to say Bigatron Beta have been reliant on the mistakes of RSGPH. Perhaps that could be the game plan again for game number 2, or maybe they're gonna have to pave a way for this game number 2 in order to get a 1-1. As for now, we're gonna be jumping into the drafting phase,
smart.
and right off the bat, you know, you can see the bans, but when it comes down to picks, RSGPH prioritized onto the Harry for first pick. Bigatron Beta, they gotten themselves a Fanny and a Ruby.
I think this is good. This is like game 1, their drafts was very, very difficult for BTR. Just because of how they got kind of outdrafted here. That's why they had to play so reactive into game number 1. And in this case, I think they are able to build up a little bit more tempo, a little bit more understanding. But the question here is, because they've shown this Fanny this early, RGPH, do they bring in the signature Kufra up on Light?
Kufra is a possibility.
Or do they go for the Mincitar?
Oh, the Kufra.
I don't think you go for Mincitar. It's a little bit too risky.
Yeah.
Kufra definitely counters both Fanny and Ruby, but I don't think they'll prioritize that. If anything, they'll go for like Cho or Edith.
Oh yeah, Cho's pretty good
Or
as
like
well.
Terizla. One of these 3. I think Edith is the most likely, and looks like Edith will come out. And then, Hayabusa.
Wow. I like this. Like, Hayabusa is one of the very few assassins that can kind of mirror Fanny. It's like, oh, if Fanny dives you, I don't care. One button. Oh, I'm immune, bro. What's up? Pew, 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 ching, 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 and then just gets away.
The Fanny can't even do anything at this point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Uno reverse.
Yep.
I'm here to assassinate you. No, I'm here to assassinate you. You are here for me to be assassinated.
But I'm
One way
curious
or
to
another.
see how would they prioritize the itemizations, right? Like game 1, Malefic Raw on Fanny. This game, do they go for Sky Piercers? In this case, Hayabusa, amazing hero to abuse Sky Piercer, especially if you're looking for high kill volumes to build up those stacks.
Sky Piercer is very good on Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Basically, Hayabusa has become better again in the meta purely because of how well he works with Sky Piercer and being invulnerable
Pretty
while
annoying.
popping that ultimate. So you are able to catch the heroes like Fanny very easily. So far, I do like what RSG is bringing to the table. We do see the Valentina come out. So once again, if Bigatron see something like a Cho on the opposite side, then they can steal that. But I feel like it wasn't being done enough in the last game.
We don't really have any much very suitable candidates for the IMU, at least for now, right? But for the side of RGPH, they have fulfilled their jungler, their jungler, gold, and their roamer. So it's just pretty much left with the EXP lane as well as the mage. We do have quite a bit of heroes that is currently still available, but unfortunately, the one that I'm really keeping an eye out for, Luoyi as well as Jusin, has already been taken away.
Yeah, I think the next one here is going to be an Aurora ban coming from Beginner Beta, but looks like they're not going to do that. They're going to ban the Kufra as a safety net for the Fanny. I was hoping they were just going to ban the Aurora, because think about this, previous game, Aurora was just so annoying by Aqua.
Yeah,
like, every single time he drops it out, nothing.
Even for Valentina completely respected that and even stole away the Aurora's ultimate, despite them having so much different kind of heroes ultimate that they can choose from. Like Way of the Dragon, your team excels in pickoffs. You would make a Way of Dragon like that you will find so much value in that.
The thing is, Aurora just has slightly lower priority in this game. Neither team is very obviously going for a hyper-aggression kind of strategy. No, it's not going to be like heroes just running straight at you, except for like the Fanny, right? And you're not really going to be able to freeze her that easily anyway, so they're quite comfortable letting it through.
Okay.
And Bigatron even stealing the show away, so basically giving RSG no opportunity to lock down the Fanny.
Yo! That is such a cool animation. Yo,
there's all the models we talked about.
The Unreal Engine is indeed unreal.
You can see the individual textures of his pants.
Oh,
like that's how in depth we've gotten here.
Wow, that is so cool. Is that a chip? Okay, it's Barats, my bad.
It's a Barats and a Faramis from the side of RSG Philippines. Utility mage coming from the side of RSG Philippines. I gotta have to say, this is pretty crazy from the side of RSG Philippines. And Bigatron Beta even finishing it off with a Roger. And a final pick? Leaked all the way through?
Yeah, you would be surprised.
Ooh.
Roger actually getting all the way to the final pick here, and I mean, we go straight into this. Immediately, it is clear that RSG Philippines has the better draft.
No, I think it's still 50-50 this game. Like, it's winnable now, much more winnable for BTR Beta compared to game 1.
Do we even have a reliable stun to really deal with the Fanny? That is always my question.
Well, in this case,
the Tona's welcome, basically.
Yeah, they Tona's welcome.
Is it really consistent enough or
it's
reliable
very rare.
enough?
It's very rare someone catches this mid animation. I've only seen it once. It was done by support by Homeboys.
I want to see that flicker out. That is always the one thing that always catch me off guard.
Oh yeah.
That is what I want to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, what do you guys have got for us? Do you believe that RGPH may have the better draft? Or do you think that Bigatron Beta have the better draft? Will Bigatron Beta finally be able to, not say finally, but will they be able to get this one win away from RSGPH as we go back into the land of dawn for match 1, game 2?
Well, this is going to be an interesting one here. Can they bounce back or will they get completely stomped here? We do see Washi Paul playing the Fanny this time, but we do see Irat on the Hayabusa. That's going to be a big limelight right now for us here in this match in B-Stream.
Hayabusa going to be a very effective counter towards Fanny. We already mentioned that ultimate being able to just haze her down and do a lot of damage. Also synergizes well with Sky Piercer. So again, this early game going to be a very important timing for both RSG and Bigatron. Notably more for the latter though, because Bigatron have invested a lot of their resources into taking away these high utility heroes, which means that their late game damage is going to fall a little bit behind.
Yeah, and in this case, I feel like RGPH now, they've got the common emblem up on Nibor. I think Barats is one of those heroes that really need to take advantage of those regen early game, right? So on the XP lane, he's going to be doing pretty okay against Marcy. So I think that's the adaptation that he is going to be doing to deal with a Ruby XP, which in this case, the previous game, Ruby was playing roam throughout the entire game. And this time, on the XP, they had the advantage of flexibility, which is helping them right now. But speaking of which here, Washi Ball looking for a gank light, almost losing his life here. So that is going to be very unfortunate for BTR.
That's already going to be a nice little win, though. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Naxu. Oh, it's going to be able to survive as well. RSG right now going to be having a little bit of an angsty moment for themselves. Meanwhile, we do see the Barats not having the 4 first down bottom here, taking his health down low pretty towards half HP. So he needs to be a little bit more careful, especially when his 4 is not even up here. Marzi got his IMO Fender. They both get it as well. Now they are going to try and set it up for this turtle fight. Aqua showing themselves. Rusi, they do see this as well, but will they commit? It seems like they are buying time for their junglers here. They try to go for a little bit of catch here, but here it comes. The Daytona's welcome flicker catch here. They catch on the Marzi. Stolen count on the saves the day. Drags onto the fight. Fanny tries to do a little bit more here. Can they steal the turtle here? Who does it get? And it is going to be Nibor that takes it. RSGPH, they get a kill on top of it all. Naxu needs to run for his life. He's going to be fine here, but BTR will be the one to lose this first engagement.
Mind you, RSG Philippines is a team that uses NetherRealm very well. Like, Paramis is a comfort pick for them, has been for a while, and it really just enables them to play a lot more aggressively than usual, which is quite a lot when you consider how aggressively they already do play. Yes, it can be stolen away by the Valentina, but you can tell that RSG Philippines are a lot more in tune with the timing of it and understanding the limits that it extends.
Yep, Natsu finds one, finally drops the kick here. Does he set it up for Light? But it seems like Light, he is going to buy a little bit more time, but he will still fall. So that's going to be a nice pickup here coming from Bigatron Beta. 1-1.
Nice pick-off right there. Bigatron are, again, in a similar situation to Game 1, where they need to be the ones dictating tempo, especially early on. When you have so many utility heroes on top of Roger and Fanny, you gotta make sure that you are somewhat in the lead once you get into that mid stage. So that's a good start, but I hope to see a little bit more from them, because as long as RSG are able to keep themselves even, they are actually the ones in control.
But speaking of control right now, I don't see any Sky Piercers at all. Irad actually opted to go for the Hunter Strike first item instead. And we do see the Heptaseas up on Washi Paul as well. So no Sky Piercers coming from both sides. Don't really want to take the risks. And I can respect that. I can respect that. Like, nobody wants a 1,500 item power spike.
Yeah, the no hold on here in the mid lane.
Nibor getting kicked away. Naxu, he's in a little bit of trouble here. Gets pulled back. Daytona's welcome comes in. They're going for the slam here. Count out saves his life here, but can he get out? Seems like he will be able to do so. And the counter stun coming in here is up to Washi Paul to clean up the house, but they've all fumed out. Both sides just playing extremely well, but RSGPH, they will have first dips up on Turtle for now. Light trying to catch on Marzi. They want to extend this fight. He is forced to flicker out of there as well. He's going to be able to get out. No, he does not. Irad finds him. Turtle still alive, but it is going to be RSGPH that gets everything.
RSG set themselves up in a much better position to contest the turtle after winning the fight in the mid lane, and by basically cutting off all entrances, they forced Bigatron to have to go through grinders to try and get to the turtle, which did not end well for them. I do think they needed to kind of stop their efforts at a certain point there. It's lucky that they didn't end up losing more, because they actually committed quite heavily to that.
Oh boy, speaking of commitment, this is rough coming from BTR. Like, it felt like they have a little bit of hope, but oh no, Pin, he might be in a little bit of trouble here. He needs to get out. Flicker coming in. Daytona's welcome. They are going to slap him on the wall. Irad does have the skills to kill him off, and he is going to fall. And that is going to be BTR Beta losing their goal laner. And guess what? They lose another one. Washi Paul getting caught off. The stolen NetherRealm is not in time here as RSGPH continues to pick apart the defenses on one by one as BTR loses not one, not two, but 3 players in a row.
RSG are just really good at identifying windows of opportunity. That's the reason why they're so effective as an aggressive team. With Nibor actually waiting for the Purify to finish on Pin before flickering in for the Daytona's welcome, and then instantly using the gap in defenses that created to go and contest the purple buff and not allow Washi Paul to get a hands on it. So already, we are seeing this game go even more one-sided than game number 1.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a little bit tough here. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it feels like they have the tools, but they're just so afraid. And RGPH is just always one step ahead. And look at this, Washi Paul, no purple buff this time. They're making sure that he does not have a good time at all. And this is a a plan that I think BTR Beta needed to have in Game 1.
The thing is, Bigatron Beta understood that they needed to be the aggressors this game. You saw them try to play somewhat high pressure in the early stages, but that's why this Veramis pick is so good. Even though you usually don't pick it against a Valentina, it stops pickups.
Oh no, bottom lane there. They do find one as well. Naxu getting chain stun. Look at this. They're just recalling and taunting. They know he's done for. They know there's no way out. And even having Nibor as a secondary exit blocker, they just stop every exit that BTR Beta that may or may not be able to get out. But for now, watch him fall. They are going to try and gang onto Irad. Can they get him as well? Okay, Shadow Kill onto his grave. He's going to buy Libra one time. NetherRealm preemptively to buy Libra one time, but Irad, does he get out? Yes, they do. Washipao actually needs to run. He doesn't have the cables, but instead, the rest of our GPH collapse on his bandmates, and that's going to be Zerusi and Marzi dropping down to his 1 HP, and they do get out. Oh boy, this is why you need Skypiercer, guys. That's why Skypiercer would have gotten those 2 kills.
That is actually an incredible advertisement for Skypiercer, because you are actually correct. That would have gotten 2 kills. I am insanely surprised that they survived that, but what about now?
Oh boy, now they are playing under tier 2s, but the burst once again. Kusei finish off Nasu there, and BTR Beta, they're losing even more. Double kill for Kusei once more on the turret. They lose 4. This is an absolute one-sided stomp by RGPH this game.
RSG Philippines are steamrolling their opponents. They figured out that they underestimated Bigatron Beta in Game 1 and are not committing to the same mistake anymore, making sure that they are cutting off all routes of exit. This is asphyxiation happening in the land of Dawn. Because Bigatron, I don't really see a way back into this. A 9k gold disadvantage in 9 minutes is massive.
Oh boy, this is a rough game for BTR. But as we at RGPH, they're playing a little bit more disciplined and more composed now. And this is good. This is what they need. Consistency is key. Conceal play comes in. Aqua trying to go in for a little bit set here. BTR Beta, no choice. Has to concede purple buff. Meanwhile, their jungler is on the other side of the map to try and split push for themselves.
Split pushing is all Bigatron can really hope to do right now. It's still going to be quite heavily limited because Washipal is never going to see his purple buff for the rest of the game here unless RG makes a big mistake. And I already mentioned, I don't think they're going to do that. They are actually paying proper respect to their opponents this time and cutting off any glimmer of hope they may have.
Speaking of glimmer of hope here, seems like it is going to slowly scramble and close that chapter for BTR in this series, as Lord is going to be pushing from the top side. BTR Beta, Washipal only level 12, doesn't have the next power spike, and it is going to be a rough game here. Look at this, he's only got Heptasief's Malefic Roar, not even a 3rd item power spike yet. Whereas I think Irad is slowly making towards his 4th item power spike.
Washipal is really poor right now. Irad, he played Fanny very well, and when a player plays a hero well, they know how to counter it well as well.
Well, so it looks like we do see a clash as well. They're diving in under tier 3s. They're trying to catch it a little bit more. NetherRealm trying to get them a little bit defensively here. But the Lord, look at this, so full health. They're dropping everything out of this as well. They do get Nibor, they do get Light, and that is good. But Irad is able to find a little bit more. But guess what? Washipal spamming those cables. They are able to get 3, and that is huge for BTR Beta. But Kusei is still around. The MVP from Game 1 still fights for their lives. They are going to be able to find one more. Trades even 3 for 3. But RGPH, they take 2 turrets and they are going to back off. Washipal, does he get a purple buff? No, he does not. Now 1v1, Kusei, he needs to get out. He doesn't have the Xammer Force. He needs to run. Naxu tries to set up for the team, but the Purify comes in and says what? Where's my damage leader? There's no follow-up. He's going to be stranded, and he's going to kill him off. And RSGPH, Kusei outplays BTR.
I think RSG having 3 players die in that push was really not necessary, but they are enough in the lead that it's not going to bother them that much, especially with Kusei being able to outplay and keep himself alive as well. They already know that Bigatron is so far behind that they can actually afford to try and push in. They actually were looking to see if it was possible to just muscle in and end the game with the Lord. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out. Now they're going to take things a little bit more clean and collected.
Oh boy, Kusei. Definitely the man you gotta be watching out for here. 46k total damage leaderboard here, alongside with Irad, who's 35,000. Complete domination from two of these guys. As VTR Beta, they have no choice but to hunker down back base. Washi Paul, he managed to hold on for the team, but I don't know, can they hold on even more? Because that's what they need for a miracle to hold on for this series.
You have to note, if you're fighting a Fanny in base, doesn't matter if they have purple buff or not, they can just go back, heal the NG back up, and come out again. If not for Washi Paul, RSG actually would have ended the game with that previous push. So we gotta give props to this player here. They may be MDL, but they are very...
Oh no, Light caught in mid-animation, they first him down. No Washi Paul for 30 seconds, and RSGPH says we're closing the game. They get the Daytona's welcome. They find Marzi as well. 5v3. They don't have the damage. They have to drop bodies for this. Even Naxu will fall. Crystal's exposed. That's GG. Well played for RSGPH.
An easy 2-0 sweep from RSG Philippines. They will claim their first victory here in the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals group stage. And Bigatron Beta, they definitely put up a strong fight, but it seems that this mountain was still a bit too high of a hurdle to jump over.
I gotta have to say, the previous game was not as convincing, but this game is the convincing one from RSGPH. I gotta have to say, we will close up the chapter between MDL versus MPL. I believe that both of you may have something about, you know, how Bigatron Beta plays, or, you know, maybe it helps you conclude your answer between MPL versus MDL.
Oh, MPL definitely a tier above, right? There's a reason why they're tier 1 and this is tier 2. I feel like there is a lot of room for Bigatron to actually kind of make a comeback in this game, but again, you know, it comes down to refining themselves and understanding what needs to be done. Like, sometimes you just gotta make the sacrifice plays, but sometimes you have to play it aggressive. But so far, BTR in both games has been playing very reactive. So in this case, that just shows they do lack those international experiences.
Just gonna set the pace
Exactly.
kind of
Yeah.
from the side of Bigatron Beta.
Yeah,
Okay.
basically, right? Because they did a good job actually in game number 1. They took advantage of a mistake from RSG, took control, adjusted, adapted their gameplay and their positioning so that they could fight a bit more safely. But in game 2, when RSG brought their not really even full strength, I don't think this is full strength, but when they brought more of their strength to bear, then you saw how Bigatron just kind of folded.
Yeah, they definitely do seem like they have a lot more troubles. At least for game number 1, they understood we gotta have to adapt here, adapt there. We are losing this. Okay, we'll take that time to trade something else. We are letting the opponent's Fanny take purple buff. We'll take the turtle at this point in time because we know their timing of the Fanny. But it seems like when they picked up the Fanny themselves, something goes a little bit different.
It just comes down to how they understand to shut down those timings, right? So that's something that I think it sets them apart in terms of experience. Very, very clear objectives, right? Game 1, BTR Beta, they just didn't have an answer to shut down Fanny. And when they made those mistakes, boom, okay, how do we continue to do this? They couldn't. In this case, flip side, RGPH, they did not give those advantages to BTR. Like, it wasn't huge enough to a point that they can snowball and shut down Fanny, and they just get completely shut down.
Well, it is relatively unfortunate for the side of Bigatron Beta. We'll have our Android suffer their very first loss here against RSGPH. But this is not the end from RSGPH just yet, because we do still have another game at the later part of today. But before we even wrap things up for this current chapter, I believe that we do have a quick little interview back again with Coleus at level 3, together with maybe Light, maybe Erad. Well, Coleus, take it away.
Thank you, casters. And now I'm with Light. Okay, you guys plays very well on the game number 2, but on the first game, the duration is above 20 minutes. What happened?
Our plan is to just wait for the Lord, then Irad just positioned himself at the bottom side of the map, which is where the ruby is, and then he got caught, and then yeah, we just tried to after that, we also have a mistake that calling Kosei to clear on the bottom lane instead of going with us to the Lord, and then try to buy time until Irad is alive again, so we can contest the Lord, and then yeah, so that prolonged the game.
Yeah, but you guys plays very well on the game number 2. And is there any players who give you personally troublesome during the game?
Honestly, none of my teammates are giving me. They're all cooperating and they understand and they listen to what we need to do in the game and the shot calls and like that.
Wow. Okay, so after this, you're gonna have another match. Do you have any special preparation, especially when you after winning one match today? So you're gonna be have more than one match. Is there any specialty you do, especially for your team during the rest?
We're just gonna be tackling about what's the strength of the enemy, and of course in the draft, and then pretty much it. Make our moods ready for the next series.
Okay, thank you so much for you and best of luck of you. Now we go back to the casters.
With the end of this match 2, RGPH triumph over BTR Beta with about an 18-4 scoreline, with definitely a lot faster of a game. Now, looking at every single one of the members from the side of RGPH, I'm just going to immediately set the stage. Who do you guys think is the MVP? Are you guys just going to say Hayabusa?
I think Kusei did really well.
Oh, still Kusei?
Like, still Kusei, for sure.
Still Kusei.
Because Irad, he did the right things to do in terms of objectives and everything, but eventually they made very, very big mistakes when they're pushing against BTR Beta. And the reason why they were able to salvage the situation was because of Kusei's positioning. Like, he's understanding that, guys, don't need to push aggressively, we're taking objectives, and then we're gonna back out. Guys, what are you guys doing? Oh, great, we lost 3 members. Don't worry, I need to get out. Gets a 1v1 moment, 1v2 moment, still able to punish onto his Naxu. It's like, you know what? I'm unkillable, man. I'm untouchable.
I do agree that Kusei was the factor that made sure that RG was not punished for that final push. If they lost Kusei as well, then I think we could have seen a very similar situation to game number 1. But I do want to give a shout out specifically to Aqua, because that Faramis pick is what enabled RSG to play the way that they did. Is
Super
what
aggressive.
Enabled them to like invade the enemy, run at their faces saying, what you gonna do? You have your own nether realm. Our nether realm is better. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
like a zero consequence kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's something that he understands as well. When, hey, you know what? We pick a Faramis into Valentina. It's okay. Let him steal it. It comes towards a game of who plays chicken first, right? Like who backs out.
Who pops it first.
Yeah, who pops it first. And every single time that's going to be Zerusi, because every single time Zerusi, he's always desperately finding angles to find, hey, where's Aqua? I need this nether realm before this fight. The fight is breaking out. And the moment he sees Aqua, he steals it, immediately pops it off. And that's what made BTR Beta in towards a lot of panic mode situations where they throw spells, I would say preemptively, or in this case, panic button spam.
I agree.
And RGPH was just waiting and waiting and waiting every single time. And if you pay attention to all those fights, it is always the nether realm from BTR Beta first before Aqua actually needs to commit to the fight. Sometimes they don't even need the nether realm, but because they're playing it safe, Zerusi just pops it first.
This further supplements what you guys said about the very fact that Bigatron Beta, they are the one that's kind of like trailing along RGPH. RGPH sets the pace, but Bigatron Beta, they're just kind of following it for the ride.
Because RSG is a team that's really good at deciding how they want to play games and forcing their opponents to react to that. And it goes even more double when you're up against an MDL team, right? Because what makes a lot of difference between MDL and MPL sometimes is how you respond to the situations, how you reverse the tempo so that you are the one in control. A lot of the time, weaker teams, not just in MDL, but in MPL as well, have difficulty adapting to situations. They just kind of play defensive when they're put under pressure and wait instead of trying to force something to happen.
Right, understand. In fact, the first game of Bigatron Beta, we definitely saw a glimpse of that, right?
Yes.
They're trying to take a little bit of control. We managed to take 2. Okay, now's our time to shine. We're going to take our first step out of the base, and we're trying to do something against RSG Philippines, which probably is the reason why RSG PH had got so much issues to the point that they played all the way to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think that was just one mistake as well. Even Light in his interview, he did mention as well, oh, they made a mistake here. Irad was supposed to have joined them here, and he got caught out by the Ruby, and then because of that, it just made a mistake here. But based on prod here, the MVP is got to be Aqua. So
Agreed.
Okay, I said Kusei because of the moment.
Okay.
But Aqua is the guy who is very chill. He understands situations. He always pops his ultimate when the team needs it.
The man is as still as water, right?
Right.
He is Aqua. He is the support. You
Be
think
like
oh,
water.
Yep.
Be water, my friend.
Be like water. Be smooth. Be still.
There's a lot of people that always say, okay, you pick a Faramis, you get yourself an MVP. Whoa, Faramis is difficult. Faramis is so quote-unquote difficult. But let's be honest here. Whenever you're picking up the Faramis, which we have talked about it before, you really need to understand the length of what your Faramis is able to bring onto the table. If whether you are able to play that stressful game per se, because it's kind of like what do I say? A mental game between the Valentina and the Faramis, right?
Always. I mean, when you see a Valentina, you already have this subconscious thought, the enemy is not going to pick Faramis. Like, we have a Valentina, they're not going to do it. It's a bad idea for them. But RSG did it in this game because we have to note, look at the draft once again, and I will straight up say, I think BTR overcorrected. They stole the Fanny because they wanted to play for the Fanny. They want to play more aggressive. In the previous game, the Fanny caused problems for them. They want to be the ones getting kills early because they want to snowball.
And then, they take Ruby as well.
Then they take Ruby, they take Cho, they take Valentina as well. They just make sure RSG doesn't have any CC at all. But what happens when you have all the CC? Your opponent has a very easy condition to counter. It's like, we just pick something that counters CC, right? So they grab Faramis even though there's a Valentina, because if Cho and Ruby picking someone off for Fanny doesn't kill them, what can they do?
I think it also comes on to game 1, right? Game 1, they don't really have a lot of purifies. This game, you've got a Faramis purify, you've got a Harif purify, and even if the rest of the team doesn't have purify, NetherRealm is kind of like a free purify to kind of stop the tempo breaker of
especially
what
the silence post the NetherRealm. Now, there's also another thing that I'm not too sure if it's a big deal per se, but the Harif given away to RSGPH twice in a row, and because of that, Kusei actually had a really good time because of that. We did see even in MSC that Harif was, yes, one of the priority picks, but not necessarily the best when it comes down to statistics. What gives when it comes down to Kusei's Harif here?
I think it comes down to whether or not do they need the macro aspect of the game. So what I mean by macro aspect is like, if you compare to MSC, you have Loi, you have Moskov, all these heroes have cross-map plays. Harif is not the type of hero that is very good cross-map. He is very good, is committing to the fights, and not having Moskov in the bans, not having Loi in the bans, not having Chips in the bans, takes away that cross-map factor or even split push potential. If you commit to the fight, this is where Harif shines the most. So if you pay attention to the statistic of MSCs, the most amount of games that were won was because of all these Moskovs, all this Chips, or even Loi to a certain degree. And
the global presence.
Yeah, the global presence.
The thing with Harif, right? Yes, I agree with what you mentioned, but on top of that, Harif as a hero is very dependent on his team, actually. He requires setup. Compared to heroes like Moskov and Roger, who have kind of inbuilt ways of getting in and out of
they
fights.
are the setup for the heroes.
Harif, once you commit Zaman Force, you are in the fight. There is no way out. So your team needs to create space to do so. In Game 1, they did that because BTR had to play defensively. In Game 2, BTR allowed Harif through because Fanny goes backline, one-shots Harif. That is the plan, right?
That is the plan.
In this game, though, you have Barats, you have Faramis.
So many people that can stop.
It's so annoying.
Yeah. I think that that's kind of one thing that kind of slipped out of their mind, or maybe they just can't deny everything at one go, right? Because typically, yes, the open, like example for game number 1, they picked out the Fanny, and then we have the Ruby, so that is a counter. So in this case, let's not give them the Ruby, let's not give them the Cho, like you guys pretty much mentioned, right? We take everything. We are gonna starve you out. But I guess you can't starve them out of the entire 100 plus MLBB hero pool, huh?
Yeah, true. But at the same time as well, you have to give credit to where credit is due. RGPH definitely played a very, very good game. Like they are they're the perfect example of a very, very strong macro team, right? If you pay attention to the play styles of both the XP laners coming for BTR and RGPH, cross map, off the map, it's like not the biggest fight. RGPH's XP lane is always the one that starts the fight. The XP lane is the ones that dictate, hey, I'm going to join the fight, I'm going to start the fight. Whereas for BTR Beta, they're thinking from a perspective where like, hey, what does the XP laner's job got to do? Their job is to shove the lane and then see situation. Are we close enough to fight, or are we going to continue shoving the lane? So every single time that happens, you can see that BTR Beta, the XP laner is just not in a position to kind of counter fight properly.
And it's not really a mistake to do that either, right? They're both viable
different
methods
play
of playing the EXP lane. But when BTR wants to play aggressively, you kind of do want your EXP lane to be in a position that's able to follow up. And we saw a bit of that in game 1, where it was kind of a sacrifice play to be able to set things up on the Ruby.
Set up or follow up.
But you're not really able to do the same here when the opponent is playing a Barat. It's so easy for them to catch someone by themselves and not really have to worry about dying on top of that. And even if you yourself make a catch on the Ruby, you pull someone out, the NetherRealm just comes in, it doesn't make a difference, right? So you could see that this draft from RSG Philippines really hit BTR where it hurt.
It essentially just ultimately cancels out everything. It definitely gonna have to hurt over to the side of Bigatron Beta, but I'm pretty sure that through this game, they managed to learn quite a bit, and hopefully that they will be able to apply that over to their next few upcoming games. But speaking about upcoming game, I believe that the next game that we have in store for us is going to be You Do Red Giants versus Smart Omega. Malaysians, my friends, tell me more. YRG. What do you expect?
Hey, you know what? After 300 over days of not making to top 2, not making to top 3, we finally got our first champion. And guess what? Malaysia #1, baby. And I heard a rumor, right? Singapore used to be on top of Malaysia, but have you ever been #1?
We have been #1 with our passports. We've been #1 with our... What else? I know we win when it comes down to currency, but buddy, we Singaporeans has used it too many times. All right, so it's unoriginal. I need to think of something else. Come on.
We appreciate your attempt at originality.
But you know what? I'm not that much of an original person, so we win the currency.
Okay,
that's fine. That's fine. I'm glad the both of you are able to play it all out with that, huh?
Dude, it's not every day we get to say, because Malaysia, for the past 2,300 over days, our motto has been, it's okay, with better luck next time.
I like how you put it in days as well, right?
Yeah.
People normally say, oh, for the past how many years?
7 years.
It's like, for the past 2,300 days. And it really puts the gravitas into it, right? We're finally champs.
Shout out to Sunfrost, man. He's the one that gave the exact numbers.
That did that? Oh my.
Sunfrost.
Yeah, during the finals. It was so like we were just chills all the way through. Like we have so many watch parties across around Malaysia. Everyone was filled. When Sunfrost made that, everybody was just like this.
Yes.
I was like, damn.
We just had goosebumps across the entirety of the country in one singular moment.
It was a very hype moment. It was crazy. It feels like we're gonna have a holiday tomorrow.
Wow. But do you guys manage to get a holiday?
No, we're not. We haven't reached to Lee Chong Wei's level yet.
But it felt like it. That's good enough, right?
No, that's what happened. When Lee Chong Wei got second place, the next day everyone got a holiday, a national holiday.
That is true,
man.
yes. That is actually
We will
true.
get there, hopefully.
We will get there, eventually. But you know what? We are definitely going to be setting up and preparing the battlefield in the Land of Dawn for this upcoming battle between YRG versus Smart Omega. My fellow casters, they are super excited for this upcoming game. Anything that's YRG related? Homeboys?
Yes? No? We'll talk to that when we get to it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys tune in to this stream B for best. I did my best.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
make sure you guys check back in again for the next upcoming game between YRG versus Smart Omega. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, it's Rose, and I came into the player lounge and I see homeboys playing. Whoa, 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 whoa! As you guys can see, Mal is trying to make a shoot, and he does get it. Mal, come here, come here. How are you today? It's day one. Are you ready for your match?
Ready.
Ready. Is this how you warm up?
This is how we warm up.
This is how you warm up. Okay, Nets, can you show us maybe how a gold laner would do it? Do it with style, please. Oh no, this is bad. It doesn't look good. It does not look good. Whoa! Okay, nice one. Nets, come here. Okay, Nets. So, is this how you warm up before your first day?
Yeah. Warm up. Full.
He answers me in bullet points all the time. And over here, I actually see Liquid, Echo, Sanji, and JP. Hi, guys. Can I? How are you guys? Good. You guys are good. Okay. So, is this how you guys warm up before the big show?
Yeah. Yes, I always beat him.
You're always with him? Does Carl bully you all the time? So, is that why you're always with Sanji?
Yes, I always play with him.
They're focusing, and as you guys can see, they are still in their element, and I think Daddy JP is gonna win against Sanji. So good luck for your game later, and I'll see you. And I think they're tired of me because the presses and the kicks are getting more aggressive. So I'll see you guys later, okay? Bye-bye. Okay, so the player lounge is quite hectic, and a lot of things are going on. Please do not hit our cameraman. Okay, so yeah, this is how the players warm up before the big day. Bye.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Powerless to you.
When you finish one task, it's on to the next. Line them up, knock them down.
I ain't giving in or giving up, but I will give my all when I get the call. Line them up, I knock them down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live they truth. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah. Hit it and quit it, I'm on to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone record, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government, cause we ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and live it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here in SPS Season 5 Stream B for Best. Right now, the next game we're going to be looking out for is Udo Red Giants versus Smart Omega. And I'm pretty sure that my fellow casters here is super excited to talk about Udo Red Giants. But we'll jump into that in a short little bit as we do a quick recap of what has happened for the very first series of every single stream. At least for Stream A is Homeboys, right?
Yes.
Homeboys versus, who are we looking at again?
GigFam ID.
GigFam ID. So we always thought that, you know, Homeboys, you know, maybe not that great because of the change, but apparently they do one
Yeah, I think I briefly caught the interview as well with Udil. He was he did mention that they sacrifice after MSC they sacrifice a lot of time to actually go into the practice as well, which allowed them to win. But one thing I am very very happy about is that before this, if you guys were tuning on Group B, Malaysia is #1 region right now. No longer easy server.
True.
Guess what? We all thought Homeboys wasn't gonna make it out. Guess what? They beat GeekFam ID.
They did.
So, Mr. Singapore, Abstract, did you guys win your game? Did NIP Flash win their game?
In Stream B, on the other hand, we do.
I heard Group C they lost. Huh?
In Group B,
I think it was a 2-0.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was Liquid. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was Liquid that won 2-0 against NIP Flash.
In Group B, in Group C, or rather not Group C, Stream C, right? Stream C, we unfortunately saw the demise of NIP Flash versus Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
To be fair, Liquid Echo,
there's an overlay on the bottom right screen. Do you see that 0 over there?
Yeah, they actually put it up.
It's over there, right?
Let me pick this up, and then
camera, pan over that side.
Pass it over.
Look at Abstract,
I am still proud to be a Singaporean.
That is good.
But they will come back stronger. It's because we don't have Lord Vanix. It's Lord Vanix and Diablo.
That is
Diablo.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll give you that, actually.
It's not the true team. It's not the true dream team that we want from NIP Flash. So keep your eye out of NIP Flash in the upcoming MPL SG. Yeah?
We don't want to be too mean. Like NIP Flash legitimately has gotten a lot stronger recently. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
I'm actually really impressed.
Thank you.
I like
they have been my boys. But we put ourselves back on track once again. As Stream B, on the other hand, we did manage to see a relatively nice game. I gonna have to say, when it comes down to our fellow friends over from the side of RSGPH versus Bigatron Beta. So at least when it comes down to the Android, I believe that they will need yet another security update after coming up with that game against RSGPH.
Yeah, their next match is going to be against Team Liquid PH as well. That's going to be something that I think it's going to be a tall order to actually overcome, right? Like, they narrowly almost won their previous game against RSGPH on game #1. It was almost like a comeback moment here, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. However, this upcoming game here, I feel like Yudu Red Giants has set up a very, very strong precedence. World champion. Woo! Malaysia #1. Great, amazing. But that is before Juicing was allowed. Now we do see Juicing being implemented into the game. I want to see if Yudu Red Giants, are they going to review that? Are they going to experiment that as well? And how will Smart Omega respond to this with so much data that SRG during MSC has kind of leaked out throughout the entire performances?
That is true. There has been a little bit more of a switch up to the meta ever since Yudu Red Giants were able to get victory champion of MSC. We have Zusin coming in, being able to be played here. We have Zask being updated, and several other heroes getting buffed and nerfed here and there. That could definitely affect the way that they play. But this is obviously a team that's coming into this tournament with a lot of expectations, right?
Exactly.
They've already made history at MSC. Will they be able to do it again here at Snapdragon?
Exactly. So we are setting the pace here for Yudu Red Giants versus Smart Omega. At least when it comes down to Smart Omega, they definitely have got their perks and quirks. They went through, I believe that they are the one that went through the entirety of the open qualifiers. So they did slog it all the way out to finally put themselves on the map, or not maybe on the map, but on the map of SPS Season 5, right? They went through they went through everything, and now they're gonna have to face the Titans. They have to face the Giants. So it's not necessarily a very easy game for them, and I believe that with all of their training in place, with all of the experience that they have throughout the entirety of SPS Season 5, they definitely will have got some chance to go around it. But for now, Icy baby, tell me a little bit more about Yudu Red Giants.
Well, Yudu Red Giants, they are going to be starting with their championship roster once more. They will have Cramp, Sky, Stormy, Yooms, and Innocent back again in towards SPS, but this time they are going to be in a very, very different situation because they are not invited directly in towards the playoffs. So they have to qualify in towards the playoffs in this stage here. And to start things off here, this is going to be them back in home ground. Can they do so?
But they're also going to be approaching with a different perspective. When they were at MSC, they were the dark horses, the potential challenges that everyone was curious about. And now they are entering Season 5 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals here as the obstacle in everyone's path, as the team that everyone wants to take down to show that they are capable of standing on top of the world again.
Oh, how the turns have tabled.
How the tables has turned, bro.
How the turns have tabled.
Why? Okay, fine. Yeah.
That's how you spin it on its head. That's how you turn the table. By tabling the turn.
Yeah, it is indeed be tabled.
Okay, fine, fair enough. But yeah, I brain jammed a little bit here, but all right, sure, fair enough. But at the same time, I feel like right now people have been speculating that hey, Malaysia in an easy server, but I disagree now because we thought homeboys were gonna lose the Geek Fam. Guess what? They stomped Geek Fam. Seems like Malaysia is not as easy as it seems here. I'm sorry, Moba Zane.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They are
that easy no more.
They are insufferable. So let us just jump right in over to the interview. Let's take a look at what Koreans have got for us when it comes down to you, the Red Giants. All right, take it away. You guys.
Hello guys, I'm Skis from Yudo Red Giant. I'm the jungler. During last year, the experience masa Snapdragon dekat Jakarta tu sangatlah cakap baik sebab bila tu macam pengalaman yang mahal lah untuk saya sebab first time kan pergi ke luar negara. It's really macam cakap good lah. Compared to last season, this year is like I think it would be more better because since last year, I feel like I learned a lot from the last year competition that Snapdragon at Jakarta. I learned how to overcome the pressure when you fight the top team like that time Onyx, and then that one is really important lah. Personally, I think the difference is the pressure. Because last time we just we call it newbie, we come to that tournament at Jakarta, but now we already come with a champion title like MSC, so we have to give a good run because the fans of Malaysia will put high expectation for us lah. My goal for this SPS event, I think we just target for better running because last SPS at Jakarta we just last place during the playoff. So I think we will target to be champion, but at least top 3 lah. Untuk peminat-peminat LBB Malaysia, saya nak ucapkan terima kasih sangat sebab selalu support kita orang, and jangan lupa untuk support kita orang dekat Snapdragon Kuala Lumpur. Okay?
Hey guys, this is Rose, and right now I am over at the Selangor Red Giants booth with their jungler, Sakais. Hello, how are you doing?
Good.
Okay, you're doing good. All right, first of all, welcome back to Malaysia. I see after your win, you guys have been busy. How have you been spending your time back in Malaysia?
I think most of our time is spent to interview. Yeah.
Okay, interview. Now, let's talk about prize pool money. What have you been doing, or what have you bought so far with your money? Maybe from MPL?
Honestly, not yet. Not get yet. So, we don't spend to anything yet.
What do you want to buy, though, when the money gets in?
I think new phone, maybe.
New phone. Okay, so Sakais, you guys will be going up against Smart Omega, a team from the Philippines, and later on you guys will be meeting AP Bren, a rematch of the grand finals. How ready is Selangor Red Giants to be going up against two Filipino teams today?
Kita orang rasa kita orang just main macam biasa je. Even kita orang macam kurang preparation, tapi kita orang buat yang terbaik je.
Okay, he said they feel like they're just gonna play as how they usually do, and even though they lack a little bit of preparation from their end, they will just do their best and, you know, try to win the matches. All right, so guys, thank you so much. You may now go and continue your ping test, and with that, I'll throw it over to the casters. Thank you. Hey guys, this is Rose.
Thank you so
and
much, Rose. So, based on the interview, Sekai's or Seki's. Some people say call it Seki's, but Sekai sounds cooler.
Yes.
Sekai's did mention about that interview portion. Too much interview, you say?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like when they came back to Malaysia, they had so many reception here because first time ever, Malaysia is #1, right? So almost every major mainstream media wanted to cover this. So they definitely were worn out by this. So it makes a lot of sense, right? Like who wouldn't? Like you came back as a world champion. Who doesn't want to meet you?
Media
Everybody
headlines.
wants to meet you.
Yeah, they really just made history on the spot, and because of that, they were contacted by media outlets, by radio shows, just basically everything, right? That's why they spent a lot of their time on that instead of being able to practice, which I think is fine, honestly. Like, they deserve that moment in the spotlight.
I mean, you know what they say? Got good, got bad lah. Right?
Got good, got bad.
Got good, got bad.
Such a Singaporean line.
But for now, let us just jump right in and take a look at who Yudu Red Giants is going to go up against. So Dafa, let's walk through this.
Alright, we got Smart Omega up on the screen right now, consisting of the players Ryota and Doryu, Ukir, Chaknu, as well as a Jome. A team that has a lot of history in MPL Philippines, but hasn't recently been making the same splash as they did during their brightest era.
You know, I think Jome, when he was playing in MPL MY under the banner Lunatics, right? Nobody expected Lunatics to do much, but Jome single-handedly, I wouldn't say it's all him, but to be honest, based on what we think, he was the guy that made sure that everybody made it to top 4 in MPL MY. And after he left, Lunatics didn't really do that well in the later seasons. So I feel like Jome is going to be the guy that you have to pay attention to in terms of playmaking capabilities coming from Smart Omega.
Understandable. Now, when it comes down to Smart Omega, they have definitely quite the brand has been quite a name for the longest time. They have always been in MPL over and over and over again. But when it comes down to being championship winners or title team, it's not exactly something that we have heard of before. As such, I'm pretty sure that it will be a very tough game for them to go up against Yudu Red Giants. As such, the predictions, as you can see over here, we do have a little bit of difference from Icy Baby though. Icy Baby do put some respect onto Smart Omega, or maybe I can twist it around and say he have the nerve to disrespect Yudu Red Giants.
Nah, again, two reasons why I actually gave credit a little bit for Smart Omega, right? One, SRG lacks a little bit of preparation.
Excuse us!
You know, lacks a little bit of preparation, for sure, because of all the interviews. They are not really prepared. That's one. Two, you have to give credit to Chaknu, because Chaknu, to me, is a very, very big wild card in this roster because of the fact that when he performs, he really plays out of his mind. But when he drops, he drops. So I want to put him there as a wild card because I'm sorry to say, you know, to all Chaknu fans, he's a little bit inconsistent for me. When he performs, he's really, really good. But when he doesn't, he just doesn't, you know?
I think that's fair. Like, every single player, no matter how good they are going to have good days, are going to have bad days. It's just how well you're...
Continue.
What was I saying?
You're basically talking about Goku got bad.
Basically, yeah, right? No matter how good you are, there are going to be days where you don't perform. It's just how well you're able to catch up to that, right, in the end. And I'm a big fan of Red Giants after what they've done, but I will agree that there are going to be times when they can be a bit inconsistent, right? They don't win out the series the same way you sometimes see like AB Brand or Liquid, where you go like 4-0 or something. Even the MSC finals were very, very close. So there are gaps in the armor that Omega can take advantage of.
Now, of course, we have set our own predictions already, so it is about time for everyone in the chat, to just cast your vote as to who do you think is going to be the winner of this series. Yudu Red Giants or Smart Omega. We have pretty much set up our point already, and do note that this casting of the vote thing is only on the Twitch chat. So make sure you guys head on over to ESL's Twitch and cast your vote there. Let us know exactly who do you think will come up on top. Chaknu, the wow factor.
Chuck Mamba, baby.
Chuck Mamba, back in execration. How many years was that? 2021?
Yeah, that's
was
a
it?
long, long time
2021 MSC?
I don't think I was born yet.
Well, excuse me, Mr. 3-year-old. You have quite a growth spurt.
Yeah, a lot happened, you know. Nowadays, like, things are rough, you know, in the economy.
Well, it must be kind of tough, you know, kind of dealing with a little bit of a baby milk, you know, kind of getting your first baby steps. But I see that you're doing very well.
Yeah, I would hope so.
What brand of formula powder do you actually use? Look at me, I'm like 162 cm. I just blurted it out.
You're short.
Yeah, thank you. I did this to myself, but yeah, I need some of those probably.
Yeah, probably, right? If someone's 3 years old and they're taller than you, that's not a good sign.
Moving
right?
on, as we are looking at you, the Red Giants versus Smart Omega, as we've got the drafting space going on through already, with the Faramis, Angela, Chip, and Jusin already thrown over to the banning pool. Pretty much understandable so far, but we still have quite a bit of important heroes that is not quite into the banning phase yet.
I think it comes to priority picks coming from Yudo Red Giants as well as Smart Omega, right? Like Yudo Red Giants, they have been opting towards Innocence hero pool as a priority pick here, which is the Roger, Moskov, as well as Harif being a first pick priority for themselves over heroes like Luo Yi, heroes like Valentina as well, because of the fact that Stormy has such a very, very big hero pool. You give him any mage, or in this case, the Mage Prodigy coming from Malaysia, now a champion, does have a very, very big hero pool. But this time they ban off the Moskov. That means there is still the possibility of the Fanny coming from Skies, maybe even the Ling as well, which I think is very, very popular during the...
No way, right? No way.
Very, very popular during the playoffs for MSC.
No way.
Or you do Red Giants.
When it comes down to Red Giants, there's only ever 3 possible first picks. Roger, Ling, Valentina.
Yeah, that is based on
It's
MSC though.
always going to be those.
Open as well.
Yeah,
Except for
Roger is
Except for
banned.
Roger.
So most likely they
It's a
will
Ling,
want to
yeah.
first pick Ling, unless they're feeling a bit frisky, go for the Fanny instead.
Harry for Innocent maybe?
It's possible, especially since both Roger and Moskov are gone.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Omega decided to ban the Roger. They're basically putting Red Giants in a situation where, hey, there's so many
It's either
of the picks you
Ling or
love.
Harif thing.
We'll just
Okay.
contest them, right?
No, they prioritize Link for Skies instead. Very, very ballsy move though.
So it's fair to say that Smart Omega will just snap away and pick up the Harif for themselves, especially looking at how Harif has been doing pretty well in the very first series of today.
But one thing to worry about with Harif as well is that he can be kind of vulnerable to heroes like Ling. That's the whole reason why Fanny was picked up by BTR in the previous series to counter it as well. So there could be some doubts depending on what Omega is looking for, but grabbing Minotaur can be pretty safe to make sure that Harif at least isn't in too much danger.
Okay, so at this point in time, Smart Omega has already set their main 2 core heroes that really tells us what kind of gameplay they want. Aerial Denial, they just want to put a Zaman Force plus Minoan's Fury. No one will be able to disturb my Harif. Whenever we pop our ultimate, this is our zone. Essentially an ultimate game at this point.
Yeah, I think it comes down to priority because of how they want to set up the tempo of their compositions, right? Like PH, they have been known for that Ube strategy concept. They love those healings. And Minotaur is great in doing both engaging as well as provide some kind of sustain in their team composition. So Smart Omega going to be prioritizing that is going to be, they are comfort pickups, but I feel like I was expecting Smart Omega might be played towards Troll Strike, but no, you do Red Giants, they bring in the Zask and Terizla. Okay.
Wow. So Zask being the first phase pick. I mean, when it comes down to first phase, you will expect heroes that is a lot more on the core side. They make up the fundamental of the team. So what exactly does Zask bring in when it comes down to the fundamental core?
He brings a big pain to the backside, basically. It is really annoying to deal with Zask. As anyone who has been playing pubs recently will tell you, his area denial, his damage over time, forcing you to item minimize against him, even if he's the only source of magic damage on the team. Plus, the iframes you get from being able to just jump into your ultimate so that you can avoid heroes like the Fanny, for example.
I agree with your point, right? Like when it comes to area denial, Zaz back in the days, where it's dependent on your deviling, right? Your demonic
Nightmarish spawn.
Yeah. On your Dark spawn, first position. But now you don't really need to depend on it. So you have additional jumps because the moment you drop your ult, immediately you can go for a second jump, whichever you position. So that means more precise zone control in your favor.
So this is a direct counter over to what Smart Omega is trying to achieve. They want a zone for themselves. So Yudore Giants would require to go for a counterplay in this case, which would suggest picking up that Terizla as well as the Zask in order to let me reclaim myself back with that penalty zone. And in the meantime, not only you have to deal with a Terizla in your face, I have a Mega Nightmare spawn that is just somewhere.
One thing to worry about is the fact that with heroes like Fanny and Harif though, Smart Omega actually has heroes that can quite easily escape from these zones. Like you pop down the Nightmaric spawn, you pop down the penalty zone, Fanny just flies away regardless, right? So you're still going to need a proper amount of setup, and if Red Giants groups together too hard to play around this AoE, then the Minotaur can punish them as well. So they do still have to properly respect these things. You can see them banning out the Barats to make sure there is no additional catch, because Ling and Fanny have similar problems where they do a lot of damage, but if you catch them, they're just dead.
Yeah, and I think now this is a big problem for a Smart Omega, right? Like the whole point of getting this Fanny here is you can punish annoying heroes here, and if he's able to get a very early jump onto Stormy before he gets the Dominus Descent, then okay, it's great. But if he doesn't get those kind of opportunities here, you know, every single time they overcommit, this Nightmare Spawn or Dominus Descent is going to destroy them. Ling is going to get a free lane. Terizla, not necessarily the easiest hero to punish right from the get-go. So it all comes down to what Yudore Giants wants to prioritize for those roamers. In this case, maybe a Cho for Yumes, maybe even
It is banned, unfortunately.
At this point in time, I can only look at a Tigreal being able to deny a zone together with a Zask. I would say that Tigreal will probably look
there is
good
still
for
Ruby
them.
as well.
There's still Matilda
That's still
as
Ruby,
well.
yeah.
I think Matilda was just completely ignored from both sides right now. And if they want to mirror the healing composition here, Yumes does play a pretty mean Matilda.
I don't think it's the right game
it's
for
Kufra Matilda
possible.
for me.
Kufra Matilda. No. I can see Kufra.
Okay.
But you wouldn't pick them together. You still need like a marksman.
I mean, or for
Yumes.
Or. Yeah, I like this, Raf. Like, Yudore Giants has a decent amount of CCs to stop the Fanny right now.
Yeah, so essentially, we have always been seeing this in MSC even. Whenever you're looking at a Fanny or a super high mobile assassin from the opponent's side, and you don't really want to give them that early game lead, you just kind of use a hero as a sandbag in the early game just to deny the amount of snowball potential that the opponent's assassin could have gotten for themselves. As such, having a Ruby in the gold lane just play on survivability and go over to the later stages of the game to allow said guys just go absolute ham.
Okay, Smart Omega, they actually go for the Vexana here, where they want to try and take advantage of the ult there, coming in with the heals with Minotaur to kind of extend those fights. I was expecting them to go for the Lo Yi here for Smart Omega.
That is true. Lo Yi actually still available, but I think they're worried because Lo Yi is still a hero that lacks mobility, right? Once guys jumps into the Lo Yi, there's not much that they can do, and that's a bit too risky. So having a hero that can terrify and provide a little bit more extra utility is what Smart Omega is looking for.
I would say that having a diversion will always be good if you have someone that can single-handedly catch someone. But in this case, it doesn't seem like Smart Omega will be able to do that. If they want to catch, it is an all-out battle with the Minoan's Fury, followed by the final swing from the Arlet. So perhaps they just don't want to pick a hero where the ultimate would not be able to be fully utilized, while on the other hand, Vexana's Eternal Guard will still look pretty darn good. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping right into this game between Yudure Giants versus Smart Omega. Thank you over to IC Baby. We are moving on together with myself and Sadafa for this game.
A little bit of a switch up on the casters right here, so this should be quite fun. The Yudure Giants going to want to prove that they're still world champion worthy, and Smart Omega wanting to take down these giants of the MLBB scene. Another fun little interaction with Vex is the fact that her Eternal Guard can eat the damage from Zask.
Oh, yeah, that does make a very fair point. In fact, whenever I'm looking at a Vexana in play, I would always want to see, you know, that very random Eternal Guard neutral objective steal. I don't know how that works out, but sometimes it may happen. In the meantime, here in the middle lane, Yums and Stormy seems to be wanting to be a little bit more aggressive in the middle lane, but albeit it is all just a little bit of a poke onto Yuki.
So we've already mentioned in the past how when you have heroes like Fanny around, you really want to start snowballing, making pressure in the early game. Especially against something like a Ling who scales better than you once you get into the late game phases. That means that Smart Omega wants to be the one starting fights, especially once you get to those level 4 timings. Yudure Giants though aren't necessarily too weak in the early game themselves. They have so much crowd control.
Yeah. But do they have enough damage when it comes down to the mid stages of the game for them to really pave the way for the Ling? Or is Ling just okay in the mid stages of the game when it comes down to damage? That is always going to be my question.
Hold on here. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I think Ling will be absolutely fine in the mid game. Early game he's a little bit weaker, but once he's got 1 or 2 items, he actually does hurt quite a lot. That's why you see teams lean away from heroes like Lo Yi, because once Skies comes online, we've already seen what he can do with this hero. He got the moniker of Sky Prince for a reason.
Yeah, the Sky Prince in here. It would be nice to see a Sky Prince versus the Sky Kings eventually. Oh, maybe we'll be able to see that in the later parts of the challenge finals. You guys gotta have to stay tuned to the entirety of SPS Season 5 to watch that. In the meantime, here we have immediately, we do have got the penalty zone. It's just gonna be dropped right out, followed by the Zaman Force. This one Omega wants to really create this zone, but it doesn't seem like Chakdu will be able to stay in to survive, as Sekai joins in the fray almost immediately, completely abandoning the turtle, taking themselves 2 kills in the bag.
Beautifully done there, and this is the signature aggression and coordination from the Red Giants that allowed them to become MSC champs. They knew, and they just went exactly for what they wanted, which was Andoryu. Unfortunately, he was very unlucky there, just getting hard focused by multiple members, and this guy's even picking up a kill on Chaknu. On top of that means that Smart Omega has already lost a little bit of that early game window that they want to play for.
This really feels like a game that, at least for the Yudure Giants, is really reliant on the mobility of Sekais to jump into the fray, because it's understandable that when it comes down to Innocent as well as Cram, they are mainly executing more as a bruiser of the team.
Yes, well, when you have a Ruby gold lane, they will also build a bit of damage themselves, but you are not... Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, wow, down in the bottom lane, completely out of match. We do have Sekai to join into the fray and manages to bring down Jom and Andoryu. Not what we were expecting, especially since the turtle is up top.
And one of the reasons why we see Red Giants going for Ruby in the gold lane is for this, right? It means that there is no easy weak lane for Andoryu to get kills off of. And that makes this Fanny's life very difficult. Already 0-2-0, 4 minutes in, 4 kills for the Red Giants. Things are going incredibly one-sidedly.
When I talk about global presence, this isn't the kind of global presence that I was expecting and I was mentioning. Yudure Giants have very effectively and effortlessly split their forces in the top and the bottom lane. But speaking of the bottom lane, Innocent, what was that? Immediately gets himself right out of the hands of Chakru and Jom and Andoryu without half HP gone at all.
Yeah, no problems, really nicely timed. And we have to note, while Ruby gold lane is not uncommon, this is probably one of the first times we're seeing Innocent do this. He is always going to be a carry player on heroes like the Rogers, so Red Giants doing this is very interesting.
Oh, in the meantime, I do pretty much expect the Yudore just will want to set up a comeback, or rather a fight, down onto Ryota. Bringing him down almost immediately, but the Dominator's Descent was also used. So quite a bit of ultimate has been used, but at least we still have got the penalty zone as well as the I'm offended for the upcoming few fights.
Control of this game slipping out of the hands of Smart Omega. We can even see Cram down there. just yelling at their opponents in the middle of the game. You can see that the mood in the respective player desks are completely opposite.
5-0 in 5 minutes in the game. That is 1 kill per minute, and Yudore Giants is completely unfazed. What exactly do Smart Omega gonna have to do since they don't have anyone to easily kill? We'll talk about that in a short little bit, as we do as Smart Omega just gonna be jumping all the way down onto Yudore Giants, but it's not that easy because we've got Cram going in with the penalty, so they did manage to catch on the tree, but the Minoan's Fury from the side of Chapnu just gonna send everyone flying up. But speaking of flying up, Sekai over at the back is just gonna be executing one person. He definitely want to get a kill on Yuk here. He manages to with a triple kill to his name, but unfortunately Andoryu comes in, swoop in for the kill, and ends his streak.
Ooh, this is not quite over just yet.
Stormy is gonna be the next one down to the hands of Andoryu, and Ryota even continues on onto Yumes, effectively bringing down 5 people in just one single team fight.
Well, you asked what Omega needed to do to make the comeback, and I think that's a very good first step. Red Giants actually making a bit of a mistake, overstaying in that fight, and feeding over a 6-kill streak over to Andoryu. That's a lot of gold bounty that this Fanny desperately needed. And this is going to give Smart Omega a foothold. It looked pretty good for Red Giants at first. They were able to deny Yumes going down, but I do think that they may have overcommitted a bit.
It's just a single team fight. They have tilted the way over to the side of Smart Omega. One team fight, 5 kills plus 1 turtle. And we've got the gold completely neck and neck. That's definitely tough. In the meantime, what is that read coming from Cram? Yumes joins in as well. They are just going to be getting everything down on the Jom. They use everything that they can. Chapnu was hoping that he will be able to stop all of them before Jom went down, but unfortunately, a tad bit too slow.
Really nice sequencing there as well. Having Cram scout the bush with penalty zone because it's a wider AoE so that Yumes knows where he needs to target so that they can fully lock down the Harif. Jom, despite being a playmaker that Icy Baby previously identified, being focused very hard by Red Giants and not able to farm safely at all.
Essentially a 1 in 3 chance when it comes down to the 3 brushes over at the top. In the meantime, 3-man catch when it comes down to the final slash. Chapnu very briefly sends them up into the air together with the Eternal Guard. Smart Omega, they don't have a lot of outlets to work with at this point in time, not even the Minoan's Fury. So Smart Omega, they gotta have to play within their own box in the middle lane's first tier defense turret.
It was actually a really nice setup to final slash into 3-man stun from the side of Omega, but because they're not even actually that behind. I'm surprised that didn't do much damage to Red Giants because they're not actually building very defensively. Even Innocent is going War Axe Hunter Strike, and Cram has War Axe himself. So I would have actually thought that that would do a bit more.
I think it really boils down to the raw stats coming in from these fighters itself. That just shows how much hybrid defense they have got just from leveling up. You cannot look down on those.
But it also means that the Red Giants can't really afford to look down on Smart Omega too much because these positions are starting to be punished a bit. Ryota has been doing a good job of finding pickoffs with that final slash. They just gotta buy a little bit more time for their cores to actually have the DPS necessary to follow up on it.
But what is really gonna be Yudu Red Giants' big break though? Do they really want to go over to the late stages of the game? Can they win Smart Omega in that case?
100%. Like Ling is just one of the ultimate late game assassins you can have. But the mobility that he offers, he's able to scout the map, he's able to split push, he's able to join fights, take objectives easily, jump in, jump out. And it's like,
there we go. Down onto the purple buff. It does seem like Yumes really want to ensure that Andoryu don't take the purple buff for himself. But unfortunately, Sekai is the one that is going to be on the receiving end instead. Not only they didn't manage to stop Sekai from getting the purple buff, they killed him down with Cram joining into the coffin as well.
It was an interesting choice as well from the Red Giants because it seemed like Skies was looking to steal the purple buff while Innocent and Stormy were taking the Lord on their own.
And now Stormy doesn't really have a lot of HP to work with. The Synchro Fission from Jom did manage to tag him a tad bit, but not quite enough to bring him down.
We are reaching the point of the game where Smart Omega is actually quite even with the Red Giants in terms of scaling. There's only about a 400 gold difference, which is not too much. And at this stage as well, we can see that Jom has managed to catch up in terms of DPS. The Red Giants have to be somewhat careful. They split their forces in two to try and maximize efficiency across the map, but because of that, they had to deal with a numbers disadvantage. So Skies couldn't actually survive that last fight.
With a great amount of damage from the side of Smart Omega when it comes down to pokes, you can pretty much tell that Cram is having a tad bit of issue. In the meantime, Yum to Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage, letting down the Joel, completely locking him down and brings him down first. Ryota gonna be the next one onto the chopping block when it comes down to the penalty zone. Locking 2% down is a 1-for-2 trade.
This is always one of the scariest parts of dealing with the Yudu Red Giants. Even when it seems even when they've made mistakes, even when any other team should be slowing down to recount and revisit their approach, Red Giants just keeps going. And Yums was able to find Jome out of everyone in that fight. Even like the Purify wasn't even used, he just went down quickly.
I'm not too sure whether that was just reservation from the side of Jome or he didn't really quite think about the Purify. Perhaps he's under the safety net of the turret. He thought that he could stay alive a little bit longer.
Not too sure. Or maybe it had just come off cooldown. It's a bit hard to say for sure. But that will allow Red Giants to once again control the map. And this is honestly really difficult to deal with because Smart Omega for a moment thought that they finally had the chance to breathe, and then Red Giants just steals it from them again.
It really felt as though they managed to kind of chip a little bit onto this impenetrable Giants, but Smart Omega is still racking their brains to really understand what exactly keeping this giant standing up tall and mighty like that. Is it really gonna have to deal with the front lines of the bruisers, or do they really just have to elongate the team fight altogether? Can they really press ultimate all at the same time?
Smart Omega needs to position themselves in a way where they're able to take advantage of Red Giants over aggression, because they know that YRG are going to be jumping at them a lot of the time.
Alright, and as for now, middle lane, Stormy doesn't seem like he's having a very good time, as we do have the final slash that did manage to pull Stormy right out of the brush and take him down almost immediately. Yudu Red Giants understands that this is not exactly the fight that they will want to take, but Cram returns it with the penalty zone. Zekai jumped over to the back line, he will want to take it down to the Chaknu and brings him down almost immediately because of the ticking time bomb off the side of Cram. The fight continues and ensues. Cram is still gonna be in the fight against Ryota with a quick little flicker. He hopes to be able to enlarge the gap a little bit more. He drags 2% down with him, while Sekai is just gonna be back in his own jungle dealing with the purple buff, at least allowing him to still be quite a unit for this upcoming Lord's fight.
We're just seeing absolute chaos here. Skies even sidestepping the final slash.
He did manage to bait out the Zaman Force though, and the final slash did not really work out on the Sekais. So that is a very beautiful 1v1 battle that Sekais immediately won.
As Smart Omega, they played that well, honestly. They forced out the ultimate from Stormy and then realized he was a little out of position, so they got rid of him straight away and then forced Red Giants to take a fight where they were 4v5. And even despite all of that, Sky is still doing God's work.
It's a very good stagger from the side of Yudu Red Giants, allowing Sekais to bring down the Lord all by himself. And now they gotta have to pull themselves back a little bit. But in the meantime, top lane, they are looking at a mega wave crashing down onto the inhibitor turret. A very rookie mistake from the side of Smart Omega while they're trying to challenge for the Lord.
A really good macro again. So Red Giants setting up the slow push on the top side of the map while they're contesting the Lord on the bottom side of the map. And all of this right after they basically lost the fight in the mid lane.
Cram now in the face of Endoryu. It doesn't seem like Endoryu will be able to do much over to the Cram, so it would take a very big 5v5 fight for them to be able to do remotely anything. With the Lord rating crashing down and pillaging whatever that they own, Sekais is down in the bottom lane. He pops to the Temple of Blade just so that he will be able to iframe out from that final hit from the turret. It allowed him to stay alive for a tad little bit longer for that 1-for-1 jungle trade. All in all, Smart Omega, they didn't really manage to get much out of the Lord itself, but at least 50% of the turrets in the middle lane and the bottom lane in Hib has went down.
And Doryu being able to force Skies into a 1-for-1 trade is actually very worth it for Smart Omega, because that Ling is going to make a big difference in this base push, and sacrificing his life basically allowed Smart Omega to make sure they didn't lose any additional towers. Because we have to note, Ling does a lot of damage, but the similar issue to Marksman is that he is very squishy. If he doesn't survive long enough to do it, then a lot of his pressure just gets negated.
Eventually, Smart Omega would want to reclaim their control in their own jungle. As you can see, Chaknu attempting that at all times. whenever they have the chance. Especially since Endorio is so sufficient, is so reliant onto the purple buff. They will want to grab that as much as possible. But Yudo Red Giants, as expected, with 4-man Bruiser comp, they would want to ensure that they would push Smart Omega all the way back home where they feel the safest.
You could even see Skies coming in from the left, specifically jumping down just to poke Endorio once, so that the Fanny knew it wasn't safe for him to try and drive by the purple buff. There is a fear being implanted in the minds of Smart Omega right now. And even though the Yudo Red Giants honestly don't have that much of a goal lead over their opponents, the difference in pressure is night and day.
You can pretty much expect that Yudo Red Giants, whenever they are posturing up for something, you can pretty much expect that the set guys is encroaching. But for now, Zaman Force, as well as the Minoan Fury, a lot of people just gonna be flying up right into the sky. Chaknu continues on with the extended long crowd control, but the main thing is Endorio spinning while he's winning. But Sekai, on the other hand, he's doing the God's work, getting himself the Maniac, as we all bore witness. Yudo Red Giants getting themselves a 4-man kill for the Maniac on Sekai, full team wipe and a core destruction.
The continued ascension of royalty as the Sky Prince closes out Game 1 with an easy Maniac against Smart Omega to claim the first game of the series.
I gotta have to say, Yudo Red Giants, they did definitely kind of show a little bit of like a seesaw kind of game whereby they are going back and forth. But reliably, Yudo Red Giants knows that they want to play in the late stages of the game and want to win that way. As for now, we are going to be inviting IC Baby 12 back onto the panel here. My man, what do you have for us?
Yo, that is a crazy game here, right? Now do you understand why my prediction was 2-1 for Yudo Red Giants as well as Smart Omega? It was as close as it gets, man. Like, that was, I would say, it could have been a 50-50, but it came down to a individual play. And in this case, Skies definitely was the reason why Yudo Red Giants was able to hang on for a long time, because that one fight down into his middle lane where Omega, they were able to get 4-man down and Skies was the only one left alive, and Skies was able to equalize. Very, very nice.
I do agree on the fact that Smart Omega did definitely put up quite a fight against Yudo Red Giants. However, the one thing that I want to look out for when it comes down to understanding if whether a team can win against Yudo Red Giants is how they would want to close the game, how they play their end game, which in this case we didn't really quite manage to see from Smart Omega.
I think when it comes to this situation, right, Smart Omega, they played the right cards, but what they kind of underestimated is the power of the criticals that's being brought out by this link, right? Pay attention to items here. We've got Berserkers, we've got Heart's Claw. But what Smart Omega lacked was the blade armor to deal with those crits, and which kind of allowed Skies to sustain throughout those fights and burst out a majority of the players coming for Smart Omega. And because of those individual plays, he just completely destroyed. And you can see here as well, his damage dealt 84,000, and Skies was the single one-man army in most of these fights.
Thing is, I don't really think a blade armor was going to be able to make much of a difference there, because the only one in a position to maybe pick it up was Chaknu, and Minotaur...
No, it was Chaktu and Ryota, which could have got it.
Now, I think Ryota is in a position where he's not really being focused. The thing is, right, if you buy a blade armor, it only counters if the enemy is hitting you.
Basic attack on you.
So Skies just doesn't hit you. He just goes for everyone else instead, which he's going to be doing for the entire game. When did you see him going for Ryota or Chaknu? He went for Chaknu once because he was already low. Otherwise, he knows that those are not his targets.
I would say that when it comes down to the blade armor, the only good thing about blade armor in this game is the raw stats itself from physical defense. However, because personally, whenever I pick up a blade armor, it's because I want to deal with auto-attacking heroes, because that is where the retaliation actually procs. However, when it comes down to really dealing with heroes such as a Ling or Terizla or Ruby, in this case, a Antiquiras will play so much of a better note, because you are essentially reducing the attack damage.
That's the thing, right? I kind of disagree from that POV because of the fact that Yudo Red Giants doesn't have a marksman. Think about this here, right? Two main damage output here coming from Yudo Red Giants is actually Skies as well as Stormy. One magic, one burst. And in this case, even, yes, you technically want to have an anti-Kiras kind of limit the majority of the damage output on Ruby as well as Terizla. But because of the nerfs on towards the growth rate of defense coming in from all tanks and all heroes in general, Blade Armor actually brings more value against the crit composition. So
I don't
again,
agree.
based on this graph here, you can even see initially, Yudo Red Giants, they know for a fact that they need to wrap up the game as quickly as they can. But again, you know, it gave a little bit 50-50 situations, but again, yeah, it's a tough call.
Now, I don't...
Are you a tank player?
I play it sometimes.
I'm a main tank player. I can tell you for a fact that Blade Armor is good for certain situations.
This is not one of them.
Unfortunately, I disagree. I think Blade Armor is better because of the crit damage reduction to deal with both hardcore and
Blade
Berserkers.
Armor would only counter Ling. And Ling can counterplay that by not attacking you.
Yeah, but there's two. There's two. There's two.
Then he attacks the other three. Sir.
Okay.
Again, how many times did you see Skies attacking Arlet and Minotaur?
Actually, all the time.
We gotta roll
you
some replay.
You might need a new prescription.
No. No, it's a lot of time.
Oh man, okay, you know what?
But we can, of
we'll
course,
let
move
the
on from
comments
that.
decide. What
Yeah.
actually is really interesting to me
Good
with
point.
this build is that Skies went for Thunderbelt.
Yes.
Which is very, very unusual.
Very unusual.
And I think it's actually a great choice for him to go for because it gives him that extra HP to survive Fanny. Literally, the only threat against Skies is Fanny. No one else can pick him up.
Unparalleled mobility when it comes down to these two junglers. I would say that Sekai is definitely, how can I say this, derailed from his original path, but the main thing is he needs that crit damage and he needs to understand what he wants to do in the end of the game. And this is the total item build that he has went for in order to play for absolute adaptability.
Yeah, and even here in a lot of this majority fights, right? Like we can see Smart Omega, they shifted their focus on targeting specific players when they start these engagements, right? A couple of times they focused onto a Stormy, which was great. They slowed down Stormy's progression on this Zaz. But when they do that, Skies gets free reign. And that one good fight they had during Smart Omega was down at the bottom purple buff there, where they actually shut down Skies first. And the moment they take Skies out of the equation, the fight became so much easier for Smart Omega, which gave them a little bit of comeback mechanics here, which I think it's a fight after this, which allows Smart Omega to kind of bounce back.
So coming into Smart Omega once again, right? They definitely do have a very strong jungler role, and when it comes down to mirroring the jungler, whereby both of these junglers require purple buff, it kind of seems like both teams will always want to be on the same kind of timing per se. So what exactly breaks them out of the timing in order for them to set the pace? In this case, Yudo Rejan is the one that sets the pace, but not necessarily on Smart Omega, even though both of these junglers require the purple buff before the turtle.
Yeah, that mainly comes from the draft. The fact that Yudo Red Giants have a double fighter side lane. They have Ruby, Kufra, and Terizla means that right from the beginning of the game, they are already exerting enough pressure to actually invade enemy jungle. So once you get into the mid phase, they have one or two items, they can do so even more easily, right? And that's why you see Red Giants being so aggressive. They are specifically trying to break open the tier 1s in the lane so that they have jungle access and are able to more safely make sure that Fanny never gets her purple buff.
We are still looking at game number 1, and we are still waiting to really conclude if whether this is yet another time where Yudo Red Giants stands undefeated.
Oh, that's the thing, right? They have a history for 2-1s. A lot of the time here, even towards their scrim matches here, usually their first games are usually like a warm-up game. And I feel like the first 8 minutes, it felt like Smart Omega was just, you know, Yudo Red Giants was a little bit cool. You know, they just weren't prepared. It feels like this is the first game and they feel a little bit sloppy. But throughout the middle of the fights here, we could see that, hey, this is, guys, we're making a lot of mistakes here. Wake up. And they just got a lot of good catches here because Smart Omega, especially in particular, I think Arlet, Ryota was doing really, really well with all those catches with those final slashes.
Exactly.
And which kind of caused a lot of problems for Yudo Red Giants, which dragged out this game. Because if we were to compare Stream A, Stream B, and Stream C, Stream B is actually the last to actually close out game 1.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's actually really interesting to see because compared to teams like AV Brand or Liquid or even Onyx
Falcon.
in the past, right? The way that they play is usually to try and limit as much mistakes as possible. And yet, Red Giants are willing to like jump in, sacrifice lives. Sometimes they will lose fights, and yet it doesn't seem to bother them as much. And I think this is very signature characteristic of not just the Red Giants, but of Malaysian gameplay in general that I do want to elaborate a bit on after this.
Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go off for a short little break after this, or rather, we're going to go off for a short break because we have just concluded this very first game between Yudu Red Giants. And now, the question is if whether they are able to get a 2-0 or will Smart Omega actually be able to take a 1-1 victory. Once we are back, Sadafa will share with us a little bit more but a little bit more information about Yudu Red Giants.
Here we go!
It's always a vibe when we come outside. When we come outside, we ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you.
Welcome back to the show here in Stream B for the SPS Season 5 for the MLBB. Game number 1 between Yudu Red Giants have just concluded against Smart Omega, with them clinching 1 win for themselves in a very intense assassin versus assassin matchup between the Ling and the Fanny. As much as I would want to see that again, I don't think that we would be able to. As for now, I'm going to be joined in once again with Icy Baby as well as Sadafa. And Sadafa, before we even went off for a break, you said that you have something that you wanted to expand about Yudu Red Giants?
Yeah, it's basically the concept of a team being willing to just continue fighting, even if they know it may lead to loss, and then how they're able to overcome that, right? Because generically, the ideal manner of gameplay is always going to be to try and win with as little death as possible, right? To maintain the cleanest KDAs, not just as players, but as teams.
Yeah.
Then, like, there's going to be games where it's difficult, right? So you have to deal with acceptable losses, right? So you accept that, like, okay, we're going to need to sacrifice some players. We're going to need to die sometimes to trade for things. And then there's the matter of controlled loss.
You know, okay.
Like organized chaos.
Organized chaos.
You know, that's the thing, right? It reminds me of how now SRG, it feels like the upgraded version of the Toad Out Langa strategy.
Yes.
Think about it, yeah. And if you pay attention to all of MSC games from SRG, they're always in a situation where they have to play for behind. And when they find one small opening in your defense, they will just go all in. It's like, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna out-micro them. We're gonna try our best. We'll trade 50-50s to kind of equalize so that everyone gets breathing room rather than force a stalemate, which allows the team with the better advantage to kind of snowball and continue to snowball throughout the entire game.
And with that all said, we are jumping in to the second game, match number 2's drafting. As we have Fanny that has been banned by Smart Omega themselves, followed by a Arlet, Feramis, and Chip. At this point in time, Jusin and Ling is still available.
If they're banning out Fanny, there's a very good chance that they want the first pick Ling for themselves, unless they get rid of it right now, in which case they want to go for like Roger or Hart instead.
Moskov is still available too if they want.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's gone. It's over.
So more of a Hart if Roger situation, unless they want Jusin.
Yeah.
Oh, Jusin too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we haven't seen anyone pick it yet.
Yeah, because I wanted to touch on the topic since Icy Baby has been talking about Jusin, right? Just how big of a difference would that first pick core Jusin would actually be? Like, what kind of fundamentals would that bring to the core structure of a team?
I don't think Jusin is that great to a point that it's worth first pick material. It's annoying as a utility mage, but it feels more like a roam support thing. But again, it's in a situation where it's not super tanky, but it's not super high damage value as well. It's more like, if you get caught in it, it's just super annoying in terms of CC control. So if you pair it up with heroes like Ruby, you pair it up with heroes with a lot of stunts to set up for Jusin, Jusin is really, really destructive. So in this case, Smart Omega, they are going to prioritize that. So I'm looking forward to see if they set it up with heroes with a lot of chain stuns or mini stuns.
What about you, Sadafa? What's your idea about that? Creating, choosing first pick, what core fundamentals are they bringing to the team?
Jusin is a hero that brings a lot of utility to the table. She doesn't do a lot of damage. That's why initially when she was released, actually, I talked with some of my viewers and we all agreed that it didn't really feel like Jusin was very good as a mid lane. We were actually thinking more of playing her as roam, sometimes EXP, but more roam, right?
Right.
I definitely do think that the players have figured out that she's still pretty solid in mid, but you do lose a little bit of mid lane priority. In exchange, you get a very powerful form of CC that unfortunately is only the most effective against like slower frontline heroes.
But would lane priority in the mage role really that big of a difference though? Because we have been seeing a lot of times where the mid lane is constantly tagged with the roamer, especially when it comes down to picking up a concussive blast at the same time. So you will be able to clear out waves just as fast, and in fact your roamer could potentially be able to just make the opponents cower away too.
I think it's more like Jusin is very, very good at taking individual fights rather than a 5v5 fight, personally. So I think Jusin is in a very unique situation where if you put Jusin alone to roam instead of following the roamer, he can make better plays on its own rather than forcing a 5v5 fight, where if he gets the proper setup, it's great. But in this case, I like how Smart Omega has brought in the Ruby, which helps Jusin a little bit more.
Exactly. So this is where the dynamic is very different, right? Usually mages, they are the one that clear the wave, while your roamer is the one that pokes the enemies to a certain extent. But when it comes down to Jusin in this fundamental, it's Jusin that pokes the enemies, while the roamer is the one that clears the waves.
Yes.
It's the constant fear of being peeled It's the
Being
factor that
pulled back as well, yeah?
Yeah, which makes Zusin in a very, very unique situation. Because if you pay attention to the lantern, right? If you put the lantern and not move it, not pull, that's a longer duration stun compared to dragging them back.
Oh, okay.
You can actually extend the levitation if you
Before
just
you pull
not
them
move
back.
it. You're not even pulling, just
Interesting.
extend it right there.
But would you be able to extend it to a certain extent, then pull them back? Like
A
as per
little
normal?
bit, but it's very minuscule
I
compared to
see.
just leaving it there.
I see.
Interesting. Haven't played a lot of Zusin myself, so this is good to
This is
hear
information,
about.
yeah.
But it's basically it's not an uncommon thing. Right? Even in the past, when we had mages that weren't particularly good at clearing the waves, you would always pair them up with something like Grok, for example,
Yeah.
so that you still clear the mid wave and then
Yeah.
you have a duo roaming around.
Correct.
I think it comes down towards the itemization as well. Because if you talk about Jusin's itemization is definitely Clock of Destiny as a first item
Definitely.
to kind of
Tankier.
compensate with the mana regen situation. But the problem is, if you want to pair Clock of Destiny, the next item is going to be the Thunderbelt. So either or, these two items kind of work hand in hand. But the problem is, Thunderbelt is able to proc stacks with basic attack, and Jusin is not a basic attack hero.
Understandable. Now, of course, we have talked a lot about Jusin. So let us just put ourselves back on track here with the entire of the bans and the picks. Whereas Smart Omega have picked out Jusin, Claude, and Ruby, which we have very briefly, not briefly, where we have been talking about it the whole time. While you do Raid Giants, the one that we want to keep our eye out for, we have Roger Zask again, as well as a Terizla.
I like that Smart Omega is setting up in a situation where they're trying to go for a perma-lock strategy, right? So most likely they are leaning on towards Minotaur, but I'm not sure if Yudu Red Giants will deny this or not, because seeing how Smart Omega leans on that conversation here, it means that considering that game one, right, we saw like a brawler conversation from Yudu Red Giants. If they mirror this from Smart Omega, this is a better conversation for Smart Omega from game one compared to game two, if they lean towards the Minotaur composition. But I do see a Julian onto the screen here, so we might see a Julian jungle coming from Smart Omega.
Oh,
okay. More CCs again to pair up with the Zusin.
Makes a lot of sense too, because like you see how many assassins Omega has banned. They have banned 4 different assassins, and they're picking up the last meta one, which basically says like, okay, we're not giving Skies any assassins at all this game since they decided to leave him for last. So maybe we'll see Skies go back to something like the Alpha, which is a little bit of a fallback for them.
Okay.
For now, though, what I worry about is whether there's enough front line for Omega.
More crowd control.
They did get Grok, so yes, a lot of CC.
This is like when Smart Omega is asking their players like, how much crowd control you want? Yes.
Yes. All of it.
Yeah, I think now Yudu Red Giants, they might fall back and just let Skies play Fredrin instead.
Really?
Yeah.
How about a Roger jungle?
No. You 100% do not go Fredrin here. Fredrin is like the best hero for Zeus in the counter.
Yeah, you're right. Now they mention it as well. That's an awkward situation. Mortis maybe?
Especially since crowd control is definitely Fredrin is one of the main problems also, right?
I do actually agree that Roger jungle may be an option.
Yeah, Roger jungle
and then
maybe.
Ruby gold lane again?
Okay, you're right. It is going to be a Roger jungle.
Harif has been leaked all the way through again.
because Roger and Claude were both picked very early on, and both teams are thinking, okay, gold lanes have been picked. We don't need to ban any more gold lanes. So Red Giant just waits until the very end.
Roger can definitely still pull a lot of weight when it comes down to jungle, except for the fact that I absolutely love to watch Sekai's onto the jungle role. But hey, you know, marksman fighter is still something that I can potentially dig.
I mean, he's played it before.
I mean, a few times, yeah.
Yeah. And he does perfectly fine with it.
I feel like Yudu Red Giants has a much difficult composition to play. Smart Omega has an easier ones, but these are world champions for a reason, right? So I feel like the drafts feel favorite towards Smart Omega a little bit, but I still think Yudu Red Giants might take this.
Honestly, I really do want to see exactly what kind of strategy does Smart Omega really have for us, because there's a lot of crowd control. It is kind of like an ultimate fiesta to a certain extent as well. Not as bad as, oh, I'm putting Valentina, putting Faramis, or putting Minotaur. It's not that kind of thing, but the main thing is the ultimates of each team ultimately is going to play a very, very big part when it comes down to the way of the dragon in order for the Harif to really lock someone down, or sorry, Harif to really single someone out. So thank you so much once again to IC Baby as we move on to game number 2.
Alright, let's see whether or not the Red Giants will be able to take this 2-0 or if Smart Omega will show us that they are not past their glory days. Like you guys already mentioned, Smart Omega has a lot of crowd control to work with, and with a hero like Grok, it does mean that they can already exert some pressure on the map quite early on. But you do also have to be quite careful, because the... Oh, hold on.
Ouch, that is actually quite a lot of damage. I mean, we're talking about level 3 Julian after all.
That's the one thing about Julian as well. He reaches his peak at level 3 rather than level 4. That a lot of other junglers would have to wait for before they're truly able to fight. And that means that the timeline for this hero is a lot earlier, which is very appropriate for a meta where early game aggression is promoted.
So, at least for the side of Judo Red Giants, they absolutely prioritize this Harif as much as possible. Since they know about the Julian at level 3 spike, they will want to keep the Cho somewhere around the corner. While middle lane, they're gonna have to leave Zask to his own devices. I mean, he does have Nightmarish spawn, so it may not be as bad as you expected.
Yeah, on paper, we should definitely see more attention from the Red Giants towards gold lane because Terizla is Terizla, Zaz can handle himself, and we already know that Harif needs to win lane against Claude.
But Sekais here have decided to join into the fray while absorbing, or rather eating, almost the entirety of that enhanced side. Cram immediately flickers himself towards his turret just to make sure that he don't get caught out by Ryota or Ukir. Ukir is still a tad bit more to level 4, and there we go, level 4 already, pretty much prepared to go big or go home.
We do see the worry about the threat of the lantern though. The fact that Cram just immediately flickered out to make sure he wouldn't get thrown into the rest of Omega shows how scary it can be.
Chaknu and Yums, both of which are not at level 4 just yet. And now Chaknu is already at level 4. Yums is still not there yet. Julian manages to take down the turtle while Stormy draws first blood onto this Julian. Was it worth it?
I do think that from a team perspective, getting Turtle is more important, but from an individual micro perspective, being able to trade Turtle for first blood on the enemy jungle is very valuable, especially in a Roger versus Julian situation, because the latter should usually be the one coming out on top. You could see that Omega were focused very heavily on stopping Sky, so they weren't really protecting their jungler.
Oh, we do have the Blazing Duet from Jom. Did manage to bring Yums all the way down to a sliver. Chaknu, is he going to go for something more cheeky here? Technically, he could go for a flicker out, but that would have been a waste.
Yeah, it's not a position just yet, because Jom just used Blazing Duet, and we know that early game, without that, Claude really doesn't do much damage at all, so it wouldn't be a very effective usage of resources. And because of that, Rudo Red Giants will feel safe enough to continue roaming around the map for now.
Cram walking right over to the middle lane. He's taking quite a lot of damage. What a Zaman for just going to be popping. So Yums have managed to successfully bring the Jusin down almost immediately before Jusin even managed to pop anything when it comes down to the Crimson Beacon.
A really nice two-pronged attack. Ukir was so distracted by trying to pick up the Terizla that he failed to notice Yums coming from the opposite side and kicking him into the Red Giants, thereby preventing a fight from starting on Smart Omega's terms.
It kind of seems as though the Red Giants would want to come in from many of various different angles in order for them to really get something. Since there's a lot of things that Smart Omega really have to take really have to keep in mind of. Yums dies flicker along with the Jacundo in order to be able to pick up onto Endoryu. But Red Giants doesn't seem like they're stopping anytime soon just yet. They're still posturing themselves until they realize, okay, let's take a chill pill.
We just saw another reason why Zast is so strong right now. Stormy was literally being pincered by 4 members of Omega. He pops into his ultimate, and he's just absolutely fine. Even able to mass stun and buy time for the rest of the Red Giants to come by and provide backup and get another kill on Endoryu. We immediately see the Red Giants controlling this early game again.
Like as though nothing happened.
Oh.
In the meantime, down in the bottom lane, Yums has suffered so much damage. But because of Chaknu's barrier, has managed to make sure that he blocks out Yums' escape. That is a roamer for a roamer trade. Nothing too valuable being lost.
Yeah, it's not too bad though, because Smart Omega are behind. Being able to trade 1-for-1 is pretty good, even forcing out some extra resources from the Red Giants. Unfortunately, the turtle still gonna take another 80 seconds before it comes up, so the timeline of that wasn't the most efficient from Omega.
I would say that Red Giants, they have definitely been on the ball quite a lot, but most of these games or most of these fights really comes down to the middle lane, and it's been more or less a brawl game them thus far. Why is that so?
Because again, EXP lane going to be totally fine. Even Cram has actually already unlocked himself from the lane, so he's able to start roaming over to mid. And by putting more of their resources in the mid lane, Red Giants understands that Omega is a team that needs to fight together. Thereby, by putting themselves in the mid lane, they're actually indirectly drawing attention away from Innocent as well.
So they're just pretty much pulling the EXP play in the middle lane instead.
Because they know that, like, if Smart Omega ignores them and goes for a full gank onto Innocent, yes, Harif might die, but they unlock mid lane priority.
Okay, so it's all about a game of trade. Whichever that they would prefer to trade out.
And for Smart Omega, they know that they cannot afford to trade mid-tier 1 for Innocent. One kill on Harif won't affect him too much at this stage. But
the middle
losing
lane,
free access and safe access to their jungle is hugely detrimental, especially against Yudu Red Giants.
So Smart Omega understood that they gotta have to make sure that their tier 1 stays alive as much as possible. So fights in here is unfortunately something that they will have no choice but to admit themselves into. Jom did unleash himself into a blazing duet all the way at the backlines, but he's still gonna be safe and sound. Sekai's HP all the way down to his liver. He still wants to be around, but unfortunately Andoryu will take the turtle down first. But the main thing is how much headcount is left on the side of Smart Omega. Ryota and Andoryu is the two members that's been taken down, allowing Yudu Red Giants to actually extend the fight a little bit longer, allowing Stormy to actually snipe Jom right out.
He's gonna get another one too.
And another one, you're right. Chaknu is next on the chopping block, and Yudu Red Giants didn't seem like they won massively, but because of that snowball effect from Chaknu and Endoryu's death, they got 2 turrets and 2 more kills.
Because Skies has been getting a lot of attention from the world recently as the Sky Prince. A lot of people forget why Stormy is the only other player on this team with a moniker. He is the mage prodigy because he can play any hero and he wants to be aggro. He made a name for himself because even when there were good ults to steal on the Valentina, he would go for Decimate every single time. So when he has access to a hero like Zask, where he can just jump in, do damage without any risk to himself, you can bet he is going to do exactly that.
It is currently 8 minutes into the game, and Yudu Red Giants is once again doing what they have been doing like in the previous game. 1 kill every minute. And every single one of these kills are always of high value target, or they are able to translate that 1 kill into something more. With a total of about 5,000 gold lead from the side of Yudu Red Giants, with a total of 3 turrets taken down, all of which are the T1s of Smart Omega, making things even tougher for Smart Omega to even congregate together and try to settle up for a team fight. You can already see the vast difference of how Smart Omega played when they had the T1 versus when they don't have the T1, such as now.
And that's why this is the situation Omega wanted to avoid, right? Why they didn't want to trade the tower to go for a free kill onto Innocent down in the bottom lane. They know they need more space, more control over the map to make sure that Jom is still able to scale on this Claude. And while I do think that it's still possible for him to do so, there's been a lot more restrictions put on it.
And surprisingly, Smart Omega, they are the one that is going to be executing onto the Lord. Is this really going to go to Endoryus just so easily? Completely unchallenged, or maybe not, as Yudu Red Giants is just coming in from a 2-prong attack. All the way down from the middle lane, they cut in onto Ryota, as well as Endoryu, bringing him down almost immediately, while Innocent pops off with the Zaman Force in order to be able to catch up onto Chaknu. With the Zaman Force intact, he can also be able to bring down the T2 in the middle.
I do like how cheeky that was from Smart Omega. Like, they just tried to rush down the Lord before Red Giants noticed, but well,
that's not gonna work. As you can see, Yudu Red Giants now came in, knocking on the front doors in the middle lane. The Lord comes in to defend Smart Omega and fight for their cause. But unfortunately, the middle lane inhibitors has already been taken down, and Yudu Red Giants have got a very short order, which is to just bring down this baby Lord.
I don't really think it's worth risking that trade for the first Lord of the game. It's really not going to get you very much. Ideally, Smart Omega are going to be able to do some damage to the tier 2 with it. That's about the maximum that they can hope for.
Well, when it comes down to looking at the curve of each game, whenever you are picking up the level... whenever you're picking up the 9 minutes Lord, what you're looking out for is to exterminate or all of the outer turrets, while for 12 minutes onwards, you will want your Lord to take the inhibitor turrets. So Yudu Red Giants is way off curve. They've already managed to get themselves the first inhibitor in the middle lane, even without the use of a Lord. So this Lord for Smart Omega ultimately did absolutely nothing for them.
And you can see that while they were defending with the Lord as well, Skies is just on the opposite side of the map, pushing the lane, stealing orange buff as well.
That's definitely just all about the macro game that we ultimately can expect from the side of Yudu Red Giants. But this is something a little bit sneaky from the side of Serkais. He's hiding down in the bottom lane, just inhibiting the opponent's jungle. But he's also clearing some of these out just so that he will be able to choke Smart Omega a little bit more.
Yeah, he's just mass farming, basically. And by splitting their resources across the map when Red Giants are already in full control of the game, they're also able to make sure they scout out any movements that Omega might go for. If they see them down bottom, then you push up top lane, and vice versa, thereby not allowing Smart Omega to ever take a step outside of the safety of their base.
So we are essentially back to the curve, whereby both teams are just waiting for the neutral objective in order for them to even have a motivation as to when are we going to push and how are we going to push.
Yeah. Ordinarily, you would see Red Giants try to force something out, but because Skies is on a Roger instead of something like a Ling or Fanny, it's a lot less safe for Red Giants to do so. And it also means that they're a lot stronger in a 5v5 instead. So they're able to just slow down the game, go for the Lord instead, and that does make life very difficult for Smart Omega. They have a lot of CC, but at an 8k deficit, their damage is not going to be enough.
Yudu Red Giants' game plan at this point in time really feels like they are just kind of baiting and switching. They are pretty much going to be putting Cram all the way in the front line to bait something out, but in the meantime, Ryota all the way in the heart of the enemy is just going to be locking down onto Stormy, but Stormy says no, he's back in for more fights, while Innocent off of the sidelines brings Ryota down as well.
Smart Omega failed to check their jungle. They went in, they checked the brushes to make sure nothing was there, and then they forget the one on the left, which Yunes was hiding in the entire time. The moment the fight starts, he just goes straight for Andor Yu, and with no Julian, it's a free Lord for the Red Giants. And with this Lord, the inhibitor should go down quite easily. It's the question of whether or not Omega even survives this.
And now Innocent with the Zaman Force right on top of the inhibitor turret at the top lane. They have managed to successfully bring that one down, as well as Jome. The fight is definitely going to go towards the side of Yudu Red Giants as the Lord fights for their cause, pillages everything that Smart Omega owns and loves. As Ukir, he's going to be hiding behind. He would really wish the Lantern will be able to do a lot, but no, wasn't able to do much at all as their core gets destructed.
A surgical victory from the Yudu Red Giants here, limiting the possibilities of Smart Omega right from start to finish. And it just seemed like child's play for the MSC champs.
I gotta have to say, Yudu Red Giants, boy oh boy, they are still undefeated. So let us just invite Icy Baby back onto the panel once again. My friend, Yudu Red Giants, they are strong.
Oh boy, they definitely are as well. And you can even see the smiles on Smart Omega. They know for a fact that this is a very tall order for them.
Yeah.
And I like how they approach their attack against Yudu Red Giants in 2 different games, in 2 different draft styles as well. I like how they brought in Rejusin. Unfortunately, it just didn't really work out. Because think about this, right? Like Rejusin, you need to be in those fights. But I have to give credit to its Yudu Red Giants for clutching that. Stormy's Zas is the reason this Rejusin cannot play the game. Like, his stunts has been so on point and pixel perfect. It's disgusting. It feels like he's one with Zas. It's weird because I never really seen him play a lot of Zas at all.
Understandable. I mean, when it comes down to Zask in the end, even if you got picked up by the Lantern, let's be honest here, I think you will be happy to be pulled towards the other team.
Yes,
exactly.
So honestly, it's not that much of a deal for a Stormy.
Yeah, because Zask as a hero not only provides area denial, provides utility in terms of stuns and slows, and does a lot of damage on top of that, he also has this very nice thing called a get out of jail free card. Where
For himself, the most selfish hero ever.
Even when he got ganked by 4 people in the mid lane, he just hops in his ultimate and he's absolutely fine. And then they just win the fight like that, right? It's so difficult to deal with him on top of everyone else. I think Red Giants just did an incredible job with spacing in this game.
Yeah, like Stormy, like you said as well, right? Get out of jail free card, 4-man dive team. He went in and got a 4-man stun. What the heck, man? 5-0 and 9 on this Zas.
It really feels as though this is all part of their plan. They knew exactly what they can expect out of Stormy's Zask, and they knew the full extent of what a Zask is really good for. We don't see Zask being picked out all that much because, Zask is a little bit too slow.
Okay.
Against high mobility team, you can't really expect much.
Here's an interesting fact. Just today itself, out of all the 3 streams, I've seen 3 Zas games thus far.
Which is kind of interesting.
In 3 different
Homeboys
streams.
was the one that picked up Zas as well.
Homeboys as well. Udio
Look,
also brought Zas.
Is this like a Malaysian flavor?
I don't know. Okay.
I heard from the casters on that stream that the Zask was played in both previous games by Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And that's why they stole it in game 3.
Oh, okay, so it's not much of a Malaysian flavor then.
Well, for me, in my Malaysian ranked games, I've started to see a lot of annoying Zas. It's
all thanks
very
to
annoying.
Stormy, I guess.
Before the tournament itself as well.
All thanks to whoever have decided to make Zas
Thanks,
mainstream.
Geek Fam.
Wow, that's so annoying. I mean, back to the topic, right? Zas is good at peeling, which is not something that Mage is supposed to be able to. And I think that they understood that for YRG, that, look, I am a damage dealer. And I'm pretty sure that Smart Omega wants to bring me down before a fight. So let's just take advantage of that. Let me just creep myself back into my spawn.
You guys want a spoiler?
What kind of spoiler?
Okay, so upcoming patch notes not released yet. Zas might be buffed again.
Huh?
Oh no.
Really?
Alongside with Jusin.
Really? Wait, wait, what?
I can kind of see Jusin maybe needing it.
4% increased damage and 12% increased damage reduction for Jusin.
Damage reduction.
Yeah, that's a spoiler. Wait. You never heard it from me. It might be different. It might be different when the patch comes out.
Clip it.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Well, I can't confirm that for sure because, as you mentioned, things might
rumor.
change once things are actually released. But it will be very interesting to hear because Zas does look to be in a very solid spot right now. And we can see from this graph as well, early game, a little bit back and forth, but then after the 5th minute, Red Giants, it's just their game entirely.
It's really, is it an understatement to say that the Red Giants played this well? Because it really felt as though that they have got a very strong grasp of this game itself. So to be honest, I'm super excited to see what exactly the Red Giants have got to say about this, especially after all of the interview that they have got. Here's another interview for you, guys. As we throw it over to Rose, let's listen out to what the Red Giants have got to say.
Thank you so much, Abstract. Unfortunately for you, I am not with Sakai's. However, I am with the Mage Prodigy of Malaysia, the one and only Stormy. Hello, Stormy. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine.
Okay, so let's get straight to it. Just now, that was an amazing series for you guys. 2-0 against Smart Omega. Were you guys expecting such a dominating win?
Yeah, we expect to win against them 2-0.
Wow, now that's oozing confidence from our MSC champions. Okay, how about the mid lane just now? You guys went up against the new hero, right? The new mage. How was it like adapting to it? Because in MSC it was still banned.
Oh yeah, actually after MSC we have a rest, I think around 1 week. Then when we have training, we have like ups and downs. But after that we figure out the counter or somehow. So yeah, it's fine with us.
So the new hero is not a threat to Selangor Red Giants.
No.
Oh, I like that. Okay, speaking about the draft as well, in the first game, we saw Innocent pick out Ruby for the gold lane. If I recall correctly, it has not happened in MPL MY. At most, he has gone for CC gold lane. So what was with the Ruby pick?
We were just trolling.
Trolling, yet you guys actually won the series pretty cleanly. Okay, now, before I send you off, Stormy, I just have to ask. After this, for match 4 of the day, you guys will be going up against AP Brand, which is technically like a rematch of the grand finals that happened in MSC. How are things looking like towards this rematch? Are you guys scared because AP Brand is angry, they're out for blood, they want revenge, or are you guys like, we got this in the bag?
We're like, I think we're confident that we can win. Oh, and also we are very excited to meet them. Yeah.
You guys are very confident you guys can win, and you guys are just very excited to meet them again. All right, thank you so much, Stormy. You can now go rest a while because you have another match coming up. And with that, let us throw it over to our casters for them to analyze what happened in this best of 3 series. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much to Rose, and congratulations over to Stormy. I gotta have to say that Stormy has done a magnificent job once again when it comes down to dealing with, or rather not dealing with, but playing as Zask. And honestly, when they say that they're trolling with Ruby Gold Lane, I don't believe that.
You don't have to believe
If
that.
you want to troll in Gold Lane, you pick a Layla, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
But this is a different kind of trolling.
Just no marksman, man. No marksman in general. Game 1, no marksman. Game 2, you know what? We didn't have marksman in Game 1. Let's increase the stats a bit. 2 marksmen in Game 2. Well, technically, Harif is not a marksman, but
yeah,
pretty
so
ish Gold
they
Lane,
still
yeah.
kind of kept to it, right?
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah. So once again, congratulations once again to Stormy with a total KDA of 5:0:9 with a total of 620 GPM and 93% kill participation.
A 93% kill participation is incredibly high overall because as we know, like mid laners nowadays are going to be able to contribute a lot of damage overall, but 93% is really impressive and shows how much of a presence Zask as a hero can have during a game. Especially against a hero like Zusin, where there really isn't a lot of mid lane priority coming in from Smart Omega.
So when it comes down to lane priority, I mean, it kind of comes down to the point whereby I really thought that the Chusin and Ruby thing could have worked, but Stormy just didn't care.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about having this Zaz as a pickup, which was it was in a very, very unique situation, right? I think prior to this fight as well, they actually collapsed everything onto his Stormy, and then just counterplay with the Dominator, the Nightmarish spawn into his outlet, but immediately just counterplays and stops whatever jump engagement that Smart Omega wants to play. And you can see every single time, I think what makes Yudo Red Giant smart about this fight is like they realize how to deal with Jusin. Jusin really, really lacks a lot of mana regen, and it's hard to play around it. If you see this Jusin not on top of Yudo's second skills, and if they don't chain and set up for this Jusin properly, they are going to be picked apart. And you can see every single time taking these fights as well, Yudo Red Giant just tries to fight away from Jusin, and the moment they realize that, hey, Jusin doesn't have mana, they commit to the fight.
And it's not even really that as well, right? Because the thing is, with Smart Omega's draft, Zusin, very good at pulling people away from the team. Very good at setting up for your own team fight. So a very good way of avoiding that is either you stay away from Zusin, or you take the fight so quickly that they won't be able to throw you. And I think a really big problem with the draft here as well, when you have heroes like Zask, Terizla, you need a lot of consistent and bursty damage to take them down, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Who can burst on Smart Omega?
No one.
Julian.
No one.
Only Julian. Everyone else does Julian. So like Ruby's damage is slow.
That's the thing about Julian,
slow.
Right? Throw everything 7 seconds. What do? Nothing.
You're sitting duck.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there's also another thing whereby, number one, you have a sitting duck of a Julian. Number two, your Jusin requires a beefy front line to really just hold on the fort, right? So, understandably, when it comes down to Yudo Red Giants, their draft centers around front to back. You deal with the front lines and then you deal with the back lines. So they have all of that damage output that they can actually just pour it all over the Grok. And let's be honest here, even if Grok is in the front lines, one wild charge, and where does he go? All the way to the opponent's back lines, and let's be honest here, by that point in time, your Jusin is wide open, and there's a huge gap between you and your roamer. The Jusin will have to practice caution with how Jusin positions herself. And let's not forget about number one, we also have the Zask in play. Once a melee frontline beefy unit, whoever it is, gets in contact by the Dominator's descent, no one wants to be in the within the radius.
Yeah, and technically even the Dominant's Descent's attack range is still further than Jusin's actual range as well. So Jusin is in a very similar situation to how a Terizla is, right? Like extremely low movement speed in terms of walking here.
Exactly.
Jusin needs things like sprint, needs things like even the agility as well, but even then it's very, very slow. So it's hard to get in and out very, very quickly as a Jusin.
And that's why I personally still, again, don't really think Zusin is the best as a mid laner. You really do want to have that damage, especially nowadays, right? Where you want to play for early game aggression. You want early game pickoffs. You want to kill people right off the bat. When you have a mid laner who is in charge of throwing someone away, you need to have more damage to follow up on it. And all of their damage is just front loaded onto Julian alone. So, and even if Andori was able to do damage, he wasn't, because Yums had his number the entire game. It still wouldn't have been enough.
Agreed. And I like how our bottom overlay here actually states one thing as well. Udare Giants is currently 122 days on a win streak.
1-2-2.
And their upcoming match is going to be against AP Brand later on stream C.
Oh.
So that's, like, I think that's something that a lot of us are curious as well. Because if you think about this, right, the Grand Finals MSC, it could have gone either way.
It could have.
Like, we might have gotten a different champion. In this case, AP Brand could have been champion once again. And now, will they be able to finally say, enough of your win streak, we're taking you down right here, right now?
There's also this saying when it comes down to the Philippines, right? You will never lose to the same team twice.
Ooh. I can see where they're coming from with that. That's the thing about Filipino teams. Their macro, their game sense has always been on another level, right? That's the reason why they've won so many tournaments. They know how to adapt. When they've lost to a team, they understand why they lose. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that matchup does end up going.
You know, it's kind of same like how MPLPH went, right? Like AP Brand, oh, MPLPH, woohoo! And then MSC, guess what? I'm number 2, baby.
We don't really see a lot of back-to-back champions when it comes down to MPLPH, right? Or rather, three-peats in this case. Like in MPL SG, boom, and
well, I think when it comes to Trifactor, Blacklist is the one that had the trifactor. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It was like their thing.
Yeah.
It was their era. But once that tank jungle thing went off, it kind of went off the charts.
To be honest, I would be excited to see how Aurora comes in when next season.
I agree.
That will be the actual trifactor.
That would be. But one thing that I do want to look out for, other than Aurora, is GeekFam ID versus RSG Philippines. Of course, we all have got our expectations from GeekFam, especially since they have to fight against RSG Philippines. But perhaps they may have changed. They may have changed in tier list in our hearts because of their game with Homeboys.
Yeah, they lost 2-1 towards Homeboys here. Like it felt close for the first 2 games, but third game it was one-sided from Homeboys. So hopefully they are able to bounce back against RSGPH.
Yep. So with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go off for a short little break, and once we are back here on Stream B, we're gonna be featuring GeekFam ID versus RSG Philippines.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When you finish one task, it's on to the next. Line them up, knock them down. I ain't giving up, but I will give my all when I get the call. Line them up, I knock them down. A tunnel vision's got me on a mission. All I do is ball. Ball hard and finesse has gotta be success. The other option is to fall. I'm about to ruin that, cause I don't plan on doing that. I take a stand, I'm standing tall. I was raised like that. We ain't the same like that. OGs gave me game. I gave the game right back. Had to show it to the youth. Told them go and live they truth. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time, frame of mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about to win. Yeah, I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, to the next. You cannot stop me when I'm at my best. Pocket of vibes and it comes at a time when I stayed on the grind and came up with a flex. Microphone backer, so you better step up, cause you playing checkers when I'm playing chess. Gotta move fast, so I stay on my task. If you ask if I'm legend, the answer is yes. Cause I move like that. You cannot do like that. Don't call me by my government. We ain't cool like that. Had to show it to the crew. Told them go and let it true. You can be who you wanna be. Look at me, I'm living proof. Game time from the mind, strictly on the grind, hustle to the end. Pay the cost, be a boss. I ain't about a loss, I'm about a win. I'm on to the next. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Hit it, quit it, hit it, quit it. Yeah.
Ding ding. Why you just have that look up on your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going
type of girl that turns logic into utterance. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again with it. XOX code, run it again with it. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again with it. XOX code, run it again with it.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs have you worked for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk. How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs have you worked for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk.
You waited all night for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting right. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness. Space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, yeah. You got me thinking I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue.
Here we go! Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through day 1 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals MLBB Season 5, and we have had a lot of action happening throughout the day. Already 2 matches concluded on all 3 streams, and that means we've brought all the streams back together once again to see what's happened. My name is Stafa, and on the other couch today we have Churros and Eris. How do you guys feel? And let's start with Churros, like your stream A, right? Like, how did your games go?
Man, honestly, first game was a pretty huge upset. There was I think 70+% people was voting for GeekFam to win against Homeboys because like there's a whole new lineup and stuff like that. But it was a 2-1 in favor of Homeboys. Homeboys took the game. They got a lot of new composition synergies and hero picks, unique hero picks. Like if you guys are watching stream A, the EXP Carmilla. Very interesting, very interesting. That's the Malaysian flavor that I long for and things like that. Let's look at the graphics on top of here. So we didn't see a lot of Harris in this game. Or actually in my stream, we didn't see a lot of Harris. They prioritized a lot on the Roger, the Tigreals. In this matchup, this was the first time where I saw a lot of teams actually prioritizing Zask as well. We'll see the hero later on, but like this was pretty much an upset because a lot of people were voting for GeekFam. They had a very, very good first game, but game 2 and 3, Homeboys just had a lot of advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a big surprise overall because GeekFam was a team that I think a lot of people expected to do very well coming into this meta because you have players who like to be aggressive. You have Valoisky, the man himself who likes to play like assassin roamers and stuff like that, and Homeboys just switched up most of their roster, right? So everyone was expecting that Homeboys would need some time to really like come back into form, and they just throw that out the window straight away.
I got a question for you, Sarafa. Okay, who do you vote for, GeekFam or Homeboys? As a Malaysian.
I mean, I was still voted for Homeboys.
You actually voted for Homeboys?
Really?
Actually, did I?
Now I don't know.
I'm
now you're making me doubt myself.
His loyalty is in question.
Your loyalty is in question.
Yeah. I mean, it's been in question for a long time, so you don't have to worry too much about that. How about you, Aries? You come here from Stream C. How did your games go today?
Well, I think it's no surprises. We got 2 news across the board. You know, Team Flash put on a tough fight against Team Liquid PH, but it was the latter that actually got the win. So I think it was really nice to see because they were potential teams that didn't really face up against one in MSC, so this is the first time that we see both teams actually go head-to-head. There was really, really close fights. I think what's more interesting was game 2. So a lot of people expected a very one-sided fight from AP brand to actually take down See You Soon. But See You Soon in game 2, despite getting beaten 2-0, put up a very close fight. There was even moments in times that See You Soon was actually ahead in the game. So I think that was really interesting, and obviously both teams treated us to very interesting drafts. You know, we saw Zaz coming out a lot of times. I would assume that both Stream A and Stream B had Zaz appearing all over as well.
It's either picked or banned. It's like you leave it open, that's first ban, first pick. We have the graphics on the screen as of now, Stormy, Aboy, and Feud. I think these were okay, 100% win rates all across the board, except for Aboy. Actually, Aboy in GeekFam, he picked it up for the first game.
Yep.
In the second game. First game, it was dominant. It was so dominant. I think one of the reasons was that the adjustment to Zask, especially the first skill. I know you play a lot of Zask as well in the ranked games, but we don't talk about.
We don't talk about. It's not about me. It's about the players that you see.
It's about the players. It's about players.
But it's interesting. So you spoke about our boy being very dominant on the Zask in the first game. What was it about him? Like not only the passive, but was it a certain style that he was bringing on board?
The idea of using the Nightmaric spawn just to zone out your main damage dealer so that you can isolate the roamers, and I see that quite a bit in a lot of the other games, like when roamers technically like to be the reconnaissance of the team, identify like where the enemies are at different points of the map, identify where everyone is. But then Zask was able to just isolate the roamers and then wait for the rest of the team to come in, because there's still a little bit of damage coming through from the attack speed as well.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that you brought up that point, because the way Phil actually played the Zask, on the other hand, was completely different. We saw the Zask being in mid lane, but instead of the one dealing damage like what we see coming from Stormy here, because there was a Hilda roam and the game that Phil played the Zask was actually freed up to push the lane down. So very contrasting, execution, but I think we get the gist here. It's a hero that has a ton of damage. It's very dangerous to go up 1v1, and I think more importantly, there is always that risk that even if he dies off, his spawn when he comes up when he dies because of his passive is still a threat that you can't ignore.
Yeah, I think we can tell from all of this that with the recent buffs that Zask received, it's really pushed him back into the spotlight, because he really does a lot of different things. He's able to zone, able to do damage, he has utility in terms of stuns and slows, he has a get out of jail free card. Stormy, he got ganked by 4 people in mid lane, just jumped into his ult, survived, stunned 4 people, set up for his team to come back, and you can even push towers if you build the correct items. So it's just really annoying to deal with him in general, and we can see why he's so popular. But on the other side of the coin, we have another newer hero that has just showed up,
Beautiful.
Zusin, and I'm curious about you guys' thoughts about her.
Well, I'm going to refer to Churros on this one, because on the C stream, Juicing was just banned out. We completely had almost no appearance, if not no appearances. The only cameo that she made was in the drafting screen, and then
There's the ban.
Wow, okay.
Well, to be honest though, Fnatic Onyx is one of the best teams to play Juicin. So it's very interesting how Sans is able to manipulate Juicin, and not as a stay behind mage or artillery mage, but she's always in the front line. And you never think that would happen. In the first game of Fnatic Onyx against Rebellion, Keyboy was the one using Cho opening up that map, and then Keyboy was always staying back, waiting for the right time to go in. But in the second game, once Juicin comes online in the hands of Sans, he's actually able to use Juicin to just scout for information around, using Lantern to open up the bushes, soak up that damage. If Juicin is maybe half health, a quarter of health, pops the ultimate, gets out of there. It's pretty much the escape mechanism that Juicin provides that allows her to tank that damage enough for her to escape. And on top of that, you build the feather, you build the Clock of Destiny, and one of the mages that actually need the Clock of Destiny. And it's also a revamped Clock of Destiny that gives you defense whenever you just constantly deal damage on your opponents.
It's clearly meant that the revamped Clock of Destiny is designed for mages like Zusin, like Alice, like Esme, for example. Unfortunately though, like you mentioned, Sans did very well with the Zusin, but from what we can see of the players who have gotten the player
just
so far,
one game.
Hey, where there's winners, there's losers. There it is.
Yes, but he's literally the only player that has won with Zusin. So clearly, the players are still having some difficulty figuring out exactly how to really use her. I even discussed on Stream B earlier with Terrence and Abstract, where initially a lot of people were thinking that maybe Zusin was better as a roamer as compared to a mid laner. And I think Sans kind of played her similar to that way, right?
Actually, I want to bring this up. I was watching V-Wise's stream, and they said hey, maybe in the roam position, it's more interesting to bring a double mage kind of lineup. So you have the Zas Juicin combo that actually eventually just came up. Juicin doesn't need a lot of farm. All you need is a Clock of Destiny, maybe even the glowing one, you're set. You're pretty much set for a lot of the different annoyances that you get. You get a lot of range, you get a lot of zone control, you get a lot of objective takes.
I see. That is actually really interesting. And I really like that we have a hero that's still so new, that hasn't seen that much professional play yet, that the players themselves are still trying to figure out exactly how she's going to tick. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see where she develops into the meta. Will she still be top pick or banned, considering her win rate right now? But yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. We still got even more matches coming up on all 3 streams, so hopefully you guys will make sure to tune in for the matches that you guys want to catch. Stream B is B for best, by the way.
The A, hey man, you're an Asian, not a Bijan.
It's hard to argue with that.
We'll give her a chance. C.
What does C stand for?
Cool kids. It's the cool kids club, man. It's the cool kids club. You gotta hop in the stream C.
That's true. Yeah. Well, it's up to you guys which club you want to join, which stream you want to check out. We will go on a short break once again, and when we come back, there'll be even more MLBB action. So we'll see you guys right after this.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here in Stream B for Best. And we have GeekFam ID versus RSGPH coming right up. My name's Abstract, and once again with me here is Icy Baby as well as Sadafa. So Sadafa, how does it feel like to be sitting on this chair just now?
Yeah, it's a pretty good view there. It's a little bit different from yours because of the 8 cm difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty nice, you know?
Excuse me! Was it really 8 cm though?
I don't know, man. I was like, do you want to compare? Shall we get up right now?
It's okay, we shall fight. That's not the only thing that we are fighting today.
That is true, that is true.
We have very different kind of, what can I say, synergy today. So I'm just waiting for the part where the both of you are going up against me. No, wait, just now.
Malaysia's number one, remember?
Me and you against him. That's the next one that we're gonna be looking out for.
Sounds like a good plan.
Sounds like a good plan. We're gonna remix something to make
it both glasses versus you just now. Now we've got the hair crew against him.
Yes. The wavy hair crew.
We've got the wavy hair crew.
I don't have the wavy hair.
Exactly. Why don't you have the wavy hair? Because
I know, right?
Wavy hair is like the best thing. And you know what else is best? GeekFam ID's lineup. Because we have quite a stacked team. Even though they did lose to Homeboys in one of the games, but they are undoubtedly still a very strong team. So walk us through this, Icy.
I think when it comes to GeekFam as well, obviously we have Gops, Vincent, our boy Beloyski, and Kadera. I think the biggest highlight for me is gotta be Beloyski, right? He's been known for his assassin roamers throughout the entire region itself for the longest of time, since over the years here, and especially now with assassin junglers coming back into play, and I would say assassins that work really, really well in the current meta, Beloyski will take advantage of these situations, and every single team out there who's ever faced against GeekFam ID has to draft very, very different from their usual draft styles in order to counter him.
Exactly. So honestly, when it comes down to this this jungle meta, whereby we are looking at a lot of assassins, undoubtedly, roam has played such a massive role in opening up the maps because this is not something that junglers could do anymore. We'll always see fighter junglers or perhaps tank junglers that opens up the map and kind of take some of that that issue away from the roamers, whereby the roamers can assert dominance in somewhere else. But for now, since we are talking about GeekFam ID, let's take a look over to level 3 once again, where we have Coleus and he's about to interview our boy over there. So take us through this.
Thank you, casters. And now I'm with Aboy from the Geek Fam. Aboy, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, since the first series ended like your team is losing, what kind of strategy that you prepare for this second match? Karena kan tadi di match yang pertama kalian kalah, ada nggak strategi yang udah kalian siapin buat di match yang kedua ini?
Udah pasti ada sih kita strategi. Terus kita juga nyiapin mental juga sih. Soalnya kan kita masih tim baru kan, jadi kita kayak masih nyatuin chemistry dulu sih. Gitu.
Okay, so there will be a strategy, and they are preparing the mentality because they are still a new team, so they need to find the chemistry to be together. And Aboy, with Vincent as your jungler, what's the difference between your old jungler before? Dengan Vincent sebagai jungler kalian, ada nggak sih perbedaan yang paling dirasain sama Aboy dengan jungler lamanya?
Mungkin kalau Vincent dia lebih ke arah fighter hero sih. Kalau yang sebelumnya kan kayak assassin kan. Mungkin kita lebih ke fighter sih sama yang Vincent ini. Itu perbedaannya.
Okay, so because the old jungler are mostly using assassins and Vincent is using fighters, so there will be a different gameplay that can GeekFam using right now. So now on the second series, do you feels that you gonna win this series? Lu bakal pede banget gini untuk menangin series kedua ini?
Yang pasti pede sih, kan kita udah nonton gameplay dia juga kan tadi, kayak masih bisa lah kita lawan.
Okay, and I heard Baloy gonna using Harley Roam. Is it true? Because lu tuh Baloy.
Ya mungkin bisa aja sih dia. Banyak sih hero Roam nanti paling dicoba sama Baloy.
So it can be Baloy, it might be using Harley Roam. So let's see on the match later. So good luck for you, Aboy, and let's get back to the casters. Take it away.
Can you just see the skepticism in our faces? I
Harley
don't
Roam.
believe
I would want to
you,
see it.
boy. I don't believe.
I'd be a fan.
I want to see Harley Roam.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of annoying as well. Think about it. Think about it for a bit. You know, Harley out of nowhere, not even level 4, flies in your face.
Sure, I can kind of dig that. So, if that Harley Roam is really gonna be a thing, how is RSGPH gonna be dealing with that? So, Sadafa, walk us through this.
Well, we already witnessed how RSGPH was able to play earlier today, and they definitely displayed a pretty impressive performance overall. Nibor, Irad, Aqua, Light, and Kusi all combined together to be a very coordinated lineup that definitely seems capable of taking down GeekFam, because as Aboy already put it, they're still trying to figure out the synergy between their players.
Yeah, and this is really interesting as well, because when GeekFam was kind of dominating in the previous season as well, you know, Beloyski was always playing those assassin metas as well, right? We do see from time to time Light actually pick up assassin roamers for themselves. So I would say this is a very, very difficult composition for GeekFam to kind of cheese, knowing that Light does have the experience to deal with roam assassins.
So honestly, I'm pretty sure that everyone is looking out for RSGPH, and we definitely have got a very stern idea as to what we are expecting out of RSG in this match between RSGPH and GeekFam ID. But before we even jump in to talk a little bit more about these two teams and how their match is going to entail, I believe that we do have a video as well as a quick interview once again from Coleus and one of the players from RSGPH. So toss it over to Coleus right after this video.
Okay, and now I'm with Irad from the RSGPH. Irad, how are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, now you're just moving from the RRQ to the RSGPH. How is it going right now? Is it going good with your team?
For real, yes, because my ex-teammates is we are same Filipinos, so our communication is really good, and yes, I'm comfortable with my team right now.
There will be no language barrier this time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I heard from Light before that you gonna play all assassin for today. Is it true?
Maybe yes, because meta right now is full assassin, but I don't know if our enemy will ban all assassins. That's gonna be so hard.
Yeah, because I saw your Vanny before. It's very awesome, and because I didn't see it on RRQ. Mostly you use the tank jungler. Okay, do you have any message to the fans of RSGPH on the Philippines right now?
My message from can I speak Tagalog? Yeah. Hello sa mga readers dyan. Maraming salamat sa walang sawang suporta. At saka sana supportan niyo pa kami sa mga match namin. Gagalingan namin palagi. Yun lang. Maraming salamat.
Okay, thank you so much, Irad, and good luck for this match. And casters, gotta go back to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Coleus. And of course, I was manifesting. I was really hoping that we'll be able to see that one video from RSG Philippines. A quick little interview like what we have for you to Red Giants. But maybe we'll be able to see that next time. Now, for those people that's wondering what Irad said, basically, I know a little bit of Tagalog.
Okay.
So basically, he's just saying, thank you to everyone for the kind support to their team from RSGPH and every single one of the fans that have been supporting them all the way through.
That's not
true. Appreciate.
That's not true. You know what he said?
What?
He said that B-Stream, we have 3 very, very handsome people on the desk and they would love to be interviewed here in the sofa with us. That's what he said.
Right, sorry, I completely misinterpreted that.
God damn, your translation is so bad.
Look, to be fair, it's probably at the later parts of it. That's why I just kind of
okay.
I kind of slipped my mind. I only remember the first part of it. So
okay, fair enough.
I can neither confirm nor deny. But yeah, I like that translation better.
Anyways, we are going to be jumping into the draft phase right here, right now. As you can see, it is going to be GameFam going up against RSGPH. And we have GameFam on the blue side this time. And let's take a look at the ban so far. And I think, you know, just now Irad, he brought up a very, very important factor as well. Like, will teams actually ban off all his assassins? Because if they do so, he's gonna kind of struggle. Because Coleus did brought up as well, when he was playing with RQ, he was just playing tanks all the way too. But Irad is known for his assassins.
Exactly. So we really want to see that.
Yeah, we would love to be able to see more aggressive gameplay overall. So with Fanny, Hayabusa, and Ling all banned already, that does limit the possible assassin pool quite a bit, with Julian being one of the more obvious answers that you would want to contest for at this point. And not too sure if it's something GeekFan would go for as first pick here, because they do ban that Harif. So things like the Roger and the Moskov are going to be available.
I think it comes down towards the coach's drafting preferences, right? Like, I think if you were to take a good example with the AP brand, why would they pick heroes like Julian? Why would they pick heroes like Edith? Because they can be flex. It's to kind of have a mind game to force your opponent's drafter to kind of mess up their drafts, expecting that, hey, we might be facing off against an Arlet XP. Oh wait, it's not an Arlet XP. Something like that. But in this case, GeekFam, they are going to prioritize on that Arlet. So this might be a flex pick coming in from GeekFam.
Yep, very likely going to be a flex pick. But is it really first pick worthy though? What do you guys think?
In the past, Arlet as a first pick was very, very common.
Yeah.
I feel like nowadays, yes, you can still flex him into both Roam and EXP, but there's definitely more valuable heroes, which we immediately see from RSGPH.
We are definitely looking at the...
Oh, the Baloyski special!
Baloy Hellcat! Let's go! Please don't put this in the jungle. Please let Baloy play Hellcat.
I don't think this is in the jungle. Like, oh my
it
god.
immediately became so much more tolerable. I guess. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's insufferable right now, because I mean, we're looking at Arlet. Arlet first pick is definitely not in our books, but when it comes down to the Hellcat third pick, oh yeah, that's what we want, right? But in the end of the day, GeekFam versus RSG Philippines. This is essentially gonna be the battle of the PH Romans, and looking at the past achievements, accolades, as well as what we know about Baloyski versus Light, both of them has pretty much been crowned as one of the best PH Romans.
I think it comes down to, you know, just back to basics, right? Like when it comes to back to basics here, what kind of composition you want? You need 2 frontliners, and what I mean by frontliners are like tanky heroes that can soak damage, and then you need a mage, a support, and a mage, a marksman, as well as a jungler, right? So these
Right.
are pretty much the 5 core concepts of how you want to develop a composition. They mentioned that they swapped their jungler as well. So now they have a jungler that is very comfortable in fighter roles junglers. So I guess getting a fighter jungler kind of helps Beloyski do his own thing, because Beloyski, he is going to lose out a lot of tanking potential or face shaking potential in this composition. So if they pick a jungler, if they go back to basics, for the past 2 years, tank junglers all the way through, it would fit because they have a Hellcurt right now.
You're gonna have to supplement the fact that whenever your jungler is lacking the damage, someone else have to pick up the pace.
It's kind of like give and take,
Yes, exactly.
Because you gotta always just hit all of the factors for a solid lineup, right? That's why when you see people go like Zeus in mid, you need wave clear from your roamer instead, right? So if you're taking something from somewhere, you gotta put it back somewhere else. But that does still hedge on whether or not this truly is going to be that Hellcurt roam, which I hope it is.
I hope so.
It's not impossible that this goes into the hand of Vincent instead, but we will find that out later.
But that also, like you said, right? Well, we take what was the word that you say? Where we take, we put back, or something like
Give
that?
or take.
Give or take. Yeah. So basically, now with a Hellcurt roam potentially, we would not be expecting that typical tag team between the roamer and the mage in the middle lane to wave clear. So we really require someone in the middle lane to either have a lane priority all by her or himself to really deal with a Zask. And we have seen before that once we have a Zask on the opponent's side, even if you have the pressure coming in from 2% in the middle lane, that's not going to do anything to Zask. So perhaps that is why GigFam have decided to pick up a Hellcurt for themselves, because they don't even need that kind of wave clear in middle lane and that kind of pressure onto a Zask.
Yeah, and I guess that's going to be a situation here. But RGPH, they go for the next best option. It's going to be the Julian jungle coming in from RGPH. I was expecting maybe GigFam was banging on the fact that they're going to force this Roger in the jungle role, but guess what? 5 bans isn't enough to ban it all, because now RGPH, they have the Julian. And this is going to be quite annoying to work with here. But GigFam, they go for the Baxia jungle. Okay, so that pretty much solidifies saying that, hey,
it's a Hellcurt roam.
Beloyski Hellcurt, right there.
Yeah, they're gonna be looking for a mid lane. The Vex is still there as an obvious choice, but Aurora also gonna be very good at dealing with heroes like Terizla and Roger to make sure they cannot just easily jump into your face. So GigFam definitely wielding a lineup that I am very excited to watch.
We still is left with one final pick from RSGPH. We've got Julian Jungle, Terizla EXP, Roger Gold, and Zask in mid. And this is where we will want to ask the Battle of the PH Roamer, what exactly are they going to be picking out for light? With Akai, Chip, all gone, what's the next potential pick?
They can just go back to basic. Minotaur isn't too bad as well.
They could go Cho or Kaja.
Yeah, Cho isn't too bad, not bad as well.
Yeah.
But no, okay, they go for the Grok. All right. I can respect that. Like, Grok is great for just soaking up the burst coming from Hellcurt.
Yeah, I think Grok also plays a very important role because we know that Baxia is a very active hero in the first couple of minutes, so you need to have a roamer that can actually match that vision and mobility, and maybe even disrupt them a little bit in the jungle, of which the best choice is going to be Grok.
So with that all said and done, we've got both teams that have finished the drafting stage. GigFam, understandably, with the Beloyski special. Definitely going to spice things up quite a bit. While RSGPH, back to the basics, they have got basically whatever that they need from every single lane. They've nothing too out of the ordinary per se, probably just the Zask special that we very much has been seeing throughout the entirety of today. And SPS, we are seeing so much Zask, I'm pretty much expecting that Zask is going to be skyrocketing when it comes down to the pick ban rate. But I'm gonna excuse myself now, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm going to be passing the time over to Icy Baby as well as Sadafa as we head over to the Land of Dawn for match number 3.
Well. Thank you so much, Abstract, here, because we're going to be jumping straight into game. This is going to be GigFam versus RSGPH game number 1 here, and this is going to be an exciting one here, Safa.
And we have to know that there are going to be some stakes here. Remember, this is the group stage. Every victory is important. Every point gained is valuable. RSG, they already won 2-0 against Bigatron earlier today, so they're sitting quite comfortably. But GigFam ended up dropping their game against Homeboys. And speaking of,
Yeah, seems like speaking of harassments here, they have a lot of things that they have to bring to the table. Like all cards on the table, they bring in the pocket strategy from Beloyski, and hopefully he is going to be able to dictate the tempo here because RSGPH, they're going all out. Guess what? They're looking at Beloyski, they force a little bit of reactions coming in. He's taking some damage, but seems like they're just not letting him do his own thing right now. So RSGPH are doing okay.
I just realized that Beloyski actually is going execute as well. So he is very much going into this game with the aim of picking people off, which could be difficult. There's quite a number of heroes on the RSGPH side that won't easily go down.
I don't know if he's going to go for Sky Piercer or not, but if he does so rather early, RSGPH is going to have a very, very difficult time here. Especially for Aqua, if he's not inside his demonic descent, sorry, dominance descent in particular, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble here because once Beloyski gets in, he is going to silence somebody and kill someone. But in this case, Beloyski, he is going to fall. He got caught up all by himself. No backup whatsoever. And RGPH gets a very, very nice kill. First blood by them, and immediately they're gobbling up on Gobs as well. He doesn't have his force, so no final slash to kind of extend those fights. And now with the Aurora out coming in, RGPH, they're looking for the steal. They don't get it. Geek Fam, they take the turtle and they will back out instead unless they want to force it. They just
Probably
got the 4, but nope. Looks like they are going to try and harass the purple buff here. Vincent, he needs back up. Here it comes. Penalty zone comes in. Vincent getting completely shredded by Irad. Dark Knight Falls comes in, but RSGPH is still trying to steal the purple buff away. They finally take it away, but at the expense of Luing Nibor. But Irad, again, a double kill for him for RSGPH.
And this is the risk, right, of playing those assassin roamers. Yes, you can be annoying, but you really gotta play it well because you just don't have the health pool to be able to match up against heroes like that Grok. And because of that, we see Beloyski getting picked off twice in basically the same fight because of how long that extended. Geekfam may have secured the turtle, but giving up 3 kills already is not a good sign, especially since Irad was able to get quite a lot of EXP from that to immediately surpass Vincent in farm speed.
You know, well done to RSGPH, man. Like, they utilize that 7-second time frame so well. Whenever Irad has a spell, they commit to the fight. And Geekfam wasn't able to break the tempo because of that. But nevertheless here, even though they've got 2 kills here, the economy is not that far off between both this team here. So I was expecting more of a huge swing for RSGPH unless Loisky, he's gonna try to do a little bit of harassment for Irad, but Irad says, I don't care. I'm just gonna shake it off and I'm gonna move away. But now, here comes the commitment. Nice side step coming in from Irad with the enhanced swords here. He's gonna be able to get out, and Geekfam will be left with nothing once more.
My primary concern in this game for Geek Fam is that while yes, they do have a pretty solid late game scaling with the Moskov, RSG just has a lot more DPS potential overall once they have items under their belt. And that means that if Geek Fam are not able to make things happen with this Baxia Hellcat combo early on, they'll end up losing a lot in terms of scaling as the game progresses.
Yeah, speaking of scaling as well, Beloyski used his first stingers. He's gonna try and force his through, but he fights too! Under the brush, wall charge. Here comes the drop as well. Geek Fam, they need to get out. Dark Knight's Fort has committed, but Vincent, he might bleed out, and yes, he will to the Terisla. Nibor flickers out of there, and RSGPH, they're looking to commit a turtle, and they will get it once more. A 2-for-0 exchange. And they're looking for even more as well. Gobs, he needs to get out. He's completely trapped as well. The spear does not connect to back him up. But RSG says, okay, it's enough. 2 kills, 1 turtle, job's done.
A very efficient play there from RSG Philippines. It did look like they wanted to proceed for more, but I like that they had the discipline to decide, okay, this is not the time to try and push more advantage. We already got more than enough. And we can see the weakness of Geek Fam's lineup here. Because of the fact that they had to go for a Baxia to make up for the lack of tankiness on the Hellcat Roam, a lot of their setup is heavily dependent on Govs on this Arlet. And if he is not able to get the final slash out, or even worse, if RSG finds the better initiation timing first, there really is no way for Geek Fam to stop them. Once the freeze is used by a boy, the fight just goes completely in RSG's favor.
Yep, now GigFam opting to go for a little bit split push here, not looking to commit to fights against RHBH. They're starting to play for their split push strategy. In this case, Beloyski is going to play that role right now. He's farming up a little bit as a roamer, but guess what? He gets dived on. Julian going for the burst, but he survives with 1 HP, sidesteps his way through, dodging it, but it's not going to be enough. The damage has been done, but GigFam! They get a 3-man out from our boy to turn the tides. RSGPH, they commit to this fight, and now Light is gonna fall. Gobs gets a triple kill for GigFam, and RSGPH was not expecting that at all.
Now that's a big mistake there from RSG, diving a little bit too deep. Feeling a little bit overconfident there because they were already so heavily in the lead, and then all just running into the ultimate of a boy to get frozen. That time that was bought by the Aurora allowed Gobs to heal back up through the Vengeance spam and actually dish out the necessary damage to pick up a triple kill, immediately shifting the gold over to GeekFam's side and making this an even game.
Oh boy, RSGPH, they've paid the price and now they have to equalize. They're starting to respect what GigFam brings to the table, but as of now, it comes down to this one turtle fight. Skypiercer up on a boy, but Vincent, he's looking for the steal. He drives away, sidesteps away, takes the turtle, but he's stuck, he's committed. He pops the Tortoise Bazaar, but where's the backup? No backup from GigFam. They'll let it through, they'll get the turtle, they lose his life, but guess what? The side lanes are completely shoved on towards RSGPH's towers. Now Kadera now in a little bit of trouble. He needs to go for a side step. They're committing the fight, but the wall charge misses from line. And Kadera is able to get out. He's getting poked apart, but he won't escape his near death. Gobs buys a little bit more time. RSGPH, do they find the kill? Yes, they do. Gobs will fall.
GigFam is starting to find a little bit more space here. RSG trying to force things, making some mistakes, even trying to push down tier 1 mid.
Oh my goodness, penalty zone to try buy a little bit more time as well. Our boy, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He flickers out to safety, but they somehow defend the middle turret. RSGPH, they are getting very desperate.
Yeah, I'm worried if they may be getting a bit too desperate here. The gold difference now not going to be very much, only 1k for RSGPH, yet it allows them to feel confident enough. Irad actually able to steal an orange buff away from Vincent as well. But you have to realize that GigFam, as long as they're able to time their windows of entrance properly, they do actually do a good amount of damage. A boy actually even going for Bloodwings into Skypiercer, because he's realizing that he is the one dishing out most of the control and damage in these fights.
Oh my goodness, topside Kadera connects the spear, they find Kusei, and GigFam now looking to punish the separated members of RSGP. Light is trying to buy a lot of time, but guess what, GigFam, they're just, you know, leaving him to starve as long as they can while they get the maximum value of farm. But by doing so, RSGPH, they find one at the bottom lane as well. Our boy will go down.
They're not in position to be able to go up and provide backup, so instead they look for a kill on a boy in the bot lane. It's something for RSG, but losing Kusi and Light there are actually quite detrimental considering the timing of the Lord spawning. Unfortunately though, because of the way that the macro has been going, we can see that Beloyski, despite not having the best early game, still contributes a good amount with that Dark Knight Falls, turning off the lights and making it difficult for RSG to actually position themselves across the map.
Well, he just got his GDS as well, so that's going to be something that I think RSGPH needs to be a little bit careful where Beloyski may be coming out from a surprise factor. Meanwhile, Lord now 50% waiting for the right moment to strike. Vincent gets scouted out by Light. They pop the wall charge to try and stop him in his drag, but it looks like he's not going to get the Lord, but they are all clumped up. A big catch from our boy, and here he comes the rest of GigFam. They're going to try and finish off the low members here. Kusei first to fall. Next is Irad. Beloyski gets a double. Triple for him. Can he get the Maniac? No, he does not. Stolen away by Kadera, but GigFam, in the night, they strike. They completely shut down RSGPH.
They found the right angles and they're able to set up these angles because the lights are just turned off. RSG, they can only choose to commit on the Lord here to make sure that GigFam doesn't get it for free, but at what cost? They just allow themselves to be pincered and Kadera and Valoisky being able to come in from multiple angles to catch off the squishier, low health members of RSG. A boy doing a lot of work for his team right now. This Aurora able to set things up in a team composition that really doesn't have that much initiation.
The night is dark and full of terrors. In this case, RSGPH, what do they do? Beloyski out of nowhere just pops off, and now they have to play very, very safely here. And finally, we do see a huge Goldcraft swing in favor of GeekFam. And this is going to put RSGPH in a very, very awkward spot.
GeekFam now in control, already getting more towers and structures as well. Personally speaking, RSG Philippines needs to slow things down. They have a composition that is actually not bad at all at peeling, especially with the zone control that Zask and Karizla should be providing them. Yes, it's very hard to fight during that Dark Night Falls, so you really should not be forcing it. You can just scatter, you can take your time, you can back off. You gotta make sure that you're not having multiple players being hit by a boy, because that is really costing these fights for them.
Well, in this case, they've got the Blood Wings up on Irad to try and sustain throughout all these fights. They are also setting up ambushes for a boy in case... Sorry, they're setting up ambushes for Beloyski in case Beloyski gets a little bit sneaky. But guess what? On the top side, Beloyski saw that. They know, but guess what? It doesn't matter. Even if he knows, Light is gonna make sure he gets caught instantly with the wall charge. Bursts him down, shuts him out, and now they have some breathing room.
Pickup on Baloy is actually going to help a lot. Yes, they use a wild charge for it, but without the ability to turn off the lights, it'll be a lot easier for RSG Philippines to actually determine how they want to position for team fights. That's what's been making life difficult for them thus far. But GeekFam going to make the wise choice, not going to try and force anything, actually going to position a lot more defensively without Beloyski to open up the map for them.
Oh boy, RGPH just trying to fight for scraps here. Even though they've got Beloyski, they finally get to push out the lanes to set up for this upcoming Lord fight. And that's something that you can see GeekFam is already preemptively positioned themselves for it. But RG say they might look to try and get a tier 2 or maybe even a free pickoff, but looks like it's not going to happen.
RSG going to be able to even up the tower score just a little bit here. Oh, a missed penalty zone flicker from Nibor.
So they have to reset this as well, because that is going to be 100-second side on the cooldowns for those flickered up on Nibor. So the next one is going to be light here, 45 seconds. Can they buy it enough time? Because GeekFam, they know they have the advantage now, and they're looking to go for a couple of pokes here. Kadera trying to force a couple of angles here. Guess what? Wall charge coming from like completely airballing, and now a big out by Aurora as RSGPH gets completely peeled apart. They lose everyone and get absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Winston is going to try and escape this, and RSG, they just cannot commit to this fight as well. Kusei is being very sneaky. He's going to review himself, but the damage from Kadera hurts so much. He needs to run, and GeekFam looks like they will secure the Lord unless Beloyski will fall. No, he actually dies to the glowing wand from Aqua.
But his job is already done. That was clinical coming in from GeekFam, having Beloyski split push the top lane, and the moment someone comes to deal with him, in this case Kusi, a very important target. You see, the moment GeekFam saw the Roger in the top lane, they initiated. They went for the fight straight away because they knew they had the numbers advantage there. And RSG Philippines were just not able to deal with it. The Roger would not have made it back in time to contest the Lord, and GeekFam made sure to zone out their jungle, so they're able to get that for free. Beloyski, he ends up dying, but at this stage of the game, this Hellcut is pure utility. He does not need to survive the fight. He just needs to be there long enough to turn the lights off and be annoying.
Well, speaking of annoyance here, RSGPH, they need to play around the Zaz, but in this case, the amount of damage that Kadera is bringing to the table, it seems to be very, very difficult to do so. As you can see, Kadera starting to poke their way through. Even the demonic spawn just... sorry, the Nightmarish spawn just couldn't even survive barely a couple of seconds because of the damage coming from Kadera. And this is going to be a problem for them as well. Lord crashing on the tier 3s, and Vincent looking for the push. Final Slash tries to drag Nibor out of position, but they're not committed yet. They're focusing on the Lord defense. Meanwhile, GeekFam making work on towards the tier 3s. Light just cannot tank Kadera's damage at all. Kadera is just such a hero right now in the front lines for GeekFam.
We are definitely seeing some really clean execution here though from Geek Fam. I love what they're doing, using the Lord, effectively taking out every inhibitor, not trying to force things out. You can tell that some discipline has been cemented in these players, even if they, as they put it, is a little bit of a newer lineup. And now Kadera is a massive thorn in the side of RSGPH. We know that Moskov is one of the best scaling marksmen in the game, able to 1v5 if the situation is correct for him. And Geek Fam, they're all about setting that up. They have so many ways of making sure that this Moskov will just be able to tear through the ranks of RSG Philippines.
Oh boy, Beloyski. He is going to try and finish things up for Kadera in case there are a couple of stragglers. In this case, RGPH, they're fighting for scraps once more. They are going to have their orange buff jeopardized, but as of yet, what can they do at this stage? Because it seems like in terms of timings, what are they aiming for?
In terms of timings, RSG Philippines has already hit a point where they have enough items to actually do a significant amount of damage to Geek Fam. They just need to have better positioning. Again, they gotta be more wary about being too forward in the map, because the moment that Dark Knight Falls is activated, they need to scramble, right? Because no matter how good you are in your team positioning, it's gonna be very difficult to do so. Oh, when you can't see anything.
Okay, they're looking for the conceal, they're looking for the hunt here. Beloyski, they barely have a good spidey senses here, and he does scout things out. So that's gonna be a failed conceal play coming from RSGPH. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they're looking to try and set up the fights here. Beloyski is shoving the lanes up top. Kadera as well, trying to buy time for Beloyski to make the tempo. Aqua looking to recall back into the base here just because of the lanes, and Geek Fam making quick work on towards the Lord. Half HP. RSG, what you gonna do? Seems like they are in this array. Nibor taking too much damage here, and the spear from Kadera catches on Iran, and he's in trouble here. But no, he bought time with the Winter Crown. He sidesteps away, but he needs to get out. Meanwhile, Kadera will make quick work on the rest of the members of RSG. They poke them all bit by bit, and now they finally fall. They crumble, and the base will fall. They took too long. They could not deal with the amount of pressure that Geek Fam has done to RSGPH. What a game by Geek Fam.
I think this is a very typical Geek Fam victory, and exactly what I was hoping to see from them once that Beloyski Hellcat was locked in. Using the chaos of battle to just jump into the backline and take down the base like the little roach he is. The RSG Philippines going to need to invest in a little bit of insecticide, because that Hellcat was a problem.
You're gonna have to ban whenever you have no answer to it, just ban it. I mean, it is a Beloyski special for a reason. And understandably, when it comes down to Geek Fam, yes, Beloyski may not have that great of a time in the early stages of the game, but ultimately, we definitely did manage to see that Geek Fam eventually was able to find their way and their proper understanding into defeating RSGPH. It almost feels as though once we reach the later stages, Beloyski only has one job, and that is to deal with Kusei and make it tough for him to even enter into a team fight. Considering that RGPH, they're kind of working in a front-to-back kind of lineup, especially since they are working with Aqua that's playing as a Zask. You can't exactly focus target onto whoever you want in the backlines. Whoever's closest, you gotta zap that person. So most likely that first person is going to be the Baxia. But all in all, time and time again, is that the reason why that RGPH is unable to win in team fights?
I think like you brought up the right angle in terms of the point here for the Zaz pickup here, but I feel like whenever Aka tries to drop anything, when the Dark Knight Falls comes in, what can a Zaz do? Like, what's the strength of a Zaz? Zone denial, area denial, because of the range, the amount of damage he brings to the table. Dark Knight Falls comes in, what does it hit? I don't think it hits anything at all.
Within vision, right?
Yeah, because there's no vision because of Dark Knight's Fall.
And it kind of resets the ramp-up damage coming in from the lasers, from the Dominator's Descent as well, right?
Yeah, so that does end up messing with it. And on top of that, the thing is, RSGPH is an aggressive team in general. So rather than using the Zask as zone denial, they were trying to use it as zone to claim area by being aggressive during fights. And I feel like RSG tried pushing that a little bit too much. It was working well for them initially, but you have to realize that at a certain point, because they were always grouping up in their front to back, playing as a squad, trying to push into Geek Fam's side of the map, they're not able to reposition fast enough to avoid a boy, especially when they're not able to see, right? When Dark Knight Falls comes out, you see the Frigid Frost just hit everyone, freeze them all, allow for the damage to be done, and for some reason, RCPH just kept doing it.
I think it comes down to a point on were they tilted or not, because that plan up top where they want to focus on shutting down Beloyski was really on point for RGPH, but when they got out macroed and out microed with one mistake, that's where you can see RGPH started kind of went into panic chaos mode where desperation kind of kicked in. And as compared to how they were playing before, they were very composed, very disciplined, trigger discipline, everything on point. But after that one mistake where they gave away a triple kill, everything went to hell for RGPH.
It's great that you mentioned that, right? Despite the fact that we have definitely saw how our boy is such a fundamental and such a pivotal player, Caldera is still the one that manages to clinch that MVP status because of what the entire team is able to bring in for Caldera, right? Eventually being able to ramp up in massive amount of gold, whereby he's already online with 11.5 thousand gold at 14 minutes, full on items. He's just whacking everyone like a truck, and that one fight in the top lane, Frigid Frost hitting all 3%, giving all the kills over to the side of the Arlet. That is undeniably...
this was that fight.
This was the fight, yes. Undeniably, the reason why RSGPH lost their early game control, lost whatever lead that they had, and it comes down to the point whereby this neck-and-neck economy ultimately punished RSGPH in that in terms of front to back kind of strategy.
Because we talk about how important it was for Beloyski to be annoying, for Avoid to set up team fights, for the Arlet to be able to find those final slashes, but none of this would have been effective if they didn't have a late game marksman that could really do a lot of damage.
Gotta pave the way.
And so they were basically paving the way for Kadera the entire game, because if Geek Fam had something like a Roger, for example, no matter how late they're able to delay the game, it's still going to be very dangerous because it doesn't quite do enough damage to truly threaten RSG. So Moskov was the perfect fit for that because they were just creating space for him the entire time. And yeah, it feels bad looking at this replay because
Beloyski actually went for the back door there.
Yes,
boy.
he did.
Okay, you know, like the amount of layers that Geekfan had in that assault was so overwhelming that there's only so much things your brain can actually process, right? Like you can see in every movement coming from RGPH, they were scrambling. What do? Like, we saw Ira outmaneuver in the final fight here. Oh wait, I sidestep Kadera, you know, Kadera is aiming at me, and then Kadera is like, you know what, I can't chase the Juden, let's hit the Grok. And then Light was like, you know what, I think I want to stay in the fight, I don't want to give away like Lord Control, but this guy's poking me. Wait, that's taking a little bit too much damage. Wait, I need to back off. Wait a minute, our base is getting completely messed up, and it felt like there was just so much miscommunication, and you can't really blame RGPH for it because the amount of things that GigFam has set up precedent from start to mid to late game was so overwhelming that what do?
They're overstimulated.
Yeah, overstimulated. Yes. First thing, we need to focus on Beloyski. He's so annoying.
Yes.
I've forgotten about the Moskov. I've forgotten about the Baxia. It's fine, it's okay. I'm gonna focus on that. Wait a minute. Baxia just stole a turtle. Okay, fine. Maybe let's focus on the Baxia and Beloyski. Wait a minute. The Aurora is annoying. Okay, let's focus on this tree. And then time over time and over time, 16 minutes later, wait, there was a Moskov in this game?
It's an all-encompassing game whereby we are starting to look at RSGPH reacting more and more and more over to GeekFam ID. Understandably, at the start, they were the one that is the pace setters. But then once that Frigid Frost hits them, they started reacting. So hopefully that is the kind of thing that we might not want to see in the next game of game number 2 between GeekFam ID versus RSGPH. Hopefully RSGPH will be able to kind of reset themselves once again right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Here we go!
You and I, we a vibe. 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 You
It's always a vibe when we come outside. We ride till the sun goes down, till the moon comes out. Love it when we are together. When I'm with you, it's whatever. You make the weekend feel like forever. We could ride this way forever. Long as me and you together. Cherish the vibe like it's treasure. When I'm with you, it's whatever. Forever.
You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a shit. We a VIP. That's why OUANDME. They all mad at us, so they HATE. We out here living life, we ain't laying down sleepy. Traveling around, ain't no time to wait around. Every time we come around, we don't break, don't need a lounge. Get lost out in the world, you can find your way around. You can go from town to town, if you're tired, lay it down. I found your presence is a blessing, I dismiss. Cause me being with you is a gift on my wish list. Let's make the best of every opportunity, big trips. Cause we a whole vibe, tell them all my new. You and I, we a vibe. 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 We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. We a VIP. We a VIP. You and I, we a vibe. And I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, down the ride. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. You and I, we a vibe. Down the ride, you and I, we a vibe.
Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is so yesterday. Cause baby, I can fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen, on Stream B, where we have just concluded the very first game between GeekFam ID versus RSG Philippines, where it ended with a semi-upset to a certain extent, because I'm pretty sure that most people would have predicted that RSGPH would be the one that wins. But, of course, a little flip of a switch or script. We do have got the Beloyski special that came out. As such, it gave GeekFam ID that one win that we are looking out for. As such, looking at the predictions is very different from what I was expecting. I thought that you guys are in favor of RSGPH.
Magic. Magic.
Weren't you guys...
To be honest, I've forgotten what I wrote.
No, to be honest, I feel like Demon Kite is just such a strong jungler, and for Ira to come in personally, that was why I felt like it's a little bit of a disparity, because it is gonna take some time for them to coordinate. And again, I'm a big fan of Beloyski. Like, again, I said before, right, in their drafts, when you play against Beloyski, you have to throw away common sense in your drafts. And that's why I was very surprised that Homeboys was able to 2-1 them. But again, it's a 2-1 against GeekFam ID.
So, you're saying the RSGPH would lose to GeekFam ID. That's what both of you say. Oh, maybe I'm the wrong one. You know what?
Anything's still possible.
Anything is still very
We have
possible.
to
be honest,
admit,
anything is still
that
possible.
first game could be considered a little bit cheesy, right? The Helicarrier
you
roam.
can't pull it off twice. Can
Surely
you?
not, right?
Okay, you can if they don't ban it.
Yeah, but surely they wouldn't do that now, right?
Surely they have an answer by now,
okay,
right?
I think technically they should, because do they want to take the risk to try it out how to deal with Beloyski's Hellcurt? Or do they want to try and force Beloyski to pull out a little bit more pocket strategy? Because think about this, right? RSGPH, they already have a 2-0 in their pocket in terms of points. But GigFam, they already lost their series. So again, desperation is on towards GigFam sides. And straight up, game one, pocket strategy, boom. RSGPH was definitely surprised. So I feel like RSGPH, they should be able to remain their composure. But based on game one, I felt like they were desperate. Like, they lost their cool after that.
RSGPH.
Yeah, they lost their cool
They
in
lost their
that
cool.
fight.
I will agree with that. Like, I feel like RSG was lacking the signature adaptability
yeah.
that we expect from a lot of stronger teams. And at a certain point of the game, it just kind of felt like they were bashing their heads against a wall and hoping something would change.
I don't know if it was like a tilt moment or something, but it really felt like after they got the triple kill death up top, they were just desperate.
So
they lost their composure.
They lost their composure. I mean, they did manage to get a short little break. So hopefully they huddled up together and understood what was the problem on hand in game number one. As such, they are definitely or probably would want to fix that up for game number two as we jump into the drafting phase with the Beloyski special
They have to
band
respect this.
by RSGPH.
They definitely have to respect this a little bit better here. But again, GigFam game one, they banned off all the assassins here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see RGPH prioritize assassins for Irad right from the get-go before GigFam kind of sets the tempo. But even then, I don't think it was that big of a deal, because game one, you know, RGPH, they was just still owning the early game. They were really owning the early game. They just made one mistake which kind of lost them the entire tempo.
Was it just the catch factor coming in from RSGPH that just didn't really quite work out for them? I mean, we're looking at a Grok roam coming in from their side, and understandably, when I've always talked about this before, right? Whenever you have a Grok roam, you would kind of require teams that is able to catch up to the Grok's momentum, the Grok's mobility, especially if you flicker wild charge. In this case, there's only probably 2 heroes that can kind of catch up to you. If you add in a flicker, there will be 3 from the Terizla, right? Julian, Roger, 100% they can catch up. But when it comes down to Aqua playing as a Zask, that might actually make things a little bit difficult. Is it really just Light being way too far for that kind of setup?
I personally think it wasn't because of Light being way too far. It was because of RSGPH being way too far. There were way too many fights where they were out in the map or even trying to force things when they didn't have to. Again, I highlighted this multiple times during game one.
Desperation.
They can turn off the lights, just wait for that to be over before you full commit. Yet RSG just decided to jump into what could potentially be the Arctic every single time.
Yeah, it was very difficult spot here because they have to group up together because they're afraid of the Dark Knight's fall.
Right.
But if they don't group up, they get picked apart by everyone.
It's
Because
kind of a situation where it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
yeah, if you stick, you're gonna get caught by the
Slow
Aurora.
it down.
If you split, you're gonna get caught by Beloyski. But if you decide to stick, which they did, they got out macro with Kadera just forcing on the back, on the side lanes.
Let's not forget about Frigid Frost too.
Exactly. So in this time, they ban off the Moskov, denying away that global presence, allows RGPH, or maybe even in this case, force GigFam to kind of group up as 5 and take a 5v5 fight in favor of RGPH's playstyle.
Okay. True. So at this point in time, we have got 3 heroes that's already been picked, with RSGPH getting themselves Haref, GigFam still back onto the Zask, and of course with the Roger. Back to the same question again. Whenever we have a Zask, it is aerial denial, or in this case, claiming lands, right? We're claiming lands, free real estate, all just for the Zask. So at least for GigFam, they knew the answer, and that is the answer of Beloyski special. But what do RSGPH have for themselves?
Smart. This time RGPH, they take away, they are going to be playing the global presence a little bit better now, forcing GigFam to pull in Beloyski, to force him to play either defensively or aggressively. And what I mean by defensively or aggressive is going to be the Angela. And in this case, forcing him to play Angela means that you are going to lose that Beloyski special. And I don't know, I have this secret feeling that they might play a Sylvana roam for GigFam.
Sylvana?
Oh,
But
really?
it's hard.
That's
it's really, really hard to play.
That seems kind of out of left field. You're
that
gonna need
was
to
a
explain that.
huge leap. Care to explain?
Okay, just because of how their team's play style work around, right? They want Beloyski to be playmakers. Sylvana is a very, very annoying roam to deal with, which, again, kind of works like a kind of an assassin, right? Pre-level 4, you deal a lot of damage early on. And they want to kind of snowball into that. But again, like I said, if you go for that, global presence, you are going to lose out. You know,
like-
split push is not that great.
Is global presence really the name of the game?
It can be, but it doesn't have to be either. Like, I get where you're coming from, Terrence. Like, if you have a Loi on the opposite side, you'd usually want something like a Chip to counter it.
Yeah.
Chip is banned, so maybe something like the Angela, so that you at least
Yeah.
have some presence there, right? But I don't think it necessarily has to be the case. As long as you have ways of scouting out, like brushes and stuff, right? Which they do. They have Baxia now, they have Zask. It's not difficult for them to make sure that like there isn't a diversion play happening somewhere else. They just got to make sure they can match it macro.
So the question is, why did Beloyski choose, or rather chose, Hellcat as his special? What makes this Hellcat work for him?
Very simple. You look at Beloyski, okay? You look at his face, okay? do you see his face? Yeah. If you stare at him long enough, you will see darkness. That's why Hellcat.
Okay, so
I see, yes.
Will we be able to emulate that onto some other heroes?
Well, it happened in game 1, but okay, game 2, I don't know. I feel like he's known for his annoying aggression, right? His split push, his ratty compositions here. If you give him another ratty composition, it isn't too bad. But again, I haven't seen him play Natalia for a very long time.
Oh, that is
true. I'm thinking completely out of the
Oh,
box.
it's not gonna be Natalia.
Ah, okay.
I really wanted to see some kind of very interesting flex coming in from GigFam. I mean, we have been seeing Zask all the way as a mid. I don't know. You told me that I gotta throw all common sense away.
Yeah.
There could be a chance that Zask just suddenly become the roamer, that kind of stuff. You know. I'm preparing myself.
I don't think so.
I'm preparing
Not
myself.
this time.
Not
We
this
already
time,
have
no.
a Franco, which
Yeah.
we haven't seen a Franco in quite a while.
Very
That could
But
be fun.
Loiski plays this a lot though in ID. He plays this a lot
But
as a safety.
They now have the lockdown and the answer to a very annoying Harif. But the question is always gonna be if whether this big chonky man is able to run up to a slippery Harif.
Got a big Lance. Irad Lancelot. Now that's quite interesting here.
It's been a while.
GigFam banned out 4 assassins once again. Interestingly enough, I think Julian was still open, but they decided to go for Lance instead, just to have a hero that's a little harder to lock it down on top of Ruby. So
Lance.
very good ways of canceling the CC coming in from a GigFam.
And
Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Okay, this
Masha
is still
EXP.
within.
Masha EXP is still a thing. I mean, you can definitely still do that.
Okay, if we were to play towards GigFam's usual playstyle and comfort picks here, I talk about give and take, right?
Yeah.
Now, instead of Beloyski being the annoying one, now you've got a Masha who's the annoying one. In this case, XP's got to be flexible a little bit.
XP is gonna be
here.
the one that does that now.
I don't think it's gonna be a Franco XP, but
No.
most likely it is gonna be a Masha.
I think that would be a huge throw if they were to do that.
True.
Yeah, but to be Franco.
To be frank, though, wow. I see that, pun lord. I see that.
This is off to a great start, ladies and gentlemen, as we are jumping into the land of dawn here. Game number 2 between GigFam ID versus RSGPH. I excuse myself and bring in back to Icy Baby and Sadafa.
Thank you so much, Abstract here. We are going to be jumping straight into game here. Will this be a redemption for RSGPH, or will GigFam cheese their way to victory? Because this is going to be game 2 between RSGPH versus GigFam ID.
Will Beloyski be able to recreate the same success we saw earlier? Because Hellcat was very, very annoying, but now he doesn't have access to that. He does have a great hook though, so it's going to be interesting to see whether GigFam can make use of that overall, because normally you would want your roamer to have a good amount of AoE, right, against a Loi, and Franco is not that.
Yeah, and well, as soon as we said that, the hook didn't really commit to this. Well, Aqua preemptively used the flicker to kind of back out to safety. So that's going to be a little bit of win points coming from in here. But look at this, Iran getting very aggressive here, almost taking our boy down. So they is going to be able to back off for now. Another hook attempt coming from Boloyski, not connecting here. Nothing super crazy yet, but we do see attempts being made so far from both sides.
One of these is gonna land eventually, and it is going to be very exciting when it does. But until it does, it means that GeekFam is not going to have a lot of that early game pressure. There were good movements earlier from both Aqua and Aboy to make sure they weren't easily picked off from ganks. So the game is still gonna be proceeding without too much action.
Well, speaking of action here, Kusei, oh no, he's taking a little bit too much damage there. Kadera overcommits a little bit here. He's trying to go in for the finish there, but he's in a little bit trouble. Sidesteps his way through, but somehow he wins his gold lane for a little bit. Meanwhile, middle lane here, first blood in the hands of Aqua. RSGPH, they got the kill, and now here it comes. Divergent comes in right behind the back lines of Vincent. They are going to take the turtle and take the kill, instantly getting for a 2-for-1 special. In this case, a bang for a buck. Buy one, free one special.
And that's always going to be the scary part of playing against a Lo Yi. You never know where the diversion could show up. They used it to get behind Vincent, but they could have just as easily used it to gank Kadera up top. So there's always needs to be a way for GeekFam to make sure they know where Aqua is going. And I'm not sure if they're going to have the resources to do so, especially with RSG feeling more comfortable now, even able to get that first blood in the mid lane.
Well, speaking of first bloods right now, because GeekFam, this feels like a repeat from game 1, right? Like RGPH, they were dominating the early game here. They're getting so much lane control and everything. It comes down to Boloyski making no space. But this time, GeekFam forced to play default there. It's going to be a lot more pressure on Gobs to actually make these plays on this Masha. And so far, as you can see, Masha is actually struggling against Nebo right now.
It is to be expected somewhat here. Masha early game is not all that good, and Ruby is able to regen a lot of the poke that comes out anyway. Alright, he has been teleported up here. Kadera, luckily, not going to play too aggro. I think he realizes something is amiss.
Well, so in this case, Vincent gonna continue their default plan here. GeekFam just biding for time for now, but economy swing-wise, RGPH is starting to lead. Barely 40 minutes of the game, they're 1k ahead, and it may not be a big amount, but considering that this is the early game, that is pretty huge for RSGPH.
We already know how important it is for this team to be able to snowball off that early game, so this start is already great for them, especially this time as well. GeekFam doesn't have a hero like Moskov to be able to fall back to, right? Their gold lane is Roger, who scales pretty well in damage, but nowhere near to the level of a Moskov.
Oh no, here he comes. They go in for the fight as well. Boloyski gonna be first to fall. Vincent tries to buy a little bit more time here. We've got the Dominance Descent coming in, but they are able to trade only Aqua for Boloyski. So as of yet, GeekFam, they're very happy with this trade. Nibor trying to extend the fight, but look at this, the Nightmare spawn is just so annoying. And finally, Gobs joins the fight, but he's all by himself. He can't seem to finish off Lights, but he's down to 2 bars. He's gonna try and fight Iran, he needs to get out, and he's gonna die! They secure the turtle for GeekFam as well as getting a kill on Iran. RSGPH now, they're gonna try and extend the fight, but he saves our boy's life with the hook, but does he get out? No, he does not, but he forces Nibor to commit, and because of this, does he get punished? Gobs, he's trying to do a lot more damage, but the hook for Boloyski continues. Aqua respawn, rejoins the fight and says, no, GeekFam, no more for you.
I think GeekFam could have afforded to leave that fight a little bit earlier because they were actually winning out quite handily there, with Gauss being able to get Irad and the turtle in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, they forgot about Aqua's presence. Lo Yi does a lot more damage than just TPing people around. So if not for that, that would have been 100% GeekFam victory.
Oh, they overextended their stay by a lot, and now with the Divergent coming in, I think the spawn links coming in from the Zaz actually scouted that Divergent play. And GeekFam, they're just, once again, playing very safe here, not knowing where the rest of RGPH are. Vincent now getting caught up in 2-man stun. I'm offended, connects until they get completely blasted by Aqua. RSGPH continuing to go in for the catch. Kadera stuck under turret. He's gonna get pulled back, but does he survive? No, he does not. Light will finish him off, and
the global presence of RGPH starting to crack into the defense of GigFam right now.
And this is the problem with a hero like Franco nowadays, right? With so much aggression coming in from most teams and so much mobility to be able to move around the map together, you usually want to make sure your roam, or at least your main form of setup, has AoE to be able to deal with it. And Franco just does not provide that. Valoisky, he got a good hook into the tower, but then Nivor just does the same on multiple members instead.
Oh, what a save coming from Light here. Can they get Nivor in time? No, they cannot. And one good hook is all they need. And Beloyski is able to find one before this third turtle. 5v4. No dominance descent so far from the side of GigFam, but they do have the Nightmare spawn. Do they secure the turtle once more? Yes, they do. Gobbs throwing his body to the back lines. He wants to finish up Iran, and they find Iran again. And another hook from Beloyski. What a hook by GigFam. And in one fell swoop, they get not one, not two, but 3 heroes, as well as the turtle from the side of GigFam.
I think this series is demonstrating that GigFam are the masters of disruption in MLBB. They're so good at getting in your head, getting under your skin. RG, they seemed like they had control of the turtle there, but Valoisky is just throwing out hooks left and right, actually picking people off. And Gobbs, this Mashak really came out of left field for them. RG was not prepared to deal with this sort of damage. Lance should be able to escape from most things, but not from that thunderclap.
You know, expect the unexpected, right? Like, after this turtle fight here, usually you kind of back off and play a little bit safe, but look at how Gobbs was just in the face of Iran, making sure that he cannot steal anything. But another beautiful hook from Beloyski is just so annoying to work with, because technically, again, common sense says that you take the turtle, we're too far off, we got, I would say, Gobbs out to safety, we should back off. No! GigFam just says, you know what, I'm just gonna whee!
Where's the hold on, diversion, a big one.
The back lines, Gadera, he needs to make a run for it, Mo, but they don't get the kill on towards him as well. Beloyski getting stunned away by the yin-yang reactions here. He is going to be the first to fall, but at the same time, the dominance descent comes in, but it's not enough damage to punish this. So that's going to be a good jump from RGPH. But look at this, Iran! He finds our boy without his spell. He goes in for the dive. He executes him. And that's going to be 2-0. Meanwhile, Gobbs is looking for Iran. Do they go for this? They don't have the numbers here. Well, Loyski just spawned, but they are going to lose a tier 2 for now.
I think that's fine for GigFam. It is acceptable losses considering everything. Hold on, Gobbs is actually still waiting back there. Could find something maybe, but I think he wants Irad ideally.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here, but Gobbs, he gets pulled back into this fight. He's got the help, but here comes the hook to catch onto his light. He is going to get firsted down here. Gobbs flickers away. He's going to eventually fall to Aqua, but GigFam, they force a fight when you least expect it. They go for 1-for-1. But RGPH, they're getting very smart about this here. No, they're going for the fight as well. They go in behind and they find one. Our boy comes out of the spawning and he will fall as well. And GigFam, they lose the tempo. Here comes the hook from Beloyski, but was it worth it? Because RGPH just got so much damage from Aqua.
GigFam really just needs a harder front line here, which is surprising when they have Franco and Baxia. But they're really not surviving long enough due to the AoE damage coming out of Aqua. Despite the strong hooks from Beloyski, GigFam are having difficulty truly following up, especially when their team has been split apart. They need to make sure they're the ones dictating the tempo. And it is turning out that this game is a lot closer than we would have initially predicted.
Oh boy, this is smart. Finally, RGPH finally holds in their composure and choose when and where they want to fight. Wait for those outs up on our boy. Once he gets out, goes to the back lines and go in for the fight. In this case, now they're committing on towards Gobbs. GigFam says, we're sick of you right now. And RGPH just takes him out of the equation. GigFam just could not respond in time.
Yeah, there's a Lo Yi proving to be a lot bigger of an issue here. Abstract asked earlier, is global presence the thing? I think it might be.
Oh my goodness, Beloyski getting completely
completely shredded by Aqua here. 10, 2, and 5. They are going to be scrambling to pieces here. RSGPH continues their assault, diving back towards the crystal as well. They get everyone. Boy left to defend here. Gob finally reveals himself, but Aqua once more kills him off. Divergent, can they get out to safety? Yes, they can. Gob's now 1v1's Nibor. He gets the kill, but the damage has been done. The damage has been done on towards the bases of GigFam.
The crystal now exposed. RSG Philippines heavily in the advantage in terms of structures surviving. And we can see that the lack of AOE/CC or even damage from GigFam is really hurting them, because RSG feel completely safe to just mass diversion right in front of them, because they know there is nothing GigFam can do to actually punish.
Oh boy, this is just a back and throw game so far. GigFam somehow still manages to defend, but again, the damage has been done. They still have a little bit of hope here, but it's only a 5k network difference, so it's not that big of a difference now as the game progresses slowly into the later stage of the game. So it all comes down to that one big hook, or in this case, can they deal with those divergent plays from Aqua, because he is playing out of his mind this game.
Oh, speaking of, there it is once again. They're looking for Kadera.
Oh no, conceal plays. Can they get him as well? No, they are going to try and buy it a little bit more time. Gobs were able to find Kusei. They turn the tides, double kill for them, and they're looking for a triple. They made the mistake. They have learned, and Gobs gets the triple, and now RSG, they have to run for their lives. Kadera looking to try and catch this off, but the tier 1 still stands. They won't be able to get out to safety. GigFam will only have to settle with 3 with 15 seconds left on the Lord. They need to get even more. They're stealing resources away from RSGPH. But again, was this all worth it? Because RSG, they're going to be respawning in 3 seconds. I'm offended comes in. They extend the fight. Iran, you cannot die here. They kill Gobs, but does he survive? No, he does not. He loses his life. But GigFam says it's enough. We have to leave. Aqua is back online. Divergent comes in. We need to reset this. Can they get out to safety? Vincent is in trouble. Our boy walking back to his base as well. Beloyski gets completely stranded here. He is gonna fall to buy time for the rest of the members to come back online. And this is not looking good for GigFam. They overstayed their stay.
I have to say, all of that started in the fight outside of GigFam's base by Beloyski having a flicker bloody hunt into Winter's Crown. So there was no way for him to be CC'd out of the bloody hunt, thereby holding Kusi down until he could be finished off. A very nice interaction there from the newly revamped item. GigFam now going to be returning to contest the Lord. Diversion going to be scouted out here. Irad comes
no way.
through.
Irad, he needs to get out. Gobs, he is on the second bar as well. 1.5 bar for the Lord. Do they get the reset? Yes, they do. So GigFam is able to hold on. But again, RSGPH, they need to catch Kadera and our boy. It comes to the 50-50. Irad wins it, and now they are going to go in for an all-out brawl. Nibor first to fall, and GigFam looking for a little bit more. Iran needs to run. He needs to back off. They cannot bleed a little bit too much here. Kadera takes a little bit too much damage. He sidesteps the Phantom Execution. Beloyski with the Flicker Hood does not connect. And GigFam says, okay, enough. Too much. Too much action for this one game. Too much.
We are seeing an incredible exchange of blows from RSG Philippines and GigFam right now. Neither team willing to give an inch. And GigFam showing that they are truly contenders despite a weaker early game presence.
Okay, here he comes. 3 of them so far, 3v5. The rest of the teams are grouping up slowly here. The Nightmarish spawn is slowly delaying the Lord push, but GigFam, they have to clear it out quickly here. Aqua, 3-man catch coming in as well. The Nightmarish spawn is going to be outside to buy a little bit more time to zone them out, and because of this, they will be able to safely defend against this Lord. Meanwhile, next tier 3 assault coming in. RSGPH, do they commit? It seems like they can't really do too much here. They have to clear the minions. RSGPH will take it down. Hook doesn't connect for Beloyski. That means RSGPH is coming in. GigFam waiting for the right moment. The hook, once more, does not connect.
Yeah, this is a very tense situation right now. RSG looking to get every single inhibitor.
Oh! A big catch coming in from the Ruby here as well. GigFam, they're taking so much damage. They completely crumble. Vincent also falling. 3
2v5 against the wall. Kadera is trying his best, but it's gonna be a little bit too much here. Crystal is gonna fall. RNG and PH hammers their way through, and they take the Crystal, dragging this into game number 3.
A truly valiant effort here from Geek Fam, but some mistakes in positioning, being caught out. Nibor finding the ideal opportunities over and over again, basically replaying what happened to them in game number 1. And we are going to our first full series of the day here in Stream B.
What a intense match here. I don't know. I feel like I need Abstract to kind of dissect this for us right now. Abstract, what do you think of that intense match?
There's a little bit too much to unpack. There's so much. I mean, this for number 1 is our very first 3-game series of the day, and it is great that we are able to find out if whether Icy Baby and Sadafa is correct or I am correct, as in where the prediction goes.
Well, technically all of us got correct in a sense where it is going to be
it is a 3-game series.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
At least we are all on the same page there, and it feels uncomfortable that we are on the same page. Okay, but in all seriousness, I gotta have to say, RSGPH, they definitely have some glimpse of uncertainty and some desperation, and that's definitely something that we have seen as a common trait out of RSGPH time and time again in game number 1 and even in game number 2. Specifically in this game at 12 minutes and 30 seconds, you guys understood that Geek Fam, undoubtedly, they are the masters of disruption, and they are so good at picking off. The last thing that you would want to do as a team that plays around AoE and team fights is to find justification out of your diversions and conceal and chase the enemies. So understandably, when you chase the enemies, there is always a marching order. Who's faster? Who's slowest? And that gave GeekFam ID that opportunity to catch RSGPH and deal with them one by one. And I thought that would have been the turning factor to give GeekFam ID that win.
I think in this match here, a perfect summary for how do we describe this match, it's a good reference would be chess and speed chess. And I feel like in that game, it felt like speed chess between both RSGPH and GeekFam. It came down to pixel perfect moments. It came down to, you make this move, I'm going to make this move. You make this move, I'm going to make this move. And it has to be very, very fast. And it all comes down to playing towards each other's timings.
Yeah, it was very chaotic overall, where RSG, again, were in control early on. Geek Fam made the comeback, able to take control thanks to Gobs being able to just wreak havoc among the backline. I still maintain the sentiment that if Geek Fam had a AoE setup hero instead, they could have made a lot of difference. And if RSGPH didn't have Aqua, then they probably would have folded a lot earlier, because they actually were making a lot of mistakes. Like Geek Fam were punishing them for overextending a lot of time.
Exactly.
So both teams still have a lot that they need to fix, and it shows that there's both sides are very tenacious.
Yeah, this as close as it gets, I did not expect that Geek Fam would still put up such an amazing fight here in game number 2 here. I was secretly kind of rooting for Geek Fam a little bit here to kind of close up the games, but again, it comes down to who makes mistakes, right? Speed chess and normal chess, difference, very simple. Normal chess, you have time to think, play towards your time strength. Speed chess, you have to move so fast to the point that you will make mistakes. And who makes more mistakes is going to be the winning factor or deciding factor for each of these teams. But nevertheless here, the MVP for this match is going to be Nibor. And I agree, because that last Eye of Offender catch was so good as a setup.
Exactly. That is what they want to play into, right? Pure AoE. You are relying on one another in a team situation. You can see most of the time that RSGPH have a dominating win is when they are just going around and picking people off in groups, not necessarily in a pick-off fashion like what Geek Fam is very much capable of, because Loy wouldn't be able to proc all of the yin and the yang in the event that is a if you're just ganking that one person. So RSGPH, they definitely understood what is the caveat for their team, and they are generally moving together as an absolute unit. And as Sadafa has been mentioning, the fact that Geek Fam does not have any form of AoE is the major downfall of this current lineup. Because RNG Philippines, they can just outright disrespect you by moving as 5-man. Like literally moving as 5-man, and there is literally no answer that GeekFam ID could bring out. That way, moving as a 5-man, which is the key to victory for RGPH, is to cycle damage effectively. You have a land slot, you can go in, you can peel for your team, and then run right out. You have already taken a lot of damage out of your main front lines in order to cycle the damage and keep your entire team alive, which is the main point of RGPH team, which is keep everyone alive, AoE them out, and win the game very effectively.
Yeah, the thing is, right, RSGPH, really strong team fight as a team in the first place. Then they have a lineup that's good at team fighting with Ruby, with Loyi, and they have a Loyi to keep moving you around the map, which they were using very aggressively. And GeekFam has no counter AoE. Logically, this should have been a wash from the beginning. The fact that GeekFam were able to make it that close despite all of these odds shows that they are a team that cannot be underestimated.
Exactly.
And it is really funny that like they're known for Hellcrit at this point because they really are as tenacious as cockroaches.
It's true.
It's pretty darn annoying. I mean,
okay, do you know how hard is it to kill a cockroach?
Technically, no.
Oh yeah, you live in Singapore. You don't have cockroaches in your house.
No, that's not the case.
Yeah,
We do have cockroaches, except that I don't kill them. That's why I don't really know too much. I pick them up by the feelers, and then just kind of like yeet.
That's why they don't die, huh? It's you Singaporeans, huh?
Man, you're a lot stronger than me.
Okay, to be fair, that is a true story. Maybe about a good 10 years ago. Ever since I picked up a good amount of cockroaches, I went over, picked up one. I didn't know that that's a female. I didn't know it's a pregnant female. So when you pick it up by the feelers and it flies all around your hand and bumps every single part of your hand, that was absolutely disgusting. You know what else is disgusting?
Yeah, you have just put a very, very bad mental image to all of us and everyone watching at home. People have pretty much turned off B-Stream by now.
Look at what you've done.
Thanks.
Why have you done it?
Thanks.
We did not need that vivid imagery.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry. You probably need a break. I understand that. As we conclude game number 2 between RSGPH versus GeekFam ID, let us move right on and take a look at how game number 3 would be after this very short break. We'll see you guys in a bit.
And welcome back to the show once again in Stream B, where we have concluded the game number 2 between GeekFam ID versus RSGPH, effectively giving us our very first 3-game series coming into match number 3. Of course, we are all super excited to find out how is this final game gonna lead into. Is it gonna lean over to RSGPH or is it gonna lean over to GeekFam ID? Are we gonna be expecting that Beloyski special again, or would RSGPH once again, you know, kind of crack under pressure with all of that, well, tiny little mistakes that sometimes definitely did snowball kinda out of control.
Yeah, and you want to know a fun trivia?
I love fun trivias.
Yeah. Did you know that there is this caster that is known for you know, having extended long games whenever she casts games? Yeah, ever since Chantel appeared, all of games has been three games so far. As of now, her curse is so strong, and it's like ever since she descends from heaven and coming down to earth, immediately he blessed everybody with good games.
Did it hurt
and
when you fell from a...
He gave all the team players
for the rest of us.
You know, that additional oof, you know?
You guys may think that this is a small sample size because you're watching Stream B, right? Stream A has just concluded the game number 2 between Liquid Echo versus Bigatron Beta.
Guess
it's a
what?
1-1.
Bum bum bum!
What? Bigatron? Bigatron
and
Beta
Liquid
and Liquid
tied.
Echo
1-1
are tied
What?
to a 1-1.
See,
What's
that's the thing-
happening today?
That's the thing about Indonesian teams, man. Like, when their backs are against the wall, alright guys, we messed up game 1. Okay? Game 2, second series. Wake up, bro! Wake up!
You know,
Wake
I can
up,
kinda
bro!
see it.
Wake up!
Because it feels like that's what's happening to GeekFam as well. Like we already mentioned this when the series started. We all came in. We figured that RSG was probably the stronger team on paper.
Yeah.
But after watching their games, I'm like, I know I predicted GeekFam to begin with, but like I feel like I have a new sort of look at this team.
Oh, okay, okay. I mean, understandably, when it comes down to their draft and the way that they play, I do like what GeekFam have been showing us thus far. A Franco pickoff, and then when it comes down to the Zask, okay, Zask is pretty much understandable, but Masha, will we be able to see something like that again? Bring in X factors into the second phase of the bans, or rather, second phase of the draft pick. Let's take a look at the game and the draft we have incoming in here with Fanny, Hayabusa, and Chip already thrown over to the banning pool.
Well, do they get the Hellcurt? No, not this time, baby.
No.
They're not gonna make that mistake again. Hellcat is just the ultimate form of disruption. Compared to other like potential assassin roamers, Hellcat just brings something else to the table because not only does he have his own built-in sustainability, no matter how late the game goes, to the point where even if he doesn't do any damage anymore, Dark Knight Force is just such an effective way of messing up your opponent's game plan.
But let's remember, always banning out a Hellcat here, that means that we are always leaking out that one hero into the pool.
I
And
think
what-
they have to pretty much stick to their drafts and what they want to play in terms of comfort pickups, right? Like RGPH, they understood that we're gonna deny away global presence. We want to play around this Lo Yi. In this case, Lo Yi was a big winning factor from the side of RGPH. But this time, based on this draft patterns coming from both sides, it seems to be a replication of how Game 2's bans happen. But the only difference is that they switch sides. So this time, GigFam, they will have priority. Do they take Moskov or do they steal the Lo Yi away from RGPH? Because either or, someone's gonna get some sort of global presence this game.
It always seems as though GigFam will always appreciate a form of pickoff. They will always appreciate that pickoff
Okay,
and
never
then
mind.
grant themselves a winning advantage into the upcoming team fight. It was only game number 2 whereby it is full-on pickoff, which makes things so much more difficult. They lack that AoE, they lack that more of that AoE disruption. Masters of Disruptions, yes, but they want to be an even much bigger and maybe just look at things in a more macro view. As such, it seems as though they might actually just kind of revert back to what they have got before in game number 1, starting things off with an alert first pick. Very similar to game number 1. And for you, and a quick little recap, game number 1, they have got Arlet for the first pick, second pick with the Baxia, followed by the Hellcat.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they didn't prioritize to play this game here. RGBH, they can go for Moskov as well as that, but no, they don't even play that as well. They are going to prioritize on Zaz instead. So RGPH, they are going to deny the Zaz as well as the Harif. So Lo Yi is going to be up for grabs for GigFam. Do they play that? But I think this time,
They have the Arlet, so...
Yeah, okay, that's the thing, right? Like, because of the fact that game 2 with the Lo Yi from Aqua was so annoying, but now with Zaz in the picture, that pretty much says that, you know what, I can play the same thing we did in game number 2, but because there's no Lo Yi, it's fine.
Does the yin and yang debuff actually affect the Nightmarish spawn? That's the question. If it does, If it does, it further supplements the reason why you'll want to pick up a Lo Yi against a task. Whenever you don't have Dominator's Descent, that might actually be your window of attack against the Zask.
I think it comes down to, does GigFam has that level of finesse to trust your our boy to take the Divergent back to backlines? Because we saw in the previous game for RGPH how finesse and how precise Aqua has been with those Divergent plays. That's why they were able to compensate that play. So it comes down to a question here, our boy, are you comfortable in doing this kind of plays? Are you comfortable to be the shot caller for the team to make those calls to play? So I think RGPH just says like, you know what? I don't think they'll go for this. Let them do what they want.
Yeah, that's probably what they'll challenge them in as well. Whether or not they ban Lo Yi in this phase will determine whether they consider that to be a threat in the hands of a boy. They could even consider respecting heroes like the Faramis that would allow GigFam to like maintain the fights more easily, walk into Zaz's zone control more easily.
There we go.
And you'll see, up, they
That's a
do
threat.
ban the Lo Yi. So they're still worried about that possibility. I guess especially now that you have Moskov, you don't want to give them more global presence.
Yeah.
Now, of course, when we are looking at the GigFam's current lineup, right, they have displacement and they have the enhanced chains in order to go for the AoE control, which is something that I absolutely love based on what we saw in game number 2, which is something that they lack. But now, is that really enough? We have some stuns, especially when it comes down to the spear of Moskov. I'm looking at the Roma. Is this really something that we will see out of the Arlet Rome? Or do we, can we expect to see heroes like Minotaur to deny the entire Zaman force away from the Harif?
It's a difficult question because there really are still a few ways that this can go, right? If GigFam want to commit to more single target pickoff, like the Kaja or the Cho to grab Lancelot and Harif, it's still possible. They can even go for Edith to keep things open. Otherwise, like they banned the Edith, but like they can still go for things like the Minotaur as well, just like you mentioned, to deny the Zaman force. So it is going to be up to them as to what they want and whether they maybe want to give Valoy an assassin again.
To be honest, I think they need like another strong mage right now because our boy, if they force this Julian mage here, it's okay as well. It isn't that bad of a composition because I don't think there's a lot of matchups that can actually deal with Zaz, right? Like if you go for Farsa, great, you outrange him-ish, but can you burst him down from the dominating descent, right? So
Yep.
it's just doesn't make sense. So they have to decide what they want to go for it. But now with the barrage on top of it, they need some more damage. Or in this case, somebody to be in the front lines to sustain this. So the only one I can think of is Faramis, but it's not that great against RGPH competition right now.
I've read online threads of people complaining about how strong Zask is right now. And this is from pubs, so maybe pro games are different. But from prop players who play a lot of Zask, they agree that like out of all of the mages, the only one that maybe puts up an okay fight against Zask is Kagura, because of like the burst and escape, and maybe sometimes Valir if you want to push him away. But I don't know if we'll actually see those here.
I really believe that we require more of a follow-up coming in from the island. So with the Minotaur, it comes in great, especially since I can expect that widening of the gap between the front lines and the back lines. Because once again, Lancelot, fast-moving assassin, leaving the Zask behind, and potentially you are also able to deny the Zaman Force away from the Harif. So now it all comes down to RSG Philippines. What's the X factor against Geeks Fan's displacement draft?
I think this Novari pickup is very, very useful to kind of allow Kadera to do his own things, right? We saw how Game 1 kind of went from side Geek Fam, where Kadera, if you give him enough time and farm, it doesn't matter. Like, this Zas will be irrelevant if you drag it into the later stage game. And on top of the Astro Echo coming into play, every skill from the side Geek Fam is going to be able to utilize that extra hitbox coming from Astro Echo. So I think this is really smart coming from Geek Fam's draft. I kind of like it just because of the fact of RGPH has such an immobile composition.
Immobile composition.
I guess outside of Lancelot, the rest of the composition has a bit of difficulty moving. No, actually, no, not really.
Does that count for the Zaman Force? Like, yeah, you're kind of like running around, but
within that small
are you really
area.
rooted?
Yeah. So once again, RGPH, they are looking for those 5v5 fights. But in terms of split push potential, Geekfan have so much split push potential. And against rat strategies, this is something that Geekfan is very comfortable at.
Split push potential. That's what I want to take a look at also. Since RHPH, they also have got pretty good pick-up potential, which is something that split pushers is really innately afraid of.
Yeah.
Dominator's Descent plus Way of the Dragon, you do not want to eat these two combinations at one go. And this is very well balanced coming from the side of RSGPH. But you know what? I'm going to leave it over to you boys now as we are going to be moving on to game number 3.
Thank you so much, Abstract, for framing that very, very nicely between this game here. But it is going to be the decider match between both these teams here. It is going to be Geek Fam going up against RSGPH on who takes this series and who wants it more.
This has definitely turned out to be a much more competitive and close series than many of us may have predicted, just based on how both these teams have been playing so far in day 1 of the group stages. But that is what makes the tournament so interesting. You never really know how these teams are going to match up. And when you have heroes like Novaria to be able to provide more vision, it should give Geek Fam a lot more to work with on an aggressive team like RSG.
Well, speaking of the fights here, interesting enough, okay, Kadera's got Purify, so that means Light is not going to have a very, very good time. Nibor as well, if he doesn't time those Daytonas welcome nicely, he is going to get caught out. So Kadera is going to be pretty okay, as long as he, gets safe farm, and hope that the rest of the teammates coming from Geek Fam is going to be able to buy time across the map. They're going to be good, but the question here is, will Beloyski be able to do that this time? Because 3 different games, 3 different heroes he has played so far.
The thing for Geek Fam this game is that they don't really need to force anything too much early on. They can look for pickoffs with Vincent, but they are mainly actually playing for late game because both Kadera and the boys scale very well once you get into the later stages. So it's going to be up to RG's Philippines to try and get his...
Oh no, Nibor taking a little bit too much damage right there, but he is going to be a Barat here, so knowing Barat, he does have that early power spike advantage, but with this health this low, this first total might not be favorable for RGPH right now.
Yeah, I like the rotation to EXP to try and prevent the Barats from hitting level 4, because they know the Tonas is going to be the main issue.
Oh, he took too much damage here. What a shot from our boy. He shot him blind, saw the health, and immediately they take him down. Big catch coming from Geek Fam. And now Light, he is going to try to buy a little bit more time, but he does not have the Way of the Dragon. So this turtle is going to be in the hands of Geek Fam as of yet.
A very easy first turtle here. RSG going to make the wise choice of not contesting it since they don't have Daytona's Welcome to play with. And because of that...
Oh wait, top side, Kadera, he hit the spear, he is gonna catch Kusei all by himself. 2 kills in the hands of GigFam. What a shot from Kadera. What happened to GigFam? What happened?
We have to mention this is a major switch up from what we've seen so far because in both games 1 and 2, RSG have been the team ahead in the early stages.
And now Kadera he is going to be punished for this over-aggression here. Like with the kick coming in to try and finish off Boloyski. He's going to buy a little bit more time. Forces a flicker. He sidesteps Irad, but it doesn't matter. Irad will be able to bounce back. We double kill here. Caster's curse, my friend, Stafa.
Yeah,
Caster's
literally
curse,
talking
bro.
about it. Like, oh wow, GigFam winning early game for once. Nope, RSG
Nope.
just comes back
No,
and
brother.
says, nah, early game is
No,
our
no,
game.
no,
This is
no.
our phase. We're not going to give it to them.
Oh boy, this is not looking good. This is okay. I would say it's still a 50-50 coin flip here. They're both teams still has a big win, but Irad has really stepped up in this game in particular. He's doing some serious work here to try and slow down the tempo that GigFam wants to play, which is the mid to late game, and that's something that I think GigFam has been playing from behind for the longest of time so far.
Now, the thing is, Lancelot is not really a meta assassin compared to a lot of other options, but Irad is playing so well that he's making it seem like it is. Having 2 kills already is going to be massive for him to get that lead against Vincent, which we all know usually Julian is one of the most early game-centric assassins. So being able to come out on top there, it's going to be very nice for him.
Oh, speaking of a setup here, RSGPH as of now, they will get
Ooh,
scouted
good
by the
scouting.
shot from our boy, so that is gonna make a little bit space, but RSGPH, they just don't want to take the risk knowing the information they have. Turtle gonna be the priority. As GigFam, they are gonna be looking for the jump, but how can they start right here?
Well, they do start by switching Kadera down into the EXP lane, making sure he's far away from the turtle fight, so he won't be at any risk. He can rejoin at any time if he lands the Spear of Destruction, so I think this is a good move. But RSG can take advantage of this man advantage.
Well, Astro Echo comes in, sees the information. Daytona's Welcome catches on one, but Irad still secures the turtle. But the rest of GigFam, they are gonna lose members out of this here. They need to get out. Irad looking for a little bit more, but here comes the spear. Does he commit to this fight? As you can see, Kadera with that spear is able to create pressure, but guess what? He's not joining the fight. He will take a tier 1 down bottom instead.
Yeah, I personally feel like Kadera could have actually taken that because there were multiple low health members, but I think he didn't want to take that risk, and he does get a free tier 1 down bottom. So knowing that he is going to be GigFam's major late game win condition, he wants to make sure he doesn't give away any free kills when RSG is already the ones dictating the pace.
Oof. This is a very, very intense match between both these teams here, but you can see Gops now in a little bit of trouble here. What a kick from Light here. He's going to be a little bit of trouble. Will he be able to get out here? He's trying to sustain his way through, but he's buying time for his team. The rest of GigFam are here, but they just don't want to commit. The Julian, Vincent, nowhere to be found in the top side. He's farming across the other side of the map, and it's just, they have to cut their losses right there and then.
This is still fine for GigFam. Like we mentioned, both Moskov and Novaria scale up very well into the late stages, so it is somewhat expected for them to be behind towards the mid-game phase. So as long as RSG doesn't get too much more of a net worth lead, this is still within acceptable boundaries.
Yeah, RSGPA just playing a better lane control right now, and with Irad leading the charge here, they're starting to lose a lot of the macro aspect here that GigFam is trying to play, and RSGPH, they're just adapting to all this split push potential right now. And GigFam, they may be playing to try to buy time for Kadera, but RSG, they understand that that is the game plan and they are dealing with it accordingly right now.
Will they be able...
Ooh,
nice dodge there as well.
from Irad. Beautiful stuff.
Irad showing us that he still has plenty of the mechanics to be able to play these high mechanic assassins. Turtle gonna be contested once again.
Daytona's welcome does catch up on towards Gobs here. He is going to try and escape this. Flickers out to safety. The dominating Ascent comes in. Voloisky misses the Minon's rage. He's going to buy a little bit more time, but the Turtle's still very far off of the play. Voloisky needs to get out. Irat secures the Turtle, and now they've got the movements buff, and they are going to chase down the rest of GigFam. And Nibor flickers forward, finds one, and that's going to be a triple kill for Nibor from RSGPH.
Honestly, this is the kind of gameplay we needed to see from RSGPH in game number 1. If they took things slow like they were now, baited out resources, I feel like this could have been a 2-0 for them, but hey, better late than never. You could see how they are just waiting and baiting out resources from GigFam.
Oh,
wow.
ho, 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 ho.
Irad looking really good.
Oh, the spear doesn't connect. Oh, that would have been a highlight moment from Kadera, but at the same time, RSGPH, they're not making the same mistakes they've made so far. And they're not giving the inch that GigFam is looking for right here, right now, as they have to play this very, very carefully right now.
Looking at the itemization as well, nothing too out of the ordinary just yet here. So I do imagine that Antique Cuirass first item from Light is gonna do a lot to limit what Kaderak and Gobs can do, which is gonna be quite detrimental. GigFam are relying on them somewhat to actually dish out this consistent DPS.
Well, speaking of consistent plays here, concealed play has happened as well. Light looking for the setup on the kick, but who does he want to find? Because Vincent has been farming. Kadera has been farming. They are still waiting for those power spikes here, and so far, it is going to be a very long time. They need to drag this out for at least 2 to 3 more minutes, but RGPH, they're just playing to their objectives here. Secure the Lord, that's it. I think that's going to be the game plan now for RGPH.
I mentioned earlier, GigFam, as long as they make sure that net worth lead doesn't go beyond a certain amount, they're still in an okay state even if they're behind. RSG now are 3k ahead, which is definitely leaning a bit out of that safe boundary for them. Gonna make it a bit more difficult for GigFam to attempt to catch up even with their late game heroes, and that's going to be a good sign for RSG as well. If they can continue expanding this lead, then this game is as good as theirs.
Yep, Lord will be secured from the side of RGPH, but GigFam, they are going to try to extend this fight. Here comes the spear, and they are going to be looking to punish Nibor, and yes, they call in the cavalry. Kadera is going to be mowing him down, and guess what? They find another, and in one fell swoop, they find 3 double kill for Gobs, and now the pause has been called, and RSGPH, they know what's coming. They know it might be a little bit of a blunder they have just made.
So you know what I just said about as long as they maintain their net worth advantage, the game is theirs? Yeah, they just lost that net worth advantage, so not a good sign for RSGPH, I must say.
Oh boy, RSGPH now in a lot of trouble with that play. One mistake and immediately the rest of GigFam is going to be punishing them. What a catch coming in from Voloisky, and the spear to interject, allowing Kadera to just completely shut them off. And you can see the disarray, the frustrations coming from the faces of RSGPH. Things are not looking good from that play.
We see a technical pause here, and based on the reaction from the players, I'm now wondering if this may have contributed a little bit to what just happened in a game. Can't say anything for certain, but the players definitely don't look happy, and I'm hoping that they'll be able to resolve whatever is happening, because they're gonna need to keep their wits about them. Remember, this is game number 3.
Oh boy, the decider match from the side of RGPH. You can see the frustrations already kicking in. Whereas I would say GigFam still maintaining the composure. A very, very tense situation between both these teams here. Like, just looking at the camera, you can see there's so much tension in the air. And it's, I don't know, I cannot describe what's happening between both the emotions of these teams right now. It's just, you can't describe it.
It's been a close match the entire series, back and forth, over and over again. 10 players who do seem incredibly evenly matched thus far. And you see that how that can really start playing into things. Remember as well, both of these teams have already played a series earlier today. So there's already going to be just a little bit of that tiredness kicking in. And I imagine this is going to contribute.
Oh, seems like a tech side here. There is going to be some issues from the side of RGPH. They are going to try and fix the issue, but all smiles coming from Geek Fam. Looked good for them. It might be their day. It might have paid off, even though they have lost a game 2-1. Maybe it's time to rack up some points with RGPH, and this might be a sign for them.
Going into this game, we've repeated a few times, Geek Fam objectively is the underdog. They would be the weaker team from a purely objective standpoint, but they've already proven time and time again that they are ready to go even with RSG, and they are just about to win a very pivotal fight that will allow them to completely reverse the net worth advantage. So definitely going to be feeling quite good at this moment, and that is going to help a lot in closing out the game.
Oh boy, I don't know, like what a way to actually, you know, start the day for day one here for SPS. And for those watching at home, I hope you guys are enjoying the show, because this is a blast.
It's been exciting.
Yeah, there's just so much intense games after intense games. There has been one-sided ones, there has been close ones, but Geek Fam as well as RGPH is just so intense. And even throughout the other streams as well, I can hear the screaming and shouting that's happening across the other rooms from the other streams here. That means every game so thus far in the Snapdragon Pro Series is just top tier.
Yeah, a lot has changed in the MLBB world recently. The big update that changed things to more aggressive playstyles, reintroduced assassin junglers, and then the recent MSC in which the Red Giants just basically overthrew the entire knowledge of how the MLBB world operated. I think it's lit a lot of fire in these teams because, like, we have to remember, Snapdragon has been going on for quite a long time. The open qualifiers happened even before MSC, much before MSC in fact. So the landscape has shifted quite heavily throughout the duration of this this entire event.
I think it comes down to a point that even the bounty system was a new change, where if you get so much kills, it's great, you're leading. But the moment you die, it gives so much of gold to a point that it gives a huge gold swing to the opponents to make a very, very easy comebacks. Like, it's like, let me give you a figurative number, right? If you've gotten 10 kills, 2 deaths or 1 deaths pretty much says that I'm gonna be 50-50 with you after that fight.
Yeah, it's a mechanic that has actually existed around for quite a while. They just recently did some adjustments and made it so that it was actually
Even bigger.
visible how much of a gold bounty you were giving. And it's a very necessary system, because otherwise, once you snowball, there's just no way for you to come back. It means that you actually do have to play careful even if you are really ahead. And I think we've seen a lot of examples of that here in this series, where a lot of the time RSGPH were the ones leading initially. Then we see a key player getting picked off, give over a big shutdown bounty, and then Geek Fam are able to claw their way back in.
Oof. A very, very... Well, I'm curious to see what's actually happening here, because this tech pause, I'm not too sure what's actually happening here, because both sides, it seems like Geek Fam is pretty much sure to take that fight in their favor. And the only one left alive from that fight from RGPH was pretty much Aqua and Kusei. And I think it's good enough to defend, right? Like, they still have the firepower to defend.
Yeah, Geek Fam won't end from this, but it's still gonna hurt quite a lot here. Well, it is a good thing that we have our marshals in position to make sure that everything is ongoing properly and that we can fix these issues. So for now, we'll also bring Abstract back to the desk.
So what's up? What do you think?
What
What's
do I
happening?
think? I think it's still too early for me to say anything, to be honest, because they, so far both of these teams, they just really gotta have to play according to their win conditions, right? It's very it's very simple win conditions for both teams. Geek Fam play for team fight, RSGPH just go for pickoffs, right? Because especially since we're looking at a Barrage, we're looking at a Cho, as long as you have got your Zask anywhere within the vicinity of Cho or Barrage, you can almost guarantee one person kill. It's almost to that point. And RGPH, they will probably want to get that number advantage and then move on to the next person one after another. But always, the question is always going to be, who is that one person that we want to look out for? So generally, RSGPH probably, I would assume, is front to back once again, and they will want to capture onto the Minotaur. Remember how in the drafting stage we just kind of talk about, oh, Minotaur, he's going to be denying the Harif, and it's always about paving the way over for the gold laner. So honestly, all I can think about is both teams, especially for RSG Philippines, all these catches that they want is all paving the way just for their Harif to come online and really just wipe the floor with it.
Wow.
And we have been seeing that as well, right? Like initially,
it's like a common interest now.
Yeah, because initially GeekFam were actually doing well. They got the first blood, they got a couple pickoffs. Then in the top lane, we saw the reversal because Irad really just started popping off, right? Some good catches, some good kills to set things up. And then after that, even though GeekFam has the better team fight lineup, you could see that RSG were outspeeding them. They were in and out of the fight a lot more efficiently, a lot more confidently in comparison, even during turtle fights and stuff where GeekFam would have the advantage. So this has been a pretty big blunder in this fight specifically to allow themselves to be picked off because they really needed to maintain that net worth lead against a Novaria Moskov lineup.
I don't know, but because from my perspective, we are going to see a little bit of replays on how things are happening here. I want to see what the heck actually happened in this game because to my surprise, because in this fight, it felt like it could have gone either ways. You know, RSG, you know, they're trying to adapt to GeekFam's playstyles. But with this replay, what do you guys think?
All I can tell and all I can say is that RSG Philippines micro has been pretty darn sick, right? We have been looking at Irad going in. We've got Light with the Way on the Dragon and the Flicker combination. Understandably, their early game has always been dominating. And it's always at one point in time where they start to shatter. And I think that at RSG Philippines, they have pretty much understood that that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and even in this fight as well, like, you can see RGPH, right, they're still dominating throughout the entire game here. So I would say in that final moment when they lost 3, it was the only time that RGPH pretty much made a mistake, right? So based on this recap coming in here, it feels like with that small mistake down bottom there towards the Lord fight, ooh, GeekFam was just able to find an opportunity here because it feels like right now, GeekFam is literally trying to pull the SRG in MSC.
The SRG of MSC?
Yeah, in the grand finals, almost every single game, it's like they're trying to play from behind. They just need to find that one opportunity to flip the script.
I mean,
I see.
It makes sense considering the fact that RG has always been winning in the early game. And usually when you win in the early game, you pave the way and you are able to further accentuate your gold laner or the jungler in this case to get more gold. More gold, that means that your power spike comes in way earlier. So instead of a late game hero, technically speaking, it becomes a mid-game hero because it just goes online so much earlier, right? But yet, GeekFam has constantly been able to kind of drag the game out a little bit longer, and they managed to understand that they have what it takes to clear waves fast enough. They have certain conditions such as high ground advantage. In this case, they do have the Novaria. So they are able to go for a poke style gameplay even if they are looking at maybe Julian Enhanced Scythe or perhaps the Star Shatter. They will always be able to find a way to kind of play either in a more passive way or a full-on aggressive way. Super adaptive to based on how RSG Philippines is really giving them. Am I giving them a cho for me to for GeekFam to catch, or are we looking at a Denlas welcome coming in from the Barats? But one of my main question really comes down to what exactly should GeekFam really be doing here right after taking this very opportunistic win.
I think it comes down to whether or not can Vincent play a mean Julian, right? Because if you think about how Vincent has itemized his items accordingly as well, because if we were to compare his Julian in the previous game, he played concentrated energy, he played a lot of spell vamp in particular, but most Julians who wants to be very, very impactful, they tend to go for those basic attack builds like Starlium Scythe, maybe on a Feather as well, to kind of just one-shot somebody with a couple of auto attack. But so far, he's been playing Genius Wand, Holy Crystal, and then try to go for
the Feather of Heaven now.
Concentrated Edge in the previous game. But now, this game, if he is able to scale towards the Starlium Scythe, if he is able to scale to those, maybe even a Sky Piercer if he goes for it, which I don't think I've seen too many Sky Piercers so far. And I think so far on B stream, the only guy who's bought a Sky Piercer is our boy when he played the Aurora.
Wait.
Yeah,
really?
he did.
He bought
actually
Sky Piercer?
He's the only guy who got Sky
Bloodwing
Piercer.
Sky Piercer on Aurora.
Interesting. I
Throughout
didn't
the
know that.
entire day in today's games on B stream.
But okay, so at least for Vincent now, he's paving his way over to the Feather of Heaven. We'll eventually be able to see how that works. But as you guys can see on the screen, we've got a team head-to-head between GeekFam ID and RSG Philippines. A good enough information from the past 2 games. Constantly, we're looking at the Roger as well as the Zask. In fact, Zask for almost every game that we have seen thus far. And for RSG Philippines, they're always getting that advantage of picking up that Harif. Game number 1, game number 2, game number 3. In fact, game number 3, they got a Harif. Game number 2, they got a Harif. Game number 1, they don't have the Harif. In fact, it was banned by GeekFam. So it kind of feels as though the Harif does definitely play a relatively big part in helping RSG Philippines win in the later stages of the game.
It does appear to be a comfort pick for Kusi, and I think out of a lot of the players that we've seen today, he does seem to be one of the more proficient players at working with it. Not to mention that we already highlighted earlier in the day, Harif is a hero that really depends on having your team to play around you in order to create comfortable space to actually do damage. And I think RSG is a team that it works very well with because they're generally going to be very aggressive and their positioning works very well for the Harif to be able to jump in, because they're usually just going to be grouped up anyway.
Ooh, this is going to be a very, very annoying situation here. But so far, let's take a little bit more stats throughout the entire, all streams stats so far from Stream A, Stream B, and Stream C. Kill leaderboard. Benny QT is currently the top right now with 31 kills. What? Bro?
Yo, it's not just that. You know, okay, Benny QT getting 31 kills, I don't think that is too out of the question.
Yeah, it's actually kind of expected.
But Benny QT and Carl Teasy?
Yeah, that's the surprising
now
part.
that will be surprising.
Carl Teasy being at number 3 with 25 kills, despite more recently being known for playing utility junglers.
Right?
We haven't seen Liquid play yet on Stream B, but it means that he's actually been playing things like Assassins, right? That would mean.
In just one screen here, we are looking at multiple surprises because we were counting out homeboys. But Amal and Nets, top 5 on the leaderboards for kills?
I don't know if this is right or wrong, but this seems kind of absurd. Like, they've only played 2 series so far. And, okay, now it makes sense maybe because Homeboys, they had like a 2-1 game. TLPH, they also had like a 2-1 game as well.
That means...
Well, technically TLPH, it was tied, right? Last before we heard, they are playing against...
I wouldn't be surprised if the game number 2 between TLPH and Omega and Bigatron Beta is like a...
Had a lot of
50 kill game kind of thing. And it's just, you know what? Let's farm some kills. We've got nothing to do. Let's kill.
I have to know, Homeboys' 2-1 game was also against GeekFam, who until now has been fighting quite a lot themselves. Actually, I'm kind of surprised no one from GeekFam is up there, but I suppose that just as much as they've been killing, they've also been receiving, so...
Kill and receive. I mean, what can I say? GeekFam ID, I just want to see Baloyski with more Hellcut and more kills.
Not happening.
I want to see him with other characters. Like, I was hoping we'd get to see things like, you know, maybe a Saber jungle, you know?
Oh, okay, we're back into the game, so pass it back to you, boys.
Thank you so much here, but we are going to be jumping into this game once more. But again, you know, last from the fight as well. RGPH lost 3 members. Finally back into the game. GeekFam finally gets a little bit of a tempo breaker for themselves, and they will finally take the economy lead this time.
it's a huge economy lead as well, because that is a 2k Lord advantage. That is a massive swing, because as we remember, RSG Philippines, they were 3k ahead in terms of gold before this, and in a single fight, GeekFam has already evened it out, and we can see that that is doing wonders for their itemization. Kadera already... Oh, hold on.
Oh boy, this is going to be a big catch coming in as well. Minotaur's Rage comes in. They will be able to find one here. Meanwhile, we do see a 1v1 with Irad. He's going to get shot in by Kadera. But
No
Kadera,
way.
does he commit?
No way.
No, he waited too
way.
long and he is going to die there. Double kill for Kadera. But at the same time, they're losing members here. The rest of GeekFam was a little bit late, but RSGPH is able to flip the scripts once more. And Beloyski, the only one left alive in that fight.
I cannot believe Kadera took that. Like, yes, I know. Irad is right there. He's so juicy, but you are jumping into the entire enemy team. He waited for a while so that the rest of GeekFam could catch up and back him up, but they're not going to get close enough. And not only that, because they came to back him up, you resulted in Aboy and Vincent being picked off as well. That is not worth it.
That is a blunder coming from GeekFam. May have overheated here, but let's take a look at the instant replay there. Pretty split up fight as well. Kadera was just poking their way through the dominating how do you pronounce it?
Dominator's Descent.
Dominator's Descent. You know, just completely blocking the path, and everyone from side RGPH was just taking this 1v1 very, very safely here. And Kadera says like, guys, I might commit to this. And the rest of the team was already backed off. And I feel like that disconnection between communication is what cost them that fight.
I agree. GeekFam were not prepared to back Kadera up for that play. And I really don't see a world where he gets out of that regardless, right? It is not worth going for Irad in that situation, as tempting as it is. Because it is not only putting yourself out of position, it is forcing your team out of position to back you up. And we saw the costs of that. GeekFam, despite a hard-earned net worth swing, has already ended up giving that gold back to RSG.
Well, it seems like, for those of you guys wondering as well, the technical pause just now was due to a connection issue. So they have been able to resolve this here because a player actually disconnected. So from the side of RSGPH. So of course there's gonna be mistakes here, but it's not over yet. And now Daytona's Welcome comes in. The final snatch catch them off guard here. And here comes the spear. Kadera joins the fight. They will mow down Nibor. And RSG, they have to run away as well. Light goes in for the kick. They want to try and finish off Goss, but Kadera is doing some serious work here. RSG, they have to run away because Kadera is gonna mow them all down. But guess what? He's oh so low himself, so he is gonna focus on the Lord, and that's gonna be Lord secured and stolen away by GeekFam.
We are returning back to the story of the back and forth between GeekFam and RSG, because that's what's happening in Game 3 once again. I suppose we wouldn't want it any other way. A good initiation initially by Nibor, but I don't think catching Beloyski is what RSG is really looking for. They really gotta clamp down on Kadera or Aboy in these fights. Try and disable GeekFam a little bit. So because of that, once again, the gold advantage goes back to GeekFam.
Oh boy. Now it's a situation where it is going to be a 50-50 coin flip. RGPH, they need to find a way to defend against this. And I would say Kadera is at a stage where, you know, GeekFam has done their job. Make sure Kadera comes online, and he is now currently online. And with the Lord coming in, RGPH, they have to throw everything to defend against this here. Irad gets completely bursted down, walks into the side. Irad is going to first go down. Nibor narrowly gets out to safety here, but he is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. RGPH, they still have Kusei. Still waiting for the right moment for the Zaman Force there. Nibor waiting for the Daytona Smoker to come up online. Light trying to go in for the kick here. GeekFam still not going to be committing this. They will take down the outer turrets for now. And now with the Astro Echo comes in, Kusei, he forced the use of Zaman Force. He is going to get bursted down. He's going to fall. Vincent finds one. And now our boy finds Light as well. In one fell swoop, RSGPH may have had an opportunity, but it seems like it is going to be all for naught. Kadera doing so much damage right now. It's up to Irad. Can he clear the minions? Yes, he can. But the rest of GeekFam is still standing strong. They want to take this crystal. Can they do it? Kadera making work with the crystal, making work with the minions. They're gonna try and shove their way through. The Dominator's Descent comes in. He is gonna finish him off, Vincent, and that's gonna be a nice pick. A double kill for Iran. Daytona's welcome from Nibor doesn't connect. What a catch from Kadera with the Purify and the sidestep as well. Nibor tried to secure the Daytona's welcome with the Winter Crown, but it's not good enough.
Things are very, very close here. I do feel like GeekFam didn't really need to force that for so long, but they got an hold on.
Oh my goodness, Irad, the desperation. Can he get the kill? He wants our boy, and he does have the damage. Killing spree for him. Gobs versus Irad, but Gobs will shut him down and trade him back.
Is that really worth it? Looks like the rest of RG are actually coming forward here to regain control over the map. Yes, they threw Irad away, but this is allowing them to extend their presence to GeekFam's half of the jungle. And with the Lord coming up in another 5 seconds, it is actually worth doing so.
Oh boy. Now with Irad, 15 seconds on the sidelines, GeekFam can look to potentially rush this as well. They've got Kadera mowing them down. RSGPH, they have no choice. They have to force something. They have to make a play. Nibor looking for the catch onto his Vincent to try and steal the Lord away. Can they do so? No, he did not catch him off. Vincent will burst down Nibor, and the Lord is going to be in the hands of GeekFam. And RSGPH, they're getting completely destroyed by Kadera. As Kadera mows them down one by one, looking for a little bit more. As you can see, Kadera with the Winds of Nature outplay.
Does he have his spear? He does not. No ultimate available, so he's not able to chase down Irad and Aqua there. RG will still have players surviving to be able to defend against the Lord push, but there's a lot of minions coming in as well. GeekFam may just take advantage of the man advantage here to try and end the game.
Irad still alive. Nibor as well. Kusei 12 seconds on the sidelines. They lose Beloyski. Mistakes were made, but a snipe from a boy sends him back to the fountain once more. Irad dying 2 times in a row. What a shot from a boy. And again, because of this, GeekFam, they just don't want to overcommit to this play, as we are going to be dragging this game a little bit longer now.
Unfortunately, with Beloyski down, Kadera and Aboy themselves are not going to be able to push into the base with the Lord, which means that RSG can clear it up with no problem, and we may be forced to wait another 100 seconds for the next Lord to come up. RSG, do they want to risk contesting it or look for a pickoff before then?
Oh, what a back and throw from both of these teams. Wanting the point, wanting the series. They cannot afford to lose this series. Both teams pouring their hearts and souls for this match. And now Nibor taking so much damage, and with all the minions shoved into the place of RGPH, they just cannot push out safely, as the minions slowly but surely getting stronger by the second, stronger by the minute.
And we can see at this stage of the game that the heroes on RSG Philippines side are really starting to drop off in effectiveness. Like Nibor and Irad are really not survivable enough because Aboy and Kadera just do so much burst now that they are maxed out on items.
Oh, the purple buff in the hands of Irad. They have to fight for every single objective here, the pixels. And again, as the game goes by, even the neutral objectives are so very difficult to clear off.
30 seconds until the next Lord. He's going to be able to scout out GeekFam here, chase them out of the jungle. So Irad has some stuff to work with. But we can see that GeekFam are cleverly positioning themselves to make sure that they are the ones in control of the half of the map where the Lord is going to be spawning. RSG looking to maybe set up a push on the opposite side to pull someone away. But I don't think it's going to be enough.
Now, with the Lord evolved once more, it is going to be a very crucial one here. All GeekFam needs to do, just play it patient here. We've got one immortality up on Beloyski, but that's it. Compared to get RGPH, they've got to. Light still hasn't been able to find those kicks and angles yet. Kadera already making quick work onto his Lord here, trying to force RSG to force a fight and hostage them. And it is going to be a very close one.
We can see even one hit from Kadera piercing through the Lord does so much damage to Irad. Positioning gonna be important. Astral Echo actually scouting out the entire team.
Oh, they force a flicker up on Light as well, so no flicker kick coming in from him. Takes away one of the utilities away from RSG to re-engage his fight. Again, once more, Geek Fam, all they can do is just hostage the Lord as long as they can. RSG, do they commit? But they just cannot.
Minion waves though.
The minion waves are shoving their way through here. Geek Fam, they're putting the question here. Pick your poison, RSG. Pick your poison. Lord gets reset it once more. But here he goes. They are going to try and burst down the board. No stacks. Winter Crown comes in, but he is going to force the way to back off. But he runs! He steals the Lord! But he won't fall! Can he survive this year? He's got the immortality. He needs to make a run for it as well. Phantom Execution comes in. Now with the Winter Crown as well. Finally goes down. But they once again buy even more time for RSGPH. What a clutch by Iran. What a clutch. And now our boy catching Aqua. 2 men alive. Geek Fam. Can they push this to the throne? Can they push this to the crystal? This Lord so strong. And now the top side as well. Light cannot defend Vincent. It's gonna find him off guard. It's only Kusei defending the base right now.
But the Lord is buying a lot of space for him actually. Look at the map. Geek Fam, they're spending their time clearing that up. Light also distracting Vincent. So it's only a 4v1. I say only, but that's still quite the odds here.
He's buying so much time here. Does he get out? No, he does not. He will eventually fall. D-board back to defending this as well. Beloyski dropping everything, but Kusei still alive. Does he fall? Yes, he will. Finally, and they mow down the crystal at the last moment. Geek Fam finally takes the game against RSGPH.
The masters of disruption, the kings of chaos, disrupt RSG all the way to the finish line as they finally close out a very long and very tight series against their rivals here.
What just happened? That is all that is going on in my mind. Geek Fam, then RSG, Geek Fam, RSG. So, there's so many things to unwrap regarding this game. Definitely, I wasn't expecting that Geek Fam were to win this game. I mean, yes, there is definitely some hopes and glimpses of brilliance coming from Geek Fam, but RSG, they are not an easy team to deal with. In fact, we all have a lot of expectations onto RSGPH. I mean, throughout this entirety of the game, there is a lot of questions that runs through my mind as to what exactly is going on for RSGPH lineup, because it looked great per se, but at one point in time you're starting to pick onto some problems that they eventually have in their lineup. Like for example, RSGPH, they have no high ground. They have very weak wave clear, while in the meantime, that is something that Geek Fam has very well in their kit. At one point in time, both of them are getting really very desperate, and this game is just match point for both teams, and it is fair that they are super desperate. But I will get to the question, the real question that I want to have for you guys, as I believe that I gotta expedite this and run over to Coleus, as he's currently at level 3, waiting to have a quick little interview with the members of Geek Fam. So Coleus, take it away.
Check 1 2 3. So boy, what's make the game so hard? Because you play 3 games straight, right? Especially on the game number 3.
Kalau game 3 mungkin kita nggak tahu sih, tadi abis pause tuh kita jadi ngeblank dikit sih, soalnya kan lumayan lama kan pause-nya. Mungkin dari early-nya sih kita terlalu banyak maksain, soalnya harus kita scaling gitu.
Okay, they are feeling a little bit blank after the pause because the duration of pause a little bit long, but I think the Aboy thing, the mistakes is on the early game, right? Because they lose Irad a lot. But who is the most troublesome players during the game number 3? Is it Irad or the other?
Mungkin Aqua sih, Aqua yang lumayan ribetin. Ya. Soalnya jago dia.
Why? Is it because of the movement that he moved?
Mungkin dia lebih ke pinter sih ngegunain skill-nya. Jadi kayak di turtle selalu dia yang problemnya.
Okay, the problem is Aqua because he's so smart on the movement, especially during the turtle, right? The movement is start always from the Aqua. And for today match, because you already played 2 series and all of it is more, the result is 2-1. How about tomorrow? Do you gonna prepare that you want to get more point by winning 2-0?
Buat besok. Mungkin buat besok semoga kita bisa clean sweep sih biar nggak 2-1 terus sih itu. Amin.
Amen. So I hope that tomorrow they can clean sweep every series because they really need the points to go to the playoffs. So best of luck. Aboy, thank you so much for speaking with me. And I think the casters gonna wrap it up the match on this game. So casters, take it away.
Thank you, boy. Thank you, Coleus, as well. Now, I really do want to ask this one important question. The skilling of Moskov definitely is something that RSGPH has felt it to their bones. And they even work with double single target lockdown. And it does seem like it's just not reaching Moskov. Do you guys think that it is because RSGPH, they wanted to pick the Lancelot because Lancelot can single-handedly deal with the Moskov? Or is there something behind this that I'm missing out?
I think it came down to RSGPH just understood what they needed, right? Think about this, like early game, middle game here, they need to shut down Moskov before he gets like the 5-item power spike, which is the full innate kit here to get you unlimited spells to have like cooldowns, mobility, and also damage output in general. They did everything right until they made that mistake in the Lord where they lost too much health and gave Kadera that space, which again, like I said, RGPH, they have been shutting down Kadera, they have been shutting down everyone on every lane from early to mid, but they just couldn't close out those games, and because of that, it kind of allowed GigFam that opportunity to just bounce back.
Yeah, there were definitely mistakes made by RSG Philippines because they were playing this composition correctly initially. They were targeting the late game scaling heroes on the side of GigFam, making sure that they wouldn't be able to farm safely. The thing is, when you draft a composition like this, where you know you are going to lose the late game to your opponents, you really got to be able to close out the game quick enough. And because RSG ended up making some mistakes here and there during objective takes, they weren't able to maintain enough of a lead to actually close things out. And when you don't close things out, against Moskov, against Novaria, they just delay the game. They just play fight slowly, poke you down from afar, and basically deny you the opportunity to be able to catch the backline with your single target, CC.
Yeah, it came down to a situation where who makes the mistakes, right? We're looking at speed checks. And in this case, Kadera has made his fair share of mistakes. Irad has also made his fair share of mistakes. And in this case, RGPH, you can see the desperation kicked in. Every single time RGPH plays desperation, they lose a team fight. But when they play compose, they are so darn strong. And it just came down to situations where they were put in positions that were so uncomfortable that should not be like that in the first place.
How about the possibility of split push coming from the Lancelot? Because I've been waiting for the entire game for that desperation move. Like, yes, it sounds desperate, but still, it is something that a Lancelot will be capable of doing. But why isn't he doing that?
The problem is because Lancelot is the only one capable of doing that. So it means that Irad is always the player that has to be sent to split push if they decide to do so. The problem with that is, if Irad goes to split push, GigFam were actually maintaining the lanes very well the whole time because Irad couldn't. Why couldn't he do that? Because if Irad leaves the team fight, GigFam just runs down the rest of his team. If GigFam doesn't run down the rest of his team, they have Novaria and Moskov who can scout out the Lancelot. Astral Echo Spear comes in, he just gets one shot with a stun. You cannot afford to have Irad away from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I agree on that. And on top of it all as well, we have to go for a head-to-head power spike in terms of hero pools, right? Like, GigFam has such a very, very strong late game hero. Look at this, Novaria, as well as Moskov, Julian. These three are very, very strong late game heroes. And as compared to RGPH's side, Barat falls off into his later stage game. Same can be said for Zaz as well, because the biggest threat of what Zaz brings to the table is to early to mid game, where the thing is just so annoying to kill off. But once Moskov gets all full item, in this case Kadera being the MVP, what is that to heroes? It's just nothing.
It seems like everything is banked in onto mid lane, mid game, late game, but not end game.
Yeah.
At least when I was thinking of the idea of that split push onto Irad, especially when Aqua is playing as the Zask, and we have firsthand saw how annoying a Zask and how much peel a Zask could put out. So at least when it comes down to disengage, that is definitely something that is not too out of the question for RSGPH lineup. They can definitely peel a good amount of time and buy enough time for Irad to come back into the fight or come back into the neutral objective. But that is not something that it seems like is a macro strategy for RSG Philippines, even in the mid to the late stages.
I think this series has been a very good demonstration of why a lot of other teams decide to ban Moskov a lot of the time. His scaling is a little bit insane at times. And when you draft heroes like the Cho or the Barats to try and pick him off, yes, it can be very good before he has his items.
Right.
Once he does have his items,
it's so
he just
hard.
dashes aside, stuns you against a wall, pins you down with 3 shots. Right, like Light can no longer chase after Moskov in the late game because he just gets pinned, he just dies. The same goes for Barats. It's so easy for Kadera to be able to whittle them down, especially since they have a front line to defend him as well.
Did you see that Dominator's descent right now? It just melted in just 3 auto attacks coming from Kadera.
3?
Yeah, it's just so much burst damage coming from him as well. And on top of it all, you've got our boy, who kind of extends the hitbox for all these situations here. So it's not just one pierce, and it makes it so much more difficult to actually close up the gap in terms of space because of the slows coming in from the Novaria, and also the hitbox, which kind of, if you put 2 and 2 different hitbox away, it allows the spear to kind of extend its reach even further.
Understandable. So in the end of the day, RGPH, they played a lineup that is tried and tested. It worked for them, or rather, it is the same kind of strategy, it is the same kind of fundamentals, but the missed window of opportunity coming in from RGPH is what eventually led to their very untimely downfall. So unfortunately, RSGPH is going to bow out for this series, giving Geek Fam a 2-1 victory, which is a really great prediction coming in from Sadafa and IC Baby. Congratulations. So with that all said, that is match number 3. It's definitely a great game to watch, a great series to watch, but we still have one more series to go. Which game is it? Well, what can I say? Rebellion versus Smart Omega. You guys gonna have to see it to believe it, what exactly these two have got on the table. We'll see you guys in a short little bit.
Here we go!
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. face. I was stuck in a place, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'll never find you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here in Group B. And of course, this is Stream B. We're down to the final series of the day. And we have got this series up for you. Smart Omega versus Rebellion Esports. This is essentially what I would like to call the deja vu of Group D challenge season. They have went through quite a lot with one another, and in that very Group D match, it was Smart Omega that managed to come up with a 2-1 or 2-1, 2-0, a victory. Alright, a victory against Rebellion Esports. Now, of course, there's always a lot of questions whenever it comes down to the drafting and how they eventually play for themselves. At least from past information, Rebellion Esports have always been very single-dimensional in their drafting, whereby they
One-dimensional? Okay.
One-dimensional in their drafting. It's very simple ideas, whereby when it comes down to roamers, I want sustained roamers. And sustained roamers, I'm generally looking at the most meta ones, like such as Florin, Mathilda, Minotaur. Whenever there's Minotaur available, I'll snap pick onto the Minotaur. And when it comes down to fighter junglers, we don't have. Fighter junglers. That is what we have seen back then. So honestly, will we be able to see a little bit of a change away from fighter jungle? That's the question. Now, Icy Baby, tell me a little bit more about Rebellion Esports lineup.
You know, Rebellion Esports has been the underdog team here. A lot of there was not a lot of expectation towards them, but so far they're trying to prove themselves here so far. And now with the introduction of them here, they've got Cars, Aether, Suelo, Audi TZ, as well as Matt. And Matt, this guy, he's the guy that you kind of want to call to kind of from every single region to kind of, you know, save the day, but there's only so much he can do as a player, right? Like Matt, his twin brother as well, Max, is also a star player that has been performing here. We've seen Max being a priority from jungle roles multiple times, but this time Matt is going to be coming in back as a goal laner for the team. So this is something that I want to see whether or not can he perform.
Hopefully it will be enough though, because as what Abstract mentioned earlier, right, if it is very one-dimensional coming from this team where they like playing tanks with support and with sustain, it's not really going to work quite as well anymore in this meta.
Yeah, so I really do want to hear from the players themselves. As once again, back over to level 3. I'll pass it over to the host to have a quick little talk with the players from Rebellion Esports.
Nama saya Kars, saya dari tim Rebellion Esports. Di Rebellion Esports ada Suelo, role-nya mid lane dan playmaking lah, dia mainnya playmaking. Terus ada Audi, dia yang biasanya call in-game lah. Terus ada Rio sama Aether, jungler dari Rebellion Esports. Assassinnya bagus banget. Sama ada Matt, Gotener dari Rebellion Esports. Kita ada ngelawan EVOS ya 2 kali dan menang karena top perform kita juga lah. Kita dapat 1 poin dari Liquid Echo, bisa menang karena emang kita juga balik lagi, kita lagi di top perform kita dan emang kita lagi dapat momentum gamenya aja. Pengen ketemu tim-tim yang juara aja sih, soalnya mereka juga kuat kan dan emang pasti seru sih ketemu mereka. Menurut aku tim yang rankingnya lumayan tinggi di MPL kalah karena banyak ngikut turnamen sebelum SPS dan bisa kebaca gameplay mereka dan juga nggak banyak berubah lah gameplay mereka. Sedangkan di SPS banyak lawan tim luar, mereka mungkin belum tahu gameplay sama hero power musuh lah. EVOS waktu M1 aku nonton mereka keren banget lah, bisa juara. Terus juga aku jadi pengen lah jadi pro player juga, soalnya aku juga suka kan main Mobile Legends. Harapan aku buat SPS ini yang paling pertama lolos grup stage dulu, soalnya banyak tim-tim yang kuat juga kan, jadi kalau udah bisa lolos juga udah bagus banget lah. Buat Rebels, dukung kita di SPS ini, semoga hasilnya baik dan kita bisa juara di SPS kali ini.
So Aether can be a strong assassin. That is what I want to see, right? Because I believe that we have been in the tank jungle meta for the longest time. We haven't really
2.5 years at least.
We haven't get to see that point. So maybe this is time for Aether to shine. But for now, let's go over to the other side. Let's take a look at Smart Omega, Sadafa.
We already got to watch Smart Omega play a series earlier today on this very stream, but I think it really was not a good demonstration of their true potential because they were unfortunately matched up against the Red Giants, who really did not permit them any chance to actually play the game the way they wanted. So up against Rebellion, it should be a much more even matchup for Omega, which, as you already pointed out, should be them in favor because they already have a history of coming out on top.
So when it comes down to Smart Omega, their achievements or accolades through the past few MPL PH and as respectively for Rebellion MPL ID, they are relatively similar. Except for the fact that at Smart Omega, they have gotten themselves, for example, MPL PH Season 13, 7th place, MPL PH Season 12, 5/6, and Season 11, 5/6. While for Rebellion, we've pretty much been looking at them in Season 13 with 7th place. One eSports MPL Live, they've got 7th place/8th place. Season 12, 5/7, 5/6, and Season 11, 7th place. So all across the board, they are very similar in terms of skill and strategy, to the point that they are unfortunately middle of the pack.
Oh, wow. That's a very, very good history lesson here. Thank you, teacher. Abstract. But at the same time, for these guys watching at home, I think we know for a fact that it comes down to a situation where how do they play and who they have in terms of the team to actually kind of gel this chemistry, right? And I feel like Smart Omega, yes, it's really unfortunate. Their first match was against Yudu Red Giants before they can actually bear their fangs, because I was able to see a lot of glimpses and moments coming from Smart Omega. But for Rebellion Esports, today's game so far for them, it didn't seem like they were composed. It seemed like they were still lacking in terms of experience to compete with the best of the best. And yes, we do have that element of surprise, which I think they did have a very, very interesting point where, hey, because they don't know their strategy, they are going to be able to pull something unexpected, right? We kind of spend that story for Bigatron Beta as well. And guess what? Team Liquid PH got caught with their pants down.
What a story that has been spun, huh?
Yeah, they got their pet. They were able to take a game off Team Liquid in the other stream. But now, can Rebellion do the same against Smart Omega? Because right now, both these teams has pretty much lost their first series, and that's why they have to face head-to-head. And to be honest, I'm all for Smart Omega, man.
I mean, we have Chantel in the studio, so... Chantel is in the studio. We could get a 3-game series. We could eventually get an upset coming in from Smart Omega, and Rebellion Esports may actually get the revenge that they are
Anything's
looking out
possible.
for. Anything's possible. So in the meantime, we are gonna be jumping right into a quick interview video for the side of Smart Omega. Let's listen to what they have got to say.
Here we are with Smart Omega, with one of the most beloved players in the Philippines, Chaknu. How are you doing? You know, the last time that you were here in Malaysia was your last international tournament for MSC 2022. You actually did well with that. You placed 3rd. So what, do you miss it? How's it like being back on the international scene?
Na-miss ko mag-international, lalo na kasi may mga malalakas na uli na team. Kumbaga, masaya mag-compete.
He misses going to compete in international events because now the teams are getting stronger and stronger, so he feels happier competing in this type of environment. You were here from Malaysia, and I know you loved it last time. So now that you're back for the second time, 2 years later, what do you remember about Malaysia that you want to do again, or something that you didn't get to do before and now you want to explore?
Yung na-miss ko dito sa Malaysia, yung mga pagkain nila. Kasi favorite ko yung mga spicy food eh.
He misses all the food in Malaysia, especially the spicy food. Now, if you could predict how you're going to be doing with Rebellion Esports, how do you think that game is going to go?
2-0.
2-0. You're that confident. All right, do you have a message for your opponent?
Good luck, RBL.
Good luck. All right. Well, we wish you luck as well. And let's see if that 2-0 will come true. We're going to break down this game that's about to happen. So we'll head over to our casters. It's time to shine.
Thank you, Mara, and thank you, Chaknu. Definitely, I can understand where he's coming from when it comes down to food.
Yeah, Malaysian food best.
Yeah.
Better
B
than
for best.
Yeah, B for
B
best.
for best.
Yeah.
This is unfortunately something that
Is there a B in Singapore? I don't think so.
It's S,
No.
S for Singapore, S tier.
I
I was laughing at the reaction.
I'm laughing inside my heart now.
Look. It's Singaporean food can be good, okay? It can be good. I mean, it can be good. Malaysian food definitely have got something in my heart. Definitely. I mean, been brought around to eat
better
some
chicken rice,
amazing
yeah.
food. Hey. This
We
is
have
something that
better
we cannot
nasi
fight.
lemak.
No. Okay, nasi lemak, sure. I'll give it to you guys. When it comes down,
We have better char kway teows.
Oriental kopi, but hello, when it comes down to chicken rice, I don't think that you guys will be able to. Okay, maybe neck and neck. Okay, we are neck and neck. Okay, why? You know
That
why?
seems a stretch.
No, it's not a stretch. You know why? Because every single every single chicken rice store that I go, that friend of mine, that abang or whoever that is, they are mostly always Malaysian Chinese. So it comes from Malaysia. So you cannot bash our chicken rice.
Did he just slap himself in the face?
I mean, I'll claim it.
No.
I'll accept it.
I think he literally just slapped it. Like
Yeah,
he's defending
like,
Singapore.
that went in a direction I was not expecting.
Come on!
It's like, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
alright.
it's still
that's right.
a kind of a win.
Our
because
Malaysian
it's
chicken rice in Singapore is great.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why
sure.
you guys can't say that Singapore's chicken rice is bad. Because it's essentially by Malaysia.
But only the ones that are by Malaysia.
Nah, they're mostly by Malaysia. Mostly. Mostly.
Okay. Yeah. No comment.
No comment.
You know what? Drops is started right now. Smart Omega going up against Reband in eSports. You know, we do see Loi, Arlet, Chip, as well as Ling Ban. What's the priority here?
Chicken rice.
Exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys are hungry, aren't you?
I am.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Yeah.
hungry for some good
We've
game.
we've
That's the
literally
way.
painted pictures of a cockroach. We've now painted pictures of food on people who's watching on B stream.
I think one of those is way better than the other.
Oh, cockroach, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's bring ourselves back on track here as we are previewing all of the bans that is currently available for both of these teams. With Loi, as well as Arlet and Ruby. That has been banned. Ling and Chip has been thrown in as well. Jusin is not in yet. Hayabusa, Fanny, they are all available too.
Yeah, very
what's your command?
different approach than what we've seen because Arlet and Ruby are not typically heroes you would expect to be banned like right off the bat. Like you might ban it maybe in the second game when you realize
Second
this
phase,
is
kind.
kind of a problem in game number 1, but not this early on. So clearly Omega has know something we don't here, and they will start off by grabbing that Moskov.
This is something that I like about Jome, right? Like Jome's playstyle has always been positioning and very micro precision in terms of playstyle. He's known for his V-Tricks when he was competing in MPL Malaysia. And for him to play Harith in the previous game, it felt like it doesn't suit his usual poke and pull attack. Like now with Moskov as a priority, Jome is given tools that he is going to be within his strength. So I think I really like that finally he is going to be able to play what he's used to rather than forced to play Harith.
Look, I kind of had enough of this Zask pick. I'm kind of done with this. Where is the variety? Where's the Loi, the Valentina, the Faramis, the Fasa?
Hey,
it's
times
not like
have changed, man.
Technically, we've seen those for a long time too, right?
yes, but it's not like they are out
Hey,
of the meta.
at least it's not for 2 years Martis Fredrin.
Fair. Okay, fair.
Like, and Zaz is barely even a month. You're already sick of it.
I'm already bashing it.
What about Fredrin, Martis, and Faramis for 2.5 years?
Well, they are fun to play with. Zaz is...
you know what?
Pop.
I can
this.
actually kind of get behind that.
Right.
It's like, at least you're doing something.
At least you are doing something.
Zaz just plops down whatever that is.
Let me be right back in 5 seconds. I will come back to my devices later. The kind of thing.
I thought he goes inside.
Yeah, you go inside. You go inside the Dominator's no into your nightmare spot, and then you just wait there.
And then he comes outside.
Yes.
Zask is what happens if MLBB becomes an idle game.
Oh, yep. More or less, yes. So, okay, so right now what we have here is the Zask, the Terizla, and the Claude. We haven't really quite seen a lot of Claude, especially since Harif is actually still available right now. So it kind of seems as though Rebellion Esports is kind of posturing up for an ultra late game, when an end game scenario.
I do kind of like the Claude though, because we saw earlier with GeekFam versus RSG, when you have a Moskov versus Harif, no matter how well the Harif does early on, unless like you snowball all the way to an early win, Moskov just outscales you in the late game, regardless. So rather than risk that, go for the Claude so that you can somewhat match in scaling.
So honestly, both teams, they can play in the end game.
Yes.
While they are not in the pressure to end in the early, because both of them, they have very relatively similar win conditions right now. Play and pave the way into the later stages of the game. But what exactly are we lacking? What are we missing out on? Both teams don't have a jungler yet.
Yeah, I think it comes down to whether or not how do they play their assassins properly, right? Do they want to prioritize on those assassins, or do they not want to? And so far, I feel like Smart Omega, they are in a prime position that it doesn't really matter what Andrew kind of plays, right? He can play Fanny, which unfortunately it's banned, but it doesn't really matter because it feels like now Smart Omega is still playing around Joe, because whenever Joe is in the picture, you have to play around his strengths and making sure that he is going to be able to do his own thing. It's going to be the win condition. In this case, banning those Lolita pretty much ensures that Joe does not backfires and overheat to a point that he's gonna hurt his own teammates.
Okay. Now, back to whatever details, or rather whatever information that I have regarding Rebellion Esports. I did mention the point whereby the Roma has constantly been playing. There we go. Been playing more of heroes that is, Romas that are more of. What's the term for that again? Sustained, yes. Sustained or enchanters.
Enchanters,
yes.
yeah.
Sustained or enchanters. So in this case, Minotaur pretty much fits the bill perfectly, because we're looking at area denial, claiming the area, claiming zones, as well as a Claude. So Minotaur is definitely going to be one of the main things I would want to look out for from the start of Rebellion Esports. But what is left out for them? Do you think that they could potentially pick up a Tigre for themselves to play in that AoE area denial kind of thing again, or would you think that it's still going to be Enchanter supports coming in from Mathilda?
Priestess of primal lightning, your team, the hunter of all the
Well,
evil
I think
realms.
that answers
the question. Yeah.
Yeah, I think in this situation, Rebellion Esports, right, they're just picking off S tier picks rather than kind of synergize with each other's Wombo combo, right? Like, they've got a lot of zone denial, but the biggest problem here is that where's the main damage going to be coming out? Because right now they have a lot of setups coming from Rebellion, but it comes down to Claude coming being the finisher, and that's something that is very, very difficult to do, especially when if you're a Claude, you're trying to mirror the Moskov. And if you're doing that, how can you finish the fight if your teammates set up very, very nice? So that's going to be a big problem for Rebellion Esports. But I really like this Hylos pickup as Smart Omega. I really like this.
Now, the main thing that we want to see from Hylos is ultimately from the Ring of Retribution, right? Punishment. Ring of Punishment.
Yeah.
Whereby you slow their attack speed down.
Yeah.
This is what we want to see when it comes down to dealing with heroes that auto attacks a lot. To be fair, Claude, yeah, the Blazing Duet, annoying, right? But late stages of the game, you don't really rely on Blazing Duet all that much, do you?
I think Smart Omega is taking a different approach on how they understand the patch notes a little bit different, right? Like, one of the first things as a tanker that really made a huge change in terms of itemization priority is that usually you get like Dominance Eyes and then Anti-Curas and yada yada. But nowadays, we've seen Thunderbelt as a priority. But you know what really works well for roamers with Thunderbelt? Clock of Destiny. So you get an early Clock of Destiny and Thunderbelt, especially for heroes like Hylos. Early game, they are going to struggle. But the moment you get towards the mid game, like the third item power spec, fourth item power spec, right? You will feel like Hylos is unkillable and it hurts so much.
Yeah, I think Hylos is one of those heroes where people in pubs especially at high level pubs, have actually been seeing quite a lot of it. It has a similar sort of rate of being complained about to Zask. Maybe a little less popular, not quite as popular as Zask, but there are a lot of people who swear by high-lows. Like, he's straight up very oppressive, even in the early game, because he can actually do more damage than a lot of people anticipate. And he is being put in the EXP lane here as well.
Interesting. Hylos is one of those heroes which appreciates the old Thunderbelt because it scales with HP. And the fact that Hylos have massive max HP by the end game's part. But you know what? I'm gonna leave all of that analysis and talking over to both of you boys as we are moving on to the very first game of the final series of today.
Well, thank you so much, Abstract here. We're going to be jumping straight into game here. It is going to be the final series for today. Rebellion eSports versus Smart Omega here. And having Rio on the Akai, it is going to be a little bit of a different approach here. Crowd control over burst. What do you think, Stafa?
I think it could be pretty effective because we see on the side of Rebellion, right, their team fight is actually pretty strong. They have NetherRealm, they have Glorious Pathway, they got a Grok on top of all of that. So having a way to really disrupt their positioning is going to be quite useful. What I worry about is whether or not it may end up being anti-synergy with Terizla and the as well.
Sorry, let's correct this. The team on the left is actually Smart Omega.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right.
And the team on the right is Rebellion Esports.
Okay, I was a bit confused for a moment, but yeah, basically reverse what I just said. Like, regardless, NetherRealm with Glorious Pathway with Grok is pretty strong team fight-wise, so having Akai to split up and control the fight somewhat with that heavy spin is going to be pretty effective, but they need to be careful that they don't end up pushing people out of penalty zone or the Nightmaric spawn.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, it comes out. I want to see what Ryota's itemization is going to be looking like, right? Does he play a little bit safe here? Based on what I see here as well, Ryota actually rush the Elegant Gem. So that's going to be a very, very big factor, right? And we talk about changes when it comes to Elegant Gem. Last time it's like, hey, every time you level up, you get mana regen. This time it's like, it is going to have a cooldown, but as long as either your mana or your HP is drops 50%, boom, you are gonna regenerate. But in this case, Hylos is able to utilize both the mana and HP because his spells depend on both bars.
Yeah, the changes to Thunderbelt and Clock of Destiny end up working well for him. And we can see down here a skirmish.
And, well, nothing happened here because it seems like Rebellion, they just don't really want to overcommit to this fight as well. Chakra going to be a little bit of trouble. He's a little bit close towards the level 4 here. He needs to be a little bit careful on how he approaches this fight because both the Romans going to be hitting their force at the same time. So nobody is going to be able to take advantage of that situation. For now, Ryota going to try and buy time here. He's going to try and threaten Rio as much as he can. Look at this, Ryo. He's going to take a little bit too much damage from Ryota. He's trying to challenge the fight, but he does have the Glorious Pathway Vengeance available, but he's taking so much damage. But does he die? The NetherRealm finally drops himself. He's trying to buy a little bit more time, but they don't seem to be able to find any kill here. Joel finally shows himself from the sidelines, and Rebellion, they lose Ryu, but Karth is going to be the next to fall as well. Ukir gonna be able to finish Mob, but it is an all-out brawl for both sides.
That's what you call a mess, basically. I think Smart Omega on the left did actually end up making a pretty smart play there by having Andoryu go for the buff to hit level 5 before Rio, who was focusing the turtle the entire time, which meant that it was a lot easier to get that retreat timing. I don't think that Jom needed to die in that last fight. He probably stayed a little bit too long. But being able to get a kill very early on the enemy jungle, out of all things, is going to help a little bit on that Moskov to get scaled up.
Yeah, speaking of scaling back right now, because as of yet, Rebellion seems to be able to actually find a very, very good trade over Smart Omega, and that's something that I think it is going to be a little bit of a problem for Smart Omega, considering that they do have this high loss pickup, which I think he bought a lot of space, but they just couldn't find the initial setup, which is a big problem. But speaking of setups right now, here comes the Zaz. They are going to try and force a fight against Ukir. Suelo is going to be able to get out to safety.
Not too much happening here in the mid lane. As we know, Zask has that get out of jail free card, so Suelo gonna be able to use it to get out quite easily. And this Zask actually is a bit of a threat. He's already 2-0-1, so probably the most fed player on the side of a Rebellion. So we will need to see Smart Omega play quite wisely to make sure that they're not caught too long within the range of his damage.
Yeah, and as of now, I think it is going to be in a situation where they have to try and drag this out as long as they can, right? Like, Rebellion has a composition where they are looking up towards Matt to try and finish up fights. So the entire composition is designed to make space, make time, and be as disruptive as possible. Whereas Rebellion eSports, they are going to be trying to find pickoffs, which in this case has been a little bit difficult considering how Smart Omega is trying to scatter around all these fights.
Yeah, but they don't really need the force pickoffs either, because they do have a Claude and a Zaz to play around once you get into those late game stages, so they don't have to worry too much about damage. In fact, they probably want to be a bit more careful here, because the other side actually... Oh, hold on.
Oh boy, ODTZ getting pulled back here. He's forced Primal buff and go for the disengage. Meanwhile, Ryota still holding on to Glorious Pathway here. He's going to hold them off. But a 5-man penalty zone coming in from Cars to try and chain them out, but it is not going to be enough to clean the house here. The Netherrealm saves the day. They lose Chaknu, but the Dominator's descent is there, and Cars looking to try and get a little bit more, but nice sidestep from Anduryu. Does he die though? Nope, he will survive with barely a HP, but Rebellion eSports, they are fighting back. They are bouncing back as well.
Yeah, that was actually a good timing on the enhanced sword for Andoryu to get out of there. But we could tell that... Oh, wow, even picking up Joe. In the top lane, Rebellion eSports claiming control over the map, wanting a little bit of vengeance for their last meeting in the previous days of the competition.
So much setup potential here. Matt just having one of the cleanest games thus far from the side of Rebellion eSports, and it is helping them so much here. And because of this, Matt, he's getting the space he needs, and this is huge because that's the game plan for Rebellion eSports. Whereas Smart Omega, I don't know, it feels like they're struggling to even, approach fights here. They're just reacting to whatever Rebellion eSports is throwing onto them.
And we have to note that although both teams have pretty good late game scaling, Smart Omega is actually a team that can make a little bit more happen early on because they have Grok, they have the Julian with the Fair Mist. They can play somewhat aggro here, though I suppose they are being respectful due to the fact that Rebellion does actually have a good amount of pickoff. The problem is, it's not just being respectful, it's the fact that they are already nearly 2k behind, 7 minutes in. So you gotta make sure that Jome is still able to farm somewhat safely, because this is going to be their main win condition once we get a little later in.
Playing around Jomes now, Cars now. Going to be trying to clear off the minions as much as he can. He's got the Body Smith there, trying to sustain his way through, but the rest of Rebellion, do they want to punish Ryota? Glorious Pathways going to be expended as well, and Rayo, he does have this heavy spin, but no, he doesn't want to commit. He will just let it through. All right.
I think that's fine. They don't really need to forcefully go for a kill onto Ryota at this point, because I do unfortunately feel like Ryota's kind of run out of the early game window where he can actually make something happen. He wants to play for that 2-3 item spike now before he becomes, as you put earlier, a bit of an unkillable obstacle in the path of his opponent. So they don't have to worry too much about him for now. They're going to still continue focusing on making sure that Jome doesn't farm safely while also maintaining control over neutral objectives.
Well, he didn't opt to go for the Clock of Destiny nor the Thunder Belt, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem for him because he hasn't completed a full item build. And because of this, Rebellion eSports will be able to take this Lord very, very easily in the hands. And Smart Omega, just no response at all.
Things are looking a little bit dicey. It's definitely not over. Like, despite the advantage that Rebellion has, Smart Omega is still in a perfectly okay position as long as, again, they're able to enable Jome as their late game scaling. And if they're able to get more items under the belt of Ryota and Ukir as well, their late game team fighting is still going to be pretty solid overall as long as they're able to bait out resources and time engagements correctly.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little bit of a interesting factor here, considering the fact that now Smart Omega is playing a very similar playstyle. But oh wait, hold that thought. The fight comes in, Dominator's Descent. Okay, he's going to be able to get out. So, wow, that was a scary moment for him.
Yeah, Nazrelu had already escaped from that before it was pulled in. Jome in some trouble, but I think he was able to escape, so not too much of a worry there. In terms of itemization, we can see Matt quite ahead of Jome, nearly 2k ahead actually, already finished with his Trinity. Well, Jome is still looking to complete that final item there. Looks like he might even decide to go for a Wind of Nature.
Yeah, it is going to be tough here. Heavy Spin going to be used in as well to try and catch onto his Ryota. And now he's going to try and buy a little bit more time. He's got the Vengeance, still holds it on a little bit more. He's healing himself with the Glorious Pathway, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Audi TZ taking some serious damage from the Enhanced Scythe here. And Anduryu, once again, Smart Omega is just giving away so much control from Rebellion Esports.
I do personally feel like some resources were wasted there. I don't think Heavy Spin needed to be used. I don't think Primal Wrath needed to be used, especially since Ryota was the one that they were trying to burst down. He didn't even have to use Vengeance. I think that Rebellion could have just exerted pressure and taken the tower without needing to commit too many abilities, because the likeliness of being able to finish off their Hylos is still a little bit low until Mac can get his fourth item.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of time coming from them, but Smart Omega, they're just making sure that Anduryu and Jome gets towards the late game, right? They've losed out so much early game potential. They're just playing a little bit safe. They're not taking unnecessary risks unless they really have to. In this case, Chaknu in a little bit of trouble, forced to flicker out as well. Cars does see out a lot of members here. Does he commit to this fight? But it all comes down towards the waiting game as well. They're just not super sight or just overcommitting considering that how much setup that Rebellion Esports have.
This is a very different game from what we've been seeing of our series thus far today in day one, because basically every team here has been playing somewhat aggressively, right? We've been seeing mistakes being made, egos being checked, but Smart Omega is playing incredibly respectful and slow.
Well, when Jome comes in play, he's going to be the guy that goes with the ego as well. He comes in with the spear. He is going to go in for the commitment as well. And now, Cars, he narrowly escapes. Audi TZ also buying so much time. The amount of CCs coming in. Smart Omega, again, just can't seem to find a single kill. Audi TZ pops the Primal Wrath. They want to re-engage, but guess what? Here he comes. The Heavy Spin. They found Ukir, and they won't catch him off guard. No Purify to actually get out to safety. And because of this, no Nether Realm. But, of course,
He's just back.
He is just back.
That's fair miss for you. Like, that is actually a really nice target to catch, because if you don't have to deal with Nether Realm, you're basically guaranteed to win your team fights. But because of Faramis's passive, Ukir just comes back right away, which means that Rebellion isn't actually able to secure the Lord for free or anything like that. But they still have plenty of resources outside of Heavy Spin. Ideally, though, they wait until the cooldown on that is back, because they do still want to use it if they can.
Yep, they're waiting for the right moment as well. Nightmare Spawn is just zoning them off. Everyone from Smart Omega is just so afraid to clear him off, and this is the problem in the early stages of the game. This Nightmarish Spawn is just so much zone and space here. They finally commit the spells, but do they overcommit? Because Lord now getting melted down to his half HP. Ryota looking for the fight. Ukir looking to re-engage as well, but look at this, the flank. Anduryu, he wants to go in for the finish. Glorious Pathway finally expanded as well to try and shove them away. Joel finds one, but guess what, man? It has to bail out of the fight. Forces are blazing to where Smart Omega pops the Nether Realm, disengages, but Joel's still fighting to try and mow them all down. He's looking for kills, but it seems like no one is going to get finished off as well. And Duryu getting caught all by himself. He thought he could burst the Lord, but instead, he will be picked apart by 4 players.
Smart Omega is playing way too afraid right now.
No,
they have
Ukir.
the damage. They should be going for this. Look at that. They nearly took out Swalo. They need to be committing. They are costing lives by allowing Rebellion Esports to retreat and re-engage.
Now Jome, he's gonna make work with the tier 1 middle as well. So he's making a lot of space for the team. But the rest of Rebellion now in a little bit of trouble here as well. Chaknu with the 2-man wall charge. And now they will crumble. They finally commit. Rebellion disengages. And now Primal Wrath from Audi TZ. They want to turn the fight. Chaknu will fall in the hands of the Dominators Ascend. And now, what? Huh?
He did miss that,
He missed the penalty zone, and Jome outclasses him. And Jome, what a clutch. And look at how split the fight is as well. Smart Omega finally focuses on towards the Lord.
They finally decided to go for the aggressive play, found a good angle, committed, and that is what I was looking for. The Lord falls into Smart Omega's hands, and we are now seeing a point in the game where Moscow's scaling is really
no.
kicking into effect. Yes, Moskov and Claude can somewhat match each other, but the way that the damage is done is very different, in which Matt has to commit to AoE in order to match the DPS output of Jom. Jom, he just needs to find someone and hit them with skewers.
Oof. Okay, let's talk about the housekeeping as well. Smart Omega didn't really clean up the house a little bit as well. Jom tried to clear it off, but at the same time, that's a small victory for Rebellion. They get a free tier 3 without just doing too much in that situation. And because of this, Smart Omega now, they may, if they don't get a lot of advantage of this Lord, it is going to be a very, very tough game for them to close out game.
Logically speaking, with the lineup they have, with the items they've already completed, this should be at least 1 inhibitor, 2 ideally, potentially even 3 if they're able to catch Rebellion out. Because right now Smart Omega have finally gained control over the map. They've been playing very safe, very disciplined, maybe kind of scared the whole game, but it has paid off. They're actually in the driver's seat now. I'm hoping that they use this as an opportunity to actually pressure rather than react.
Yeah, but now with the barriers coming in here, they are going to try and sync up the lanes here. Smart Omega gonna try and finish up the fight, but again, Rebellion, it's up to Matt here. They need to close out something. They need to start a play here. Ukir in position for the Nether Realm. It comes down to the big catch as Suelo setting up the zone as well. Yes, he goes for dominant descent, but gets immediately bursted down by Andori. The spear doesn't connect, but the Rebellion, they lose a tier 3, but that should be all.
Yeah, I think what we are seeing here is that Smart Omega is a team that only does the...
Oh, Rio with the heavy spin, he catches too. He's gonna try and burst down Endurio. Netherrealm finally drops to try and turn the fight, but Rio is gonna go down. Now with the wall charge, catching one more. Winter Crown coming in. Can he get out? Cars will be able to flicker out to safety. They lose one, but that's all. Oh, Smart Omega wasn't expecting this.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Rio. His team wasn't really ready to follow him up.
Dominance descent comes in. So Audit easy, force a primer after disengage, but they're just exchanging blows after blows, but nobody is getting that finisher.
You know, this reminds me a lot of some team's gameplay that I've seen before in the past that I'm personally not a big fan of, and it works very well. It's very effective from Smart Omega because they're basically playing as safe as possible. They are making sure to get like the maximum of what they feel is safe without risking anything, but it also results in like a very...
Is that team's
It's
name
a bit boring.
Start with S?
Oh, yes.
And they are already disbanded?
Oh, yes.
Okay, we are on the same page.
Yes.
I agree. It's kind of like a snake and anaconda kind of wrapping around the victim, slowly choking them to death. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, because like, I don't blame him for... Hold on.
Oh, okay. You know, here comes penalty zone, comes in from Cars. He is currently stuck as well, but this time he doesn't have a flicker, so he is gonna die. Meanwhile, Matt from the backlines tries to go for the blazing duet, instantly gets cancelled as well. RDTZ gonna be caught all by himself as Smart Omega picks up 1, picks up 2. They lose Andoryu, but Jom is still alive. Dominator's Descent comes in. Suelo has to sacrifice the little alien to back out.
And we will see that Smart Omega just go for the retreat here. They might try to contest mid inhibitor because they are 4v3.
Oh boy. Now tier 3 also gonna be falling here. Jom is gonna try and clean out as much as he can. He's poking everyone with those spears. Oh my god.
And this is why Moskov is so scary.
That is so annoying. Like, how do you deal with that? Like,
you ban Moskov. That's what a lot of the teams earlier in the day have been doing, and we've been seeing a little less of it here, and the teams are on the receiving end of why this hero is such a pain. And we can see now that even though the net worth difference is not that much, Smart Omega are being the more disciplined team overall. They're grouping together, they're making sure not to overextend, they're actually baiting Rebellion eSports to be the ones to make the first move.
Yeah, but now Ryota is gonna tank his way towards HP, half HP on towards his health. Doesn't have a lot of sustains yet in terms of Sky Guard and Helmet, but They are waiting for those backup plays, but Rio, he does scout out Endorio, but he's not going to be able to go in for the backspin coming in. But Cars now, they need to disengage. They're in trouble. Heavy Speed trying to buy a little bit more time. Ice Winter Crown comes in, but they need to get out. Glorious Pathway to try and slow them down as well. And Smart Omega, they caught them out of position, and they are going to continue with the assault. NetherRealm trying to extend the fight, buy a little bit more time. The Dominant Descent not going to be able to pick anyone apart. Finally gets taken down by Jome. And because of this, Smart Omega, they get away with murder. They get away with murder. As Cars, the only one that has fallen in this entire skirmish.
This is gonna be a bit of a slow burn, but Smart Omega are taking steps, small steps, but definite steps to victory. They are able to get another Lord. You can see their positioning is pretty good. They're able to catch out Rebellion whenever any of their members are a little bit too far out.
Oh boy, here it comes. The spear comes with the back lines, but they do find ODTZ. They stop the exit with the Grok block as well, and Rebellion, they just can't seem to escape this. And now they use the heavy speed, but it doesn't matter. The damage is too much. Rebellion, they're still trying to clear off the minions here, but Smart Omega, they've got so much CCs. Jome is still healthy. NetherRealm comes in. They're focusing on the crystal, and they will take game 1. Smart Omega tactically winning the game.
I think tactically is exactly the way to describe it. They made sure that their strategy was already known from the beginning, made sure not to take any risky steps, and bait the opponent into making mistakes that they themselves could take advantage of. And then even though the early game, it seemed like Rebellion were doing a good job, Smart Omega was just biding their time for the perfect opportunity to strike back.
It's all about dragging the game until they have got Jome to go online. And regardless, all the entire game, early game, mid game, late game, they have the get out of jail free card coming in from the Faramis. And even to the later stages of the game, they knew that they have the understanding, or rather, they have the opportunity to just run right in the face of Rebellion. Especially if Rebellion have decided to start up a battle first, they will always have an answer for that counter attack.
I think that's the problem that Rebellion has in terms of composition, right? Because they've got a setup compositions, but they just don't have a finisher. Like, can you count Zaz as a finishing hero? No. Zaz is a hero that makes space and kind of set up the team fight. The finisher pretty much comes in from Matt almost every single time, and I don't think Matt is enough to burst down the composition that Smart Omega has. Like Ryota, extremely difficult to kill off in terms if you don't have the necessary burst. Or in this case, they don't even have the necessary peel when every single time Suelo drops his spell, everyone from Smart Omega just opens up NetherRealm and like, yeah, what are you gonna peel?
Yeah, I think the main idea coming in from Rebellion is that they have a lot of durability in their lineup, right? They have the Archive for the setup. We have the Terizla also that can set up, and let's not forget about the Edith. She can set up as well. But it all goes down into the drain the moment that we have got the NetherRealm being popped. And after the NetherRealm pop, what happens? You have already used your penalty zone, perhaps your heavy spin, and perhaps ODTZ has already broken out of Ilax. You have ran out of a lot of damage control, any form of burst that you can actually bring Omega down post NetherRealm.
It's really disgusting to see how Rebellion is playing this game, because pay attention to the damage there, right? It's 322,000 and as compared to 262,000 for Smart Omega. Rebellion has been peeling, but the peel isn't just enough for the finisher, and because of that, it just forced Smart Omega to keep resetting to a point that they're just not getting any value at all.
Thing is, Zask and Claude both have good damage consistency, but like you guys have already highlighted, neither of them are exactly finishes. Claude is in a very weird spot as a marksman where he doesn't really do the damages that take someone out. He's more meant to jump in, Blazing Duet, drop everyone low for someone else to finish things off, you know, right?
Correct.
Someone else needs to take the whittle down roll, or Claude himself does the whittle down roll. And when you have a comp like this, you have Terizla, you have Akai, you have Edith, you have so much setup, but the DPS heroes are not able to do the finishing damage, then it ends up being very awkward most of the time.
So with that all said and done, Smart Omega took advantage of the draft coming from Rebellion eSports, and of course Jome managed to get his way, paving all the way to the end game, getting himself a full 6-item slot with a total KDA of 3:2:7, with a total of 773 GPM. And in fact, for a marksman to get 100% kill participation, I gotta have to say that is a lot. But there's only a total of 10 kills on the map.
That's the thing about Jome, right? Whenever he plays, if the team plays around him, he will perform. And I really like how Smart Omega is just playing towards his strength, because you see a lot of instances. Jome is the guy that starts the fight, Jome is the guy that peels the fight, and Jome is the guy that ends the fight. He is the all-rounder of the team. Like, he's not the jack of all trades. He is the guy that does every single thing for the team.
Yeah, so understandably, Jome, he has a very strong idea as to how he will want to enter into this game, and he knows exactly what kind of threat may eventually arise onto him in the later stages of the game, which in fact is not all that much. So all in all, you know, to encapsulate the entirety of this game, what is something that Rebellion eSports should do in the next game in order to find themselves in a 1-1 tiebreaker fight?
Shut down Jome.
Shut down Jome?
Yeah.
That's all?
Make sure he cannot shot call properly. Make his life miserable.
I also think that fixing the draft will play a pretty notable role here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Like, I don't think Rebellion were doing a bad job, especially
It's just a
early
draft,
in the
right?
game.
It's
They were
about the
actually doing
draft
a good job.
limitations.
They were actually trying to focus Jome just a little bit, but the draft was limiting them, right? Because you have setup, but you don't have finishes, and they even have a Nether Realm, so you're not really able to whittle anyone down. Add on top of that the high Elos, which is most likely tanking most of that 300,000 damage they were doing.
The vengeance.
Yeah.
And the Glorious Pathway does give so much HP percentage regen on himself, okay? Not
On
the
himself.
team, on himself, but he's just like,
Helps with
hey,
the peel.
I don't really care. I was expecting him to get a little bit aggressive from Smart Omega. I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting Clock of Destiny in towards Thunderbelt, but he didn't go for that. He rushed his Clock of Destiny into his later stage game. He rushed his Dominance Eyes, he went his Radiant Armor. Yeah, Radiant Armor. And then after he just sat there, I'm gonna tank. I'm just gonna make space. Hey, you can't kill me? I'm running away.
I think the choice of item build came down to the style of play that Smart Omega wanted, right? Because if you go Clock of Destiny into Thunderbelt, you expect the Hylos to play just a little more aggressively.
Aggressive, yeah.
But he didn't seem to be doing that. He was playing more of a support reaction role, so he just went for tanky items instead.
Yeah, it's a very interchangeable hero whenever the opponent picks up a Claude. You can, back in the previous meta where we are looking at more tank junglers, you would instead of a Hylos, you'll pick up a Thamus, just because of the application of vengeance into your kit. But for now, we have pretty much rounded up the entirety of game number 1 between Smart Omega versus Rebellion eSports. And after a very short break, we will be back again for game number 2 between these two teams and find out if whether it's going to be a 2-0 victory in favor of Smart Omega, or are we going to be looking at a full 3-game series. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ding ding. thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I...
And welcome back to the show here in Stream B. We have concluded Smart Omega versus Rebellion eSports, and with Smart Omega claiming one game away from Rebellion eSports. Now, of course, we gotta have to expect that Rebellion eSports gonna have to change things up. You know, when it comes down to the drafting, when it comes down to a little bit of a playstyle thing going on about, right? So they gotta have to aim Joe. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two,
fix their draft.
I want to see that assassin jungler. Like,
oh yeah.
They said that they definitely said that they can play the assassin jungler. So what gives with the Archive Roam?
Yeah, it didn't really feel the most synergistic overall as well with the way that they wanted to play that game. Again, things like the Terizla and so on wouldn't really have worked too well with the heavy spin. They got one catch with it, that's about it.
You know what? This time, I've got something to say, Abstract. You said we were ganking up on you.
No.
This time, what's up with 2-1? Like,
What's up
why
with 2-1?
Rebellion?
I just want it to be unique, you know.
Huh?
That's your answer?
Yeah.
Okay, go on. So you've given some very
You gotta have to back something up.
I gotta have to back something up.
You gotta have to back something up. You gotta pull something right out of the
we've
pants
already
of
seen
yours.
some kind of interesting things
Okay,
today, right?
okay. Go on.
We've already seen an MDL team actually put a pretty strong performance overall against MPL teams. Rebellion, they're not an MPL team. They're still an MPL team. They're obviously considered one of the weaker teams, but it means that there is always hidden potential. I'm just betting on the possibility of hidden potential.
Possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
He's playing it too safe. Like, this is not the stuffer that I know, because he's the guy that, hey...
Oh, you want me to play like Smart Omega now?
Okay, so if you believe that that is not how Sadafa says, how about you be Sadafa for a while and tell me what Sadafa
Sure.
would say?
I'm gonna imagine Staffa's thoughts. This is what he would say. I suck. He sucks. Believe that he sucks. Then it's all good. We will pick heroes that will beat you up. And if you give me good heroes, I will beat you up. Smart Omega is not that smart. We are smarter than you.
That is,
so beat him up.
Whose perspective are you
That's
talking
you.
from right now?
That feels
SV?
more you.
That
sounds
Staffa.
super personal.
That is Staffa.
That's not even Staffa.
That
That's
is
like I'm
very
one of the
personal.
players.
That's
That's like
super
I'm
personal.
on the stage.
Oh
Why am I
my
thinking
goodness.
that? Why am I thinking give me a hero and I'll beat them up? I'm not playing.
Give me good
I'm
heroes.
sitting here.
Beat them up.
Okay, kids, let us just move right on
Sorry,
because
Dad.
these two guys, boy, oh boy. Woo. Now, I did manage to take some time away and, of course, take a look at what was exactly that Group D rematch that we were kind of looking at, right? Smart Omega versus Rebellion Esports back in Group D Challenge Season. It was indeed a 2-0 in favor of Smart Omega. So there could, of course, be a very high potential that that could be, once again, a repeat of what Smart Omega has done before. And very unfortunately, Rebellion Esports might not have managed to change anything.
You know, it's funny how even though there's been a gap between the challenge season and now, Smart Omega was so aggressive at that time.
Ooh.
Oh, wait
Look
a
at that.
minute.
We have an
Hey.
update from Stream C.
Yo.
Hey!
Yo.
1-0 in favor of SRG,
You know-
or rather YRG in this case.
You know what's this? You know what's this? Come on. Look over.
This
You
is
know what's this?
Number one.
Number one region for 2024. Sorry, who? Moba saying who? Who's number one?
You bring it
Who's-
back again.
Who's number one
Oh my
region?
God. But yeah, I'm really like, we knew this was gonna be an interesting match. I'm really curious to see what the final score is going to be. Abstract is also completely slumped in his chair because if anyone was observant enough, they would have also noticed that Homeboys won 2-1 against NIP Flash.
Yes.
Who's number one? Who's number two? Who's number three?
I don't know. Back to what I said before, this is not the true NIP Flash, okay? This is not the true NIP
Okay,
Flash.
fair
This
enough,
is-
fair enough.
You want the real NIP Flash? This is where I
We'll see you in MPOSG.
See us in MPLSG. This is like a very shameless segue and to tell everyone to come over to Singapore and just look at Singapore, look at us, kind of thing.
Yeah,
you
they
know?
have Malaysian chicken rice.
Stop it! I feel embarrassed for saying that now. My goodness, this is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. It's either I come over to Malaysia and
Don't worry.
people look at me and just
Don't
be like,
worry.
well said.
Don't
or I
worry.
go back to Singapore and people start to
It's okay,
carry
Abstract.
pitchforks.
It's okay, Abstract. For almost 2,300 days, we were on the same boat as you. But guess what?
Wait, 2,300 days.
Yeah, 7 years. We were on the same boat. You know? And guess what? We jumped ship, bro. You're on your own. You're on your own.
Wait for it, alright? Wait for it. NIP Flash, they are gonna...
One day.
One day.
I do
one
wanna believe.
Fine day.
One fine day.
One fine day. I will rub it in your face.
Alright.
Can you feel the vengeance of me right
Don't
now?
worry. I'll give you another 1,000 days probably. Yeah, 3,000 days later.
Oh, sorry, 1,000 days equates to how many years again?
Probably another 3 more years.
Another 3 years?
That's
okay,
how old I am.
Okay, I can accept that. We're back at that again! We're back at that again!
We gotta do callbacks, man. That's all I can do.
Okay, so how many... Okay, so in that case, right, if we put that into context, how many years would it take for Rebellion to beat Smart Omega? How many days?
Today.
Wow!
Because he said 2-1, right?
That's true.
Look,
yeah.
I'm expecting... I'm throwing that ball over to Sadafa's court for him to say that, but damn! You really manifested that Sadafa.
You
like
know?
the manifestation came a little bit late. That means that whatever that you said just now was all you. So
No, it's Staffa.
We gotta put that
Staffa
across.
convinced.
First, alright?
Didn't you hear what his inner thoughts said?
We gotta have to put that across.
I
It
think
was
you
all
tuned
on
to the
you.
wrong channel.
Oh.
Like, I think you connected to one of the players
One of the players,
upstairs,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
that sounds like one of the players upstairs.
Yeah, they whispered
Not
it to me. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Staffa, so what would you say?
I kind of want it to be 2-0.
Oh, 2-0 Rebellion? Oh, sheesh.
I don't know how that would be possible. If that can happen, I would like to see it.
Oh, you
Just
made
kinda-
the
just kinda
predict.
cancel
Okay.
out the previous game, huh?
I just want to see, like, okay, Smart Omega, they already took their time with game number 1, right? They took their time, they played it safe, they wanted to come out on top. May as well stick to that. Because if you don't stick to that, we were made to sit through, admittedly, kind of boring gameplay for nothing.
Oh, so honestly, we are gonna be, you know, kind of preparing the battlefield a little bit here in the Land of Dawn and just expecting to see this upcoming game between Rebellion versus Smart Omega. Like I said before, I want to see that assassin jungler. When am I gonna see the assassin jungler? And I really want to be proven wrong based on the information that I have. Yes, I've already been proven wrong about the sustain roamers, the enchanted support kind of thing. That tank jungler / fighter jungler thing is still up in the air because we saw that from the archive. Would have been great though if we actually had a Roger in that game. But was he banned?
Not
I
really.
don't
No,
no,
right?
to be honest,
So-
to be honest, in today's game in particular, just today itself, what really surprises me is that in pro play, Matilda was just completely ignored by almost every single team.
Now
Not
that
picked,
you mentioned
nor banned.
it.
Like it is an S tier pick, but it
Now
just
that
get
you mentioned it.
completely ignored by almost every single team in B stream.
Actually, would Guiding Wind work if the Zask is in the dominated
It's actually a
percent?
good question. I have no idea with that one.
Actually, it does. If I'm not mistaken, it does work.
It does.
It does
Wouldn't
kind
that
of, but I
kind of
don't think
solve
it's
the problem of mobility of Zask.
I think requiring... But the thing is, when you want to play with Zask, you usually want your roamer to be a hero that can kind of set things up for you, like lock someone in place so that you can actually whittle them down.
Then why can't we put that in the jungler or the EXP?
Huh?
The-
Zas
like the-
jungler?
no, as in like
as
the
in
setup hero
Yeah, the setup
okay.
hero.
in jungle or
Yeah.
EXP.
Like especially if
It's
Rebellion
possible.
Esports, yeah, if Rebellion Esports don't want to play that assassin, this is a possible angle they can go with.
Actually, what is interesting is that we really haven't been seeing a lot of enchanter supports at all today,
That is
right?
true.
Like
Aside from
Florin,
Minotaur, aside from
Angela,
Minotaur, yeah.
like Minotaur is a bit of a in-between,
Hybrid,
right?
yeah.
So like we haven't seen Florin, Angela, Matilda at all. They've not been banned, they've not been picked. It's an interesting sort of development, because you would think that they would have a presence in a meta where you really want to just kill people over and over.
And especially since there wasn't any patch in between whereby they specifically state that these heroes have been nerfed or adjusted. It just disappeared into the oblivion.
I think it comes down to whether or not can they play towards their strength, right? Like, I think not many people can actually play a very, very good Loi with those divergence here. Aqua is one of those very, very special player that actually does this very, very well. But again, not everybody is confident enough to be as precise, as finesse as Aqua. And of course, when we talk about the world's best, when you reach towards the later stage of the game, yes, it is going to be... You will see more of that, especially now when all these teams are still qualifying for the main event, which is going to be happening next week on August 2nd. So that's something that during that stage is where we can see everybody must be mechanically on par and macroly on par as well. Because now that is the time where you cannot afford to make any mistakes, because that is the competition or the skill gap in terms of level that is going to be setting the bar right there for the internationals.
Now, moving on, as you can see from the graphic on the screen, we have a very interesting head-to-head graphic right now. Rebellion Esports versus Smart Omega, with the most picked heroes being Fanny and T-Girl. Very vast difference from what information that I have on Rebellion. So maybe I did something wrong somewhere there, because you know statistics never lie. But I make human errors.
You know, it's weird to see how much of a KD difference for Smart Omega with Rebellion here, and for them to play this safe against Rebellion in game 1 was kind of what shocked us. That's why, like, I knew for a fact that Smart Omega is strong. Like, we've seen them before MSC, you know, during their stages here as well in SPS. They were doing really, really good. So for them to take a complete switcheroo in playstyle, that kind of shocked me, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I was expecting much more aggression coming from Smart Omega.
More aggression?
Yeah.
I mean, technically speaking, they have a lot of kills before. But in the previous game, yeah, it's kind of lacking of a bit of that aggression.
The thing is, even in the past, like in the days where Omega was one of the stronger teams in PH, they were also kind of known for this kind of gameplay where they weren't really the most aggressive team. They played a little bit more disciplined overall. But I still wasn't really expecting the degree of safety we were seeing from them here. It almost felt like a lot of their players were actually scared to make the first move. You see them pop abilities, go in, get a tower, then they just run out, like not even trying to maintain control on the other half of the map.
Kind of like a siege comp kind of thing that we have seen before for quite some seasons ago, I suppose. I would definitely say that siege comp is still something that we could very potentially be able to see, because it's not like we have nerfed any of those sorts, because siege comp just kind of seems like a small fraction of what a composition could be. Just bring a Fasa or some area denial mage hero, and then bring in a Moskov. Moskov is still very famous nowadays, and he still can siege turrets very effectively.
And so far, I think almost all the Moskov games that we've seen here on B-Stream has pretty much won the game. And everyone has one thing in common. Buy time for Moskov to come online, and then they just completely carry the entire game. We saw it from Jome early on. We saw it just now as well. They just completely shut down.
So honestly, if you have no answer to the Moskov, just ban it. Let's just make it your life and my life simple. Just ban him. And never see that annoying spear guy again. You know, I have something really just kind of like a small fun little segment, I suppose.
What you got?
You guys know, the names of Moskov's skills, right? So it's very simple, right? We've got like Spear of Destruction.
You know what? I gotta stop you right there here. Guess what? Smart Omega has a video upcoming up as well. Why don't we take a look at that?
We do have?
Do we? Yeah, I think we have a Smart Omega video coming up.
Oh, okay. So I suppose that we can just jump right in and take a look at that quick little video, perhaps? Or maybe do we have that video? Oh, okay.
Oh,
so,
we do.
Perfect.
Okay.
So we're just gonna take that time while I go and Google up that specific skill that I was looking out for. So let's jump right in.
Hi, I'm from Smart Omega and my agent is Ryota. I'm the explainer. Roamer is Jakno. Our jungler is Andoryu. Cold lane is Jome. And our support is Ukir. And we are the last one ng Pilipinas. Masarap sa feeling na nakapasok kami dito sa SPS kasi minanifest na namin to, ang ginawa namin, parang ginawa namin motivation na ang tingin sa amin ng ibang tao and teams na sa baba kami. So, ginamit namin yun para magpalakas pa kami lalo. Ang naging inspirasyon ko sa pagpasok ko sa eSports is yung family ko kasi una-una, simula nung naglaro po ako ng ML, supportado na nila ako. Like kahit pupunta pa ako ng mga malalaking lugar para mag-tournament, sinusuportahan po nila ako. Ang reason ba't gusto namin talaga makapasok sa SPS yung makalaban namin sa international yung mga top teams and like yung mga other region din kasi and yun sa tournament naman siguro gusto ko makalaban yung Onyx Indo kasi so sa amin parang mas masaya kasi mas more challenging siya sa amin. Shoutout sa fans ng Smart Omega, sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami supportahan sa tournament namin sa Snapdragon.
Now, of course, as much as I want to hear everything from the video, but production did mention something super important, which I really need to address.
You sure you need to address?
Unfortunately, when it comes down to Yudu Red Giants versus AP Brand, Malaysians have been hyping up about Yudu Red Giants time and time again, but they did manage to get 2-0! cheer.
Number one. We're number one.
Stuck
We
up.
continue to be number one.
See this?
Stuck up.
Good
You see
stuff.
this?
Good stuff.
It's one.
I am
one-
impressed
oh, wait.
though.
Oh. This feels kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Like I've never felt like this before.
I get you.
representing Malaysia
Like, this is new
for
for us,
2,300 days.
This
and
is new for us. We've never
Damn.
gotten things like this before.
You know, I know they have been 3 timers. You know, AP brand has been there. Like for us to finally take down the Kings. Oof.
I'll give you
I'm
that.
feeling good. I'm feeling.
I'll
I'm-
give you that.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
Don't worry, Abstract. We
Oof.
believe that you will get to feel this as well.
I hope so one day soon.
Yeah.
We're
But,
sending you energy.
Yeah. So 2 Malaysians here raving about Udorate Giants
Yeah.
getting themselves the win, constantly doing this. You, if at one point in time suddenly I have one less Malaysian next to me, you guys probably know the reason.
Whoa!
Nah, I'm just kidding. But okay, back to
Mustafa. Bye bye.
I knew,
Both of you to assume.
I knew I had to go someday, guys. Didn't realize it'd be so soon.
Okay, so back to the topic about the Moscow that I wanted to have fun about, right? So you guys know the ultimate name is Spear of Destruction.
Okay.
Yes. The stun name is Spear of Misery.
Okay.
Yes.
The blink is called a Beast Walker.
Okay.
Yes.
All seems simple, very
Okay.
easy to pronounce. How do you pronounce the name of the passive
Oh.
Spear of Quiescence? Ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself as well. Ask yourself in the chat, all right? Quiescence.
SECE.
It's like quiescence or something like that.
Okay.
It's
okay.
like spear. Wait, is it not?
I don't know. I see. What would you say?
I don't know, man. Quiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spear.
That's yeah. Spear of.
Can you repeat that?
Okay. So it is a. I mean, at first it sounds like it's a weird spelling.
Okay.
Right? Like you have never heard of that before.
Okay.
But it is actually a legit word.
You're gonna tell us what
Okay,
it means.
what do you
right?
The noun means inactivity or dormancy. So Spear of Quiescence means.
Quiescence.
Actually, I have no idea if I pronounced it correctly.
Okay. Okay.
But
okay.
it just basically says that this spear makes you go to sleep.
Is that
But
what it
there's-
means? I thought it meant like the spear itself was like dormant.
This,
you know?
this
like the
method
spear
has
is
been
not moving or
It's
something.
the term is a noun. This method has been shown to induce sleep-like quiescence in adult animals.
Well, in this case, Moskov has pretty much put to sleep a lot of people, maybe in a lot of MLBB games throughout the history.
There's 2 pronunciations for it. It could be quiescence or quiescence. Quiescence. I did study a little bit of
literature?
phonetics.
Okay.
So I'm
Okay.
not sure if I got
Lore,
it
okay.
correctly or not. But let's listen to this. Do you guys hear that?
Quiescence.
Quiescence.
It sounds French. It sounds French.
French.
Quiescence.
It's called the French
So in
man.
the event, you know, when since we are casting so many Moskov games, this is one point in time we'll be like, oh, the damage from the Spear of Quiescence, and then,
Quiescence.
you know, because it's
Not-
you know,
not- not-
it's,
no,
it's, it's
no,
the
no.
impalement, you know, Spear of Quiescence.
Yeah, not happening, man. That
Hey.
It's like tortoises poissons.
Yeah.
the toys persons is a little bit
Wait,
easier
wait.
to pronounce.
Say that again.
The toys persons.
Tortoise.
Tortoise. persons?
Oh, look, I have a baby tortoise.
It's not a tortoise, boy.
What do you mean it's not a tortoise?
What do you mean by it's not
No, it's not
tortoise?
pronounced as tortoise. It's the
Tortoises persons.
It is tortoise. It's
tortoise. It is
pronounced
tortoise
tortoise,
persons?
isn't it?
Yeah, Baxia is an embodiment of tortoise.
Have you been reading tortoise as tortoise the whole time? How old are you again?
Wait. Okay, so wait. I just need to understand. Is it that you understand? You know the name of the animal is tortoise, but Baxia is tortoise? Was it like two separate
Do you
things for
think
you?
it's a different pronunciation from the
You know
animal?
what? I am gonna plead the 5th. I will not confirm or deny that. And while that's gonna be happening here, while they're enjoying themselves here, we are gonna be taking a very, very short break here. We will see you guys right after this.
See you guys.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky.
Welcome back to the show where we talk all about what a tortoise means. So we have double checked because at one point in time we were just really asking ourselves, was it really a different spelling of tortoises, poissons? But we have an answer now.
Apparently, it is actually tortoise poissons right now.
It is tortoise poissons.
Yeah.
It's tortoise.
We helped you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You'll
Thank
never
you.
make that mistake again going
Exactly.
Thank you
forward.
very much. Thank you very
Exactly.
much.
You are very, very welcome.
Yeah, I have such very, very kind friends now on this desk. I'm so happy about
I know,
this.
right? You learned
Yeah.
two things
I
today.
learned something new.
What a quiescence means or quiescence means,
Quiescence, okay.
and it's actually tortoises poissons.
The tortoises poissons.
It's
All
good.
right.
Right.
I can see how it might be kind of like a tongue twist, right? Because you
Yeah.
want to say tortoise the same way
But
you
it's
say
like
poissons, right?
This is
But
how
it's
we
not.
learn English.
So I gotta have to say, it's definitely an interesting take on the tortoise. Perhaps one day we'll be able to, find a new word that says tortoise.
Yeah, and as of yet here, apparently we have gotten a little bit of
Info.
information regarding what's the technical issue here
What-
between both of the teams, right?
Connectivity, was it?
Yeah,
it was
so
comms issues, I
A
think.
comms
yeah,
issue.
it's a comms issue between the coaches as well as the players, and
Oh,
now
yeah,
they can't
okay.
really communicate. And
Yeah, it's understandable, right?
have you guys tried the headset up on the stage?
Not yet,
No.
actually.
So they have this, I would say, noise cancelling headset.
The white noise, right?
Yeah, the white noise.
It emits white noise.
Which is so jarring. Where if I put it up right here and you're standing there and if you scream, I cannot hear. So
that's exactly what we need, right? I mean, you don't want the opponents from the other booth to be able to hear you. In the meantime, we are ensuring that we keep the level of play as high as we can, and of course the integrity of the competition the best we can. So we're definitely gonna be sorting out this issue and make sure that all the players and the coach will be able to enter into the game with the right equipment and the right features that's intended for them.
We gotta make sure that everything's working correctly. Because after all, these are the players' tournament lives on the line right here. We gotta make sure that everything is in working order so that they can operate at 100%. Because every single one of those players, every single one of those teams wants to make it into the playoffs.
Yes, every score counts. Especially since we saw the game from the side of GeekFam ID, they have been pretty much they really wanted it, right?
Yeah.
RSGPH versus GeekFam ID. We can definitely see that RSGPH was really devastated over their loss in that game. But you know what? It is what it is. They made a couple of mistakes here and there. They acted out of desperation every now and then, and I hope that they will be able to play that calm and composed RSGPH games that we always see and we always love.
yeah, I think that comes down to whether or not can they actually play at the best, right? Because again, when if we recap on towards back in the days for Snapdragon Pro Series, which is about 2 months ago, 1 month ago, I make it sound like it's very, very long time ago, but when it comes to patch note, it is kind of old, right? So,
who are you calling old? No, just kidding.
Anyways,
Are your patch notes?
basically based on the format itself,
Old patch notes
every
now.
team that is playing from here pretty much needs to climb the ladder of just qualifying their way through, right? Like usually in normal tournaments, it's gonna be like qualifiers, yay, make it to playoffs, or qualifiers, regular season, playoffs. But when it comes to Snapdragon, here there's the open, then here it's like an entire full regular seasons here, and then there's another regular season here, which is now. And then when you finish this,
there's another.
There is another one that you have to face off another set of 12 teams in towards the finals, which is going to be on August 2nd. So that is going to be a very, very long journey for some of these teams. So they have to prove themselves to be the best of the best of the best.
Of the best.
Yeah.
gotta be the cream of the crop, basically, right? Because as we go through multiple different stages, we make sure that the teams that are able to make it all the way to the end are the absolute best of the best out there. So the fact that the teams that we have right now have already made it this far is already worth celebrating quite a bit. Like, yes, we might judge their gameplay here and there, but it doesn't really negate the achievement that they've had getting to this stage.
They have went through so much, so we gotta have to really give them the credit where the credit's due, right? They went through all the boot camps, they went through all the MPLs, and yes, especially when it comes down to looking at Rebellion eSports versus Smart Omega, yes, they may not be at the top of the pack. However, they have definitely shown that they are capable of dealing with one of the toughest servers available, especially whenever we, because okay, so we have went through a couple of interviews before, like whenever we are looking out for, you know, these the region that is the most that's best in micro, the region that is best in macro, the region that has the most handsome players, and the region with the most trash talky players. We'll always fixate ourselves to micro and macro and kind of interchange it between Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, I understand. You know, Malaysia was the most entertaining one.
Trash-talky.
Yeah,
Yes.
most entertaining
Most
one.
entertaining. That is our label.
Most entertaining. Most trash talky. Fine, sure. Guess what? We're number one as well.
on at this point in time,
We're number one. We get trash talk.
insufferable.
Abstract saw his life flash before his eyes.
And what else? We're number one.
Someone save me! Someone save me! Will the draft ever start? Oh wait, we are!
Oh,
this is
wait.
the call of the gods! And
Oh my
we
goodness,
are
it actually
coming
worked.
in
And
to
Malaysia is harder server, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rebellion
Yeah.
eSports for the
Yeah.
Smart Omega we're coming in
It's
to
hard
take a
for a
look
different
at
reason.
the draft now. Yay! With the Fanny, Faramis, and Chip Ban.
Guys, I think we broke Abstract.
At least you give us credit for being the most entertaining, for sure.
Yeah, of course
Yeah.
I'll give it to you guys. Come
Shout
on.
out to Udil. He's the guy that made it all happen for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though he's Indonesian.
Yeah. Do you know, a part of me really thinks that Mobile Zane is secretly Malaysian.
Really?
Not even close.
It's so trash talky, and I
I
love
see.
it.
Not
love
even
the
close.
drama.
Not even close.
I mean, you gotta admit though, he did kind of put us on the map a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
thank
The
you.
content.
Thank you for putting Malaysia
You gotta
in.
have to thank him, dude.
Yeah, true. We went viral because of him. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're an easy server. Thank you.
You're throwing a lot of flack at Mobile Zane.
No,
I don't
I'm
know.
not throwing flack at him.
No,
I
I'm
am
meaning him.
genuinely.
This
him.
guy,
This guy.
not you.
Okay,
Oh,
okay,
oh.
yeah, this guy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would I be saying Abstract?
this-
You're
this
the
sounds
one
so
who's been
personal.
bringing him up all the time.
I don't know.
It's like he lives in your head rent free.
I don't know. It's just on my YouTube algorithm for some reason. It just keeps popping up. Thank you, DJY. I don't know why.
I see.
You can blame DJY for those
You
clips,
know
man.
what?
The
That's
Clipper
fair.
guy. It's him.
That is fair. That is fair.
He's the one that flagged it.
So now you're gonna get clipped for thanking him. For
I
clipping.
don't know, DJY. Like his videos keeps popping up on YouTube or something.
Very good
like that.
algorithm you have there, buddy. Very,
Yeah.
very good algorithm. But I'm just going to pull ourselves back into the game because now we are actually going to be getting the game. So let me recap with what has been banned out thus far. We do have the Angela, which we have been talking about all the time. Or rather, not all the time. At one point in time, that it hasn't been picked out a lot. Angela, Faramis, Fanny. And on the other side, we've got a Chip, Ruby, and the Zask. Finally. Thank you, Smart Omega. You guys understand me.
Proper banning coming in here, making sure that Zas is taken off the table to deny the zone denial here from the opposite side, but it does mean letting the Ling through. And this is a hero that has enabled a lot of teams in the past with his mobility, his split pushing, his scaling. Zusin is the second time we've seen her today on stream B. First time, didn't go very well.
Yeah, and I think most of the games as well, there's only been one game of Zusin that pretty much won, and that's actually by Sans, who actually played it as well. So most of the Zusin games has pretty much lost their respective matches here, and I think it comes down to a situation where does Zusin fit in the current meta and how
should she be played in a team fight potential?
So honestly, I really want to see what kind of strategy the Smart Omega may have for us when it comes down to the Jusin. Could be mid, could be roam, could be XP. So there is that very flex X factor that we can see out of Smart Omega, and Rebellion Esports gonna have to be real careful about that. They picked up a Valentina as well as a Terizla at this point in time, but the Valentina at this point in time doesn't really have got a lot of targets. I mean, we're only looking at the main two heroes picked from inside of Smart Omega.
It's a little bit of a preemptive strike here because even without good ultimates to steal away, Valentina is still going to be a pretty solid hero overall. And now that the Edith has been locked in, then there we go. We got the Primal Wrath. So Valentina will be able to take that away, do some good damage. Overall, Rebellion Esports draft does look very solid because we haven't really seen what Zeusin is truly capable of yet.
I really
boy.
What?
Yeah. Now, seeing the drafts here coming in from both sides, right? Like, I feel like Rebellion Esports, they're going for something a little bit more default now, whereas Smart Omega, they are looking to try and experiment a little bit more. Yeah, we saw Juicy kind of band off a little bit more, but I'm curious to see how
Only like the
Smart
first half of the
Omega
day.
kind of play this, right?
Yeah. It's only on the first half of the day we saw Jusin being banned.
Yeah.
And then after a few of these teams experimented with Jusin and they're like, you know what, maybe not that important.
He just doesn't have the burst potential that a lot of mages kind of bring to the table. But I like how, I think some of these teams has kind of kind of strategized and draft around is the fact that, hey, Jusin lacks a little bit of damage, but you need another hero that brings a lot of magical damage in output here. Heroes like Julian kind of helps out a little bit here. In this case, they bring in the Edith to kind of compensate the lack of magic damage here, which Jusin brings to the table,
And
to
the wave
force
clear.
enemy to kind of build items that require both magic defense and physical defense.
I would really want to see mostly about the wave clear that Edith is able to bring in. As we talked about the fact, we talked about this in the earlier half of the day, where Jusin is the one that pokes the enemy, and Edith in this case will be the one that's clearing the wave for Jusin instead. And I am feeling very, very, very seduced by that eye contact.
I'm not sure which player that is. Still not too familiar with their faces, but man, he was staring into my soul. He was staring so hard it was actually hurting himself.
Yeah, you can clearly see that he was really wiping his tears away, huh?
Well, you can see the fatigue is going to be kicking in as well, and that's the tough life. That's the harsh reality of being an esports player or competitive player, right? But Carmilla coming from Rebellion Esports here, this is interesting because I think Churros did brought it up here on the stream as well, that Homeboys actually brought in a Carmilla XP.
Carmilla XP?
For Homeboys.
Yep.
Okay.
What was that all about?
To be honest, I'd like to know for sure myself. Like, it was a Carmilla EXP. They played with Vengeance. And I think the goal was basically just to sandbag the lane.
Sounds like the opponent had a Claude.
They had a... No.
can't remember.
Udil was playing Zas.
Udil was playing that. I don't remember what the opponent team had. It was on a different stream. Wait, Moskov got all the way through.
Wait, what? Completely missed out in the banning stage to the point that Smart Omega even banned out the Arif.
They prioritized the Grok instead, which is weird.
Very interesting, I gotta have to say. But looking at the Carmilla, boys, what kind of wombo combo can I expect coming in from this Carmilla?
Carmilla just generally combos well with any hero that does a lot of damage. If you have CC, it's even better. So like Terizla does work somewhat well with that because you're able to link the CC. But a lot of it is being used nowadays to propagate damage. And when you have heroes like Ling and Moskov who already do quite a lot of DPS by themselves, if you're able to catch the opposing team in that Curse of Blood, then it just means you're spreading even more DPS across the field.
Yeah, this feels very difficult to actually pull off, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it feels very, very difficult because of the fact that besides Terizla that has a decent amount of stuns, if they sync it up well enough with the spear coming from Moskov, they are going to be able to do like 2 to 3 man stuns just off Moskov's stun. So it has to be very precise in this composition. So I don't know. It feels like a difficult composition to play.
Well, we're gonna have to see if whether it is actually gonna be relatively difficult for our boys here in Rebellion Esports. And in the meantime, Smart Omega, how exactly are you going to be piloting that to Sin? I'm gonna leave it up to you boys to cast this game number 2, potential match point.
Well, thank you so much, Abstract. We're going to be jumping in towards the second game for the final series here in Group B. It is going to be Rebellion Esports going up against Smart Omega to fight for the points here. And who is going to be the team that walks away with a W by the end of today, or who will be the ones that gets a loss?
Smart Omega were able to come out on top in game number 1 because they were able to play around their late game scaling by having a Jome on that Moskov. However, in this game, Rebellion are the ones that have a clear late game win condition in not just Moskov, but Ling as well. Which means Smart Omega basically needs to create pressure right from the get-go or risk getting outscaled.
Oh boy, now speaking of getting outscaled right here, now Chaknu in a little bit of trouble here as well. Spear almost connecting the kill, but guess what, Rio? He dodged away, came back in time, and secured the kill. That's going to be first blood for him. So 1-for-1 for both teams.
Yeah, they trade 1-for-1 for the roams, but Rebellion got... Hold on.
Oh no, Rio could be in a little bit of trouble here. He doesn't have his 4. He will not be able to get pop Tempest Blade to get out to safety. So mistakes were made there. And Smart Omega is able to capitalize on this.
Yeah, initially I was going to say Rebellion have the slight advantage because their kill was first blood, but now they've ended up losing Rio as well. And giving the kill to Jome, probably the worst person to give it to, which allows Smart Omega to start gaining some ground.
I'm curious whether or not is Jome going to go for the Sky Piercer build instead, because I don't know why, but we've started to see a lot of teams, especially in SPS here, kind of fall away from the Sky Piercer. And now Joe, considering that he's got a decent lead there, I'm curious to see whether or not is he going to try and play that. But as of now, Matt, he will get his 4 first. He might drop the spear on Jome, and he doesn't really have mana to outplay this. Meanwhile, middle lane, Chaknu, going to be taking a little bit too much damage. He will be able to get out of safety, but Smart Omega already making quick work on the turtle.
Oh, nicely played there. Being able to deal with the aggression in bot and mid lane. Though it does look like ODDTZ is going to be rotating down to try and mess with Jome even more. Unfortunately, he's very low on HP, but he can't really afford to leave just yet because that would mean missing out on some crucial gold right now.
Well, speaking of goals right now, Rebellion, they're going to be making sure that Matt has a decent amount of game. And it feels like both teams has very, very similar playstyles, right? They want to play towards the strength of the gold laner and then hope to kind of scale a little bit better in later stage of the game. But meanwhile, they do find a very decent catch here. Cars going to return the favor with the penalty zone to try and shut him down. 7 seconds, no time for you, and he is going to get shut down. Ryota looking to get a little bit of finish here, but Mark Cars, he got out of vision, and he wasn't able to get a kill, and that's going to be Rebellion that actually finds 2 in the pocket.
As the body of the Smith right there, you think he's just 1 shot away, but you're not quite able to finish him off, and that is already a bad sign because, as we mentioned, Smart Omega really needs to be the team that's creating these early game plays. Rebellion, once you hit that late game, should have an easy path to victory just off of scaling Rio and Matt.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very difficult game here. But top side, we do see an attempt here coming from Smart Omega. They're going on towards Cars once more. They have the burst, but can they buy time? Penalty zone connects on Ryota, but can they buy enough time to finish him off? Finally, the full 7 seconds duration comes in. Andrew making the second attempt. They finally burst him down, but guess what? Space created. It's up to Rio to try and finish off the fight here. And Andrew, he finds 2. That's going to be a big catch here. Can they actually burst him through? Yes, they can. They have done it as well. And now Matt, all the way from the bottom lane, tries to retake this fight, but the damage has been done by Smart Omega.
And Smart Omega got a good pick off. They really spent a bit too much time taking down Cars. So while they were able to do so, I'm not too sure if it was worth it in the end because they do end up losing Andoryu once again as well, which that would have been a free turtle otherwise. So Rebellion Esports doing a very good job of responding to the aggression of Omega. And I do think that the red side needs to be a little bit more cautious about the pickoffs that they are going for.
Oh boy, now Andrew, you know, he's got his timing combos really, really nice. And Rebellion Esports, they have to respect the burst potential that he brings to the table. But now Turtle doesn't exactly reveal the positions here. So Rebellion, they still have the upper hand. They haven't really checked the brushes yet. Meanwhile, Ukir Does he go in for the push? And now he's going to be caught out. He's taking a little bit too much damage. He uses his ultimate to disengage, so it is going to buy him a little bit more space and time. But Turtle is going to be priority here. Rio, who wins the Turtle trade? It is going to be Rio that comes up on top. Meanwhile, Smart Omega, they can't seem to find one, but they got the chain stun onto his end here. Audi, is he going to be able to escape this? No, he cannot. Ukir is there to scare him off.
So the Turtle for a kill here on Audi TZ, which I think is going to be more beneficial for Rebellion overall, because that is a lot more gold and EXP being funneled into the main cores. At this stage of the game, Luis and Carmilla isn't all that big a deal. And we can see that Smart Omega in a little bit of trouble. Jome is scaling actually pretty well, so they will be able to play around him once the mid-game phase comes about. But if they're not able to inflict lasting damage, we could very well see them even things up.
Okay, Matt now forcing backing off a little bit more. Okay, trying to set the precedence for Smart Omega. They're still debating if they want to fight this. They don't really know where the Ling is from the side of Rebellion eSports, so they just don't really want to take a unnecessary risk right now for Smart Omega.
I think that is wise, and it's kind of characteristic of them as well. From what we saw in game number 1, this is a team that doesn't want to force out risks if unnecessary. But I do think that aggressive play is going to be needed very, very soon, because Rebellion are perfectly comfortable just waiting and scaling and finishing up their items on their cores.
Oh, it is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation here. Smart Omega, they're just grouping up, playing a little bit space, 5-5 both sides, but Rebellion eSports still leading the economy by a fraction. But at this state of the game, it is going to be a little bit of 50-50s here. It all comes down to the Turtle Clash. And this is the true, I would say, Filipino strategy that I think it comes down to just prioritizing on macro plays, right?
Yeah, it's very typical. Hold on, in the bottom
okay,
lane.
they do find a clash down bottom lane as well. Here comes the pullback from Ukir. They extend the fight. Cars is going to be bursted down. No escape, Smart Omega says. And now the Turtle going to be out for grabs. Audi TZ does have the Cursed Blood, but I don't think they know where the Ling is. Ling showed himself up top, so that's going to be... Oh, wait! What? Matt? Huh?
Oh, Andor, you greeted. He chose not to retry it because he felt like, oh, this is our Turtle for sure. I don't have the retry. And Matt with the perfect timing.
Oh my goodness, Smart Omega. They made the big mistake. What a steal from Matt. And because of this, now Rebellion, they will be the ones that have the turtle buff advantage.
That's a big blunder. Smart Omega committed a lot of resources to getting that turtle. They gave up top tier 1 because they knew they wouldn't be able to match the mobility of Rio. And they still weren't able to get it anyway. Looking at the items here. Ooh, Thunderbelt build actually on Jome. So he's going for a slightly safer option with the Wind Talker to make sure he has some bulk. But otherwise, the items are not quite coming out quick enough. We can see that. Matt is getting close to finishing his Trinity.
Yeah, Rio is already level 13 as well, 8 minutes a game on this lane. He's just getting the freest farm of his life. And I'm really surprised Ender Rio is able to actually kind of somewhat mirror him on this Julian pickup.
The Julian we already know, very strong early game assassin. Unfortunately, not really able to do a lot with it just yet. He's got 4 kills, yes, but 2 deaths is not ideal when you have a built-in form of escape. Smart Omega, we're gonna have to see what kind of positioning they're looking for here.
Oh, looks like they are gonna try to make an attempt here to try and clear out the minions here. Audi TZ gonna be stranded as well. Uki building out the stats to try and drag him back. He does have the curse blood, but he's chain stumped all the way through. No chance to counter engage. Meanwhile, the rest of the Rebellion eSports is here to fight. Cars is able to return the favor, gets a kill onto this fight. Meanwhile, here he comes. Ryu on this link is gonna clean house on the rest of Smart Omega, but do they want to commit? No, they do not. So they will trade 2 for 2 instead.
Jome is really being the standout player for Smart Omega here. We're seeing it over and over.
Oh, wait, the spear comes in. Ender Ryu, he's going to be bursted down. He doesn't get these combos in time. He cannot escape at all. What a catch from Matt.
Yeah, Matt, you could see that he's feeling a lot more comfortable in this game compared to previously. Moskov, we already know how dangerous this hero can be as compared to something like a Claude, and this seems like it's going to be a pretty free lord for the side of Rebellion eSports, who now are in control of the game.
Wow, what a play coming from Rebellion eSports, and Smart Omega now, what seemed to be in their control has gone completely down to smithereens. Ukir 0-0 and 5 on this Juicin, but we haven't seen that burst potential, and Rebellion eSports just taking advantage that they do have that mobility advantage right now.
We need to see a little bit more from the rest of the team here, because it's clear that Jom is pulling his weight, maybe even more than his weight. And I'm not really seeing a lot of that from the rest of Smart Omega. Ukir is setting things up well for Ryota, but Andoryu is not really able to survive long enough to actually dish out meaningful DPS.
DZ in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to be poked away, but he's down to his last pick.
Oh,
so
so
Joe,
low.
he doesn't want to commit it. He's going to back out instead. They just don't have the finisher, but it is enough to scare off Rebellion to back off.
It is something at least, but a kill there would have been pretty nice because they're not able to get that. We can see now the Ling, the impact this hero has, and the reason why he's being frequently banned out by every other team here. The ability to just split across the map, get free towers for absolutely no investment is making a huge difference right now in terms of map control for Rebellion eSports.
Oh boy, this is going to be a very, very important one here for Smart Omega. But at the same time, Rebellion eSports, they understand their timings very, very well. Like, it's all about buying time. Matt is 2-0-3. He's almost hitting his level 15 and is so close to his final item power spike because he's already max slotted here. He just doesn't have his Winds of Nature. Not exactly sure what his final item is going to be going for, but he is at a state where he is going to be threatening anyone from the side of Smart Omega.
And for Smart Omega, I still worry that they're playing way too safe. They're playing way too slow. Like, they had a free push in the bottom lane. They just had to stay for a couple seconds longer, hit the tower once or twice. The tier 1 would have gone down easy. Instead, they just backed off straight away. I understand that you are afraid that the enemy team may catch you out, but that's why you need to have more vision over the map. I'm really not seeing the effectiveness of this strategy from Omega.
Oh, nice outplay here. They do bait out cars in this vicinity. They're trying to drag this out, but there's no follow-up coming in from Smart Omega. Underu looking for the wraparound as well. He's up to Yuki going for the setup as well. They find cars. They finally burst him down with this juice in. Slow and steady wins the race, and Smart Omega calculated this fight. AudiTZ getting caught out by the combo here, but guess what? Rio almost died with his 1 HP. Job looking for the pounds, and here he comes.
Job.
He's going to be stunned his way through towards the turret here. Can he survive? No, he cannot. The curse block comes in, but he somehow survives. Job, he actually escapes with a barely a pixel. The heals from Chaknu to keep him alive. Matt making that mistake, and Smart Omega is able to get 2, and now potentially the Lord.
Man, I am getting flashbacks of when Jom played in MPL Malaysia. This is like very similar play to what we saw from him back then.
Oh my goodness, and now with the juice scene coming from Ukir, they're trying to extend the fight once more. Guess what? They're dragging them all one by one, bit by bit, pixel by pixel, and shut them all up. And Ukir finally having the confidence to take the lead for Smart Omega.
We finally reached the stage of the game where Ukir has enough of a staying power to walk in front and pull people backwards. And now we're seeing that Jom no longer has to be the one initiating team fights. The Zusin is actually doing their job as a utility. And here, this should have been a death. Joms gets extra HP from turning back into the wolf form, gets extra healing from the Minotaur with the flask, and Matt gets caught out. Jom 100% should have died there.
Yep. Now Juicin does have the brute force breastplate as well, so he is a little bit more mobile now. And guess what? Here comes the setup with Ryota to try to burst down cars, but at the same time, they can't finish him off. You can see Ukir trying his best, trying to drag somebody out of the fight, but Rio, he's taking so much damage. He almost died to this as well, and Anduru, he will be the ones to fall, but Ukir is able to trade one for himself, so it's going to be a 1-for-2 exchange, but Smart Omega is not over yet. The spear doesn't seem to connect from the side of Matt. But Smart Omega, they may have won the Lord push, but they have overcommitted their stay.
Yeah, but I do think this is a step in the right direction, right? Or in game 1, we saw Smart Omega, when they made pushes like this, they would just immediately back off. This time they actually tried to go for a little bit of extra. So I actually like that. I want to see a little bit more of that, though ideally a little bit cleaner, because I think they did commit a little bit too deep in that situation.
Back and fro, and back and fro. It is going to be anyone's game at this stage of the game, and
both teams now just pouring their hearts and souls. And it seems like it could be anyone's game. It comes down to those individual mistakes, or in this case, individual outplays coming from both sides. And now Jom, no, he's gonna go for it. He's well Rio. He's gonna be able to escape this. He's fine. But Ukir on this Jusin has an Ice Queen wand on this Jusin. And it is gonna be a scary one because think about this. Valentina stealing Jusins out doesn't really help him at all.
Yeah, not really. It just makes them a little bit tankier. So that's not the ultimate that they're going to want to steal most of the time here. The Rebellion eSports, we have to note, right? They're a very strong late game team. Rio and Matt are both basically full on items already, so they can do a lot of damage to the side of Smart Omega. But I'm feeling a little bit of a flaw on Rebellion as well, where they are starting to play a little bit afraid. Smart Omega has managed to find opportunities to regain advantage, and it has really stifled Rebellion's original aggression.
Well, speaking of aggression right now, Ukir, once again, trying to catch some of the Ice Queen one's effect for the team, but Rebellion just maintaining a very good distance. Ryo steals the purple buff at the last second, so very, very nice one coming from Rebellion eSports. Just making it work here, coming from Smart Omega, but now Lord trying to rush it. They know there's not no retribution. Rebellion, they have to commit to this fight. Penalty zone comes in. Can they finish off? But no! Cars still steals the Lord, but at the same time, Omega, they won't be able to fight everyone right now. Look at this. Ukir just slowing down everyone. Jom also mowing them all down. Smart Omega will clean house. They're looking for the final member, ODTZ. How far can you run? First immortality is there, and he is gonna go down, and that's gonna be a wipeout for Smart Omega. You may have secured the Lord, but it doesn't matter when you're all dead. Crystal falls, and Smart Omega takes 2-0 against Rebellion eSports.
They found their opportunity, they found the mistake. It looked like a great initiation from Cars, and it almost seemed like Rebellion could have turned things around with the Terizla getting the last hit on the Lord. But he didn't realize his team was too far away. They couldn't follow up on him. And by the time he was taken out, they realized they had overcommitted and were in direct range of the firing line. That was Smart Omega.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, the conclusion of the 4th series of the day. Unfortunately, the deja vu of Group D Challenge season indeed happened again, with Smart Omega getting themselves a 2-0 victory on top of Rebellion eSports. For a second there, I really thought that perhaps finally being able to see that assassin jungler coming from the side of Rio could have changed things around a tad little bit. But what exactly is the main issue coming out from this link? Looking at 4:3:5, not exactly the kind of performance that we'll want to see from a link.
Yeah, I think it comes down to how Rebellion eSports kind of approach the fight, right? Like, they were playing a little bit safe, they're playing a lot of split push potential, but the problem is they are just so afraid on how to take a fight against Omega, because every single time Omega shows themselves, they're not really committing to the fight. They're just showing presence, but they're just buying time. And I feel like the biggest winning factor for Smart Omega is that they play towards how Jusin's strength, which is it's not tanky. So let's just buy enough time for Ukir to get 3 items. And the moment Ukir got his Brute Force Breastplate, that is where you can see Smart Omega started to get very, very active in all these team fights.
Right.
Yeah, there was a total difference in gameplay approach before and after Ukir got that third item, that Brute Force Breastplate, which enabled them to be a little more tanky, a little easier to keep up with their opponents so that they're able to pull people away. You would think that with heroes like Ling and Moskov, which are basically free wins in the right hands, that Rebellion eSports, once they got to this late stage of the game, would just be able to take over. But I think a lot of it came down to the fact that Omega got confident enough that they were able to play solo duels rather than go for big team fights, which when you have Terizla and Carmilla, you're aiming for those big team fights. Omega was not giving it to them, and a lot of that came from Jom. Like, Jom really was terrifying this game.
Yeah, Jom, like, whenever Jom shows up, Rebellion is a situation where, do I commit or do I not commit? Because there are a couple of pixel moments, which I think is the reason why Jom was able to win the fight. Yes,
Zeusin, they played around him, but Jome is the guy, like again, he's the all-in-one, right? He's the king of everything.
A master of all trades.
Master of all trades. He's the playmaker, he's the shot caller, he's the goal laner, he's the guy that sets up the fight. He does everything, and he even clutches the game for the team. Like, if we were to describe him, people fear death. Death fears him.
Jome! What can I say? 606 with a total of 814 GPM. Jome, we gotta have to hear it from this dude, man. We gotta have to listen to the master of all trades. So let us just run it in and take a look at level 3 of Quill City Mall and listen to what Jome have got about this game, or rather, this series.
From Smart Omega, here we are with Jome. Congratulations! So it's a totally different outcome from the first match that you had today. You were able to do a sweep. This is your first international tournament experience, along with a lot of you. So how's the whole tournament so far?
I think nabibigay naman namin yung best namin. May mga pagkakamali lang kami nagawa kanina kaya natalo kami.
He thinks they're giving their best. They just have a little bit of errors. That's why they lost earlier. But if you learned anything throughout today for the first day of the challenge finals, what are the things that you guys have learned that you're gonna apply for the next days forward?
Siguro yung mga natutunan namin kumbaga hindi kami nag-i-stick sa kung ano yung nakasanayan namin or kung saan kami malakas. Nagre-relay kami kung ano yung ginagawa ng kalaban.
What they learned is that they're not sticking to their own play style where they are the strongest. What they notice is that they're adjusting to the play of the opponent. Now, you guys are gonna go later on, for sure you're gonna celebrate today's win, but what are some of the things that you guys are going to discuss to make sure that tomorrow when you come back, everything is gonna be good and perhaps it's gonna be a sweep all around?
Ano lang siguro, parang pag-uusapan lang din namin kung ano yung mga magiging drop namin and kung saan kami kakain mamaya.
They're just going to be talking about the drop that they're going to be doing for tomorrow and where they're going to eat. Tell us, you used to play for MPL Malaysia. So you're the one the team's going to look to tell them the suggestions for the food. What are you guys going to eat today?
Nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak?
Yeah.
That's your favorite?
Yes.
Okay, they're going to eat with sambal.
Yeah, with sambal.
Okay. They're gonna eat nasi lemak with sambal. And for everybody who's watching you right now, what is your message for everyone supporting you, cheering for Smart Omega?
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa Smart Omega and sa mga boss namin. Thank you sa suporta and gagawin namin best namin dito.
Thank you to everybody supporting Smart Omega and to all the boss. Endless thanks. And they're gonna do their best throughout the tournament. Congratulations once again. Go ahead, eat that nasi lemak with sambal. We're gonna go back to our casters to break it down even more for you. Time to shine.
Thank you so much, Mara. Thank you so much, Jome. They talked about nasi lemak with sambal. From what I know, right, a lot of my Filipino friends, they told me that they actually don't have sambal chili in Philippines.
Oh.
That is from what I know.
Really?
I'm not too sure how accurate it is, but whenever I'm talking to some of my Filipino friends, they just pretty much say, hey, can mail some sambal chili over?
You know, it feels bad because I cannot even confirm or not that I've never been to the Philippines.
Yeah,
have you been to the Philippines?
I've not been to the
Perhaps
Philippines.
we can confirm with some of our Filipino
We
friends.
gotta ask Mara.
Yeah, we're gonna ask Mara.
Or Rose.
Or right, Rose too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
It
the way
feels
to-
like it would
And
be-
Chantel, yeah, Chantel.
Chantel, oh yeah, we could just head right in and just ask them. But you know what? With that all said and done, right? We've got Rebellion Esports versus Smart Omega. With Smart Omega with a 2-0 victory, I gotta have to say, Jome have shown showed him to be an absolute unit throughout the entirety of this series. And even when it comes down to the previous game where they were fighting against Yudu Red Giants, they definitely had a lot of problems and they had a lot of issues. However, that doesn't mean that Jome is not someone that can't hold his own. In fact, he has pretty much been helping his entire team to really give them a chance of life, a pillar of support.
Yeah, you can see every single time the fight happens as well. Even Rio on this link, he had to preemptively use the Temples of Blaze just because of the fact that, hey, I'm inside Ukir's stacks, but he doesn't really know how many stacks has been used throughout the entire game. And because of that, because of how Ukir
was able to get free reign, to use those lanterns to kind of set up the fight. Every single time Rebellion has lost the fight after he got the Rufus breastplate is because of the fact that Urkir was able to disposition one of the players and then just commit to the fight.
I think it's really funny because ordinarily you need the setter to create space for your carry. But in this game, the carry was making space for the setter.
My goodness.
Joan just flips the script, just flips everything on its head, saying like, I'm the carry, but I'm also everything else.
You know, that's why Jome is one of the most entertaining player to watch here. Ever since his debut in MPMY, guess what? When it comes to Jome, you shut him down, you win. You don't shut him down, he will destroy you.
I gotta have to say, Jome, he definitely showed how devastating he is, right? But how will he fare against all the other teams in his current group? That is the question that I have, as we're pretty much at the end of the day already. So good job to every single one of you viewers watching all the way from the start to the end. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If you have been tuning into stream A, B or C, or maybe all of these streams, we gotta have to really thank you all for sticking through with us, and we truly hope that you have enjoyed throughout the entirety of today. But for those people that have only been sticking on to stream B, let's just give a quick little recap and of course a quick little understanding of the standings throughout the board. What do we have from all of these streams? Let's take a look from the side of Group A first. Let's break it down here, IC baby.
Okay, so from Group A, we do see Team Liquid PH actually having 1 point. And then we do see Homeboys having 2 points, RNG PH having 2 points, GeekFam having 3 points, and NIP Flash having 4 points, Bigatron Beta having 4 points, huh? That doesn't kind of make sense. I think there's a little bit issue in the graphs here.
We'll be back with the proper API, because at one point in time it seems like the more points, the worse it is.
Yeah.
At some points, at some situations,
I thought we were playing golf
could
for a
have
moment.
been birdie.
Is it called birdie?
Yeah, birdie is -1.
It's a thing in golf.
Birdie is
okay.
-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Par is 0.
Okay.
Eagle is -2, right?
I think so, yes.
I think
Okay.
Eagle is -2.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Something along those lines. But I believe that we've got the standings back again. So let's just whip it up one more time and take a look what is the true standings coming in from both Group A and Group B. There we go. There we go. Off at the side of the screen. Right, we do have Team Liquid PH currently at the top of the board with a total of 5 points to their name, only losing out 1 game. While in the meantime, we've got Homeboys 4-2 with a total of 4 points down the list, RSGPH with 4, GeekFam ID with 3, and IP Flash with 1. And Bigatron Beta
I couldn't
with
hear
1.
you. I couldn't hear you. Could you say that again on the what? Sorry, what?
I said GeekFam ID with 3 points.
After that,
I said Bigatron Beta with 1 point.
Before that,
I said that NIP Flash with 1 point. Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay.
That's fine.
We share this as well.
It's fine. You'll get up there. You'll make it one day.
Eventually.
You gotta believe. I think what I find the funniest is that 1 game lost by Liquid was Bigatron.
You know,
right?
there's a saying, right? Like, there's a very, very iconic person around the world that wears an orange shirt, right? Okay, and if you look over there, that's the face of emotional damage.
Okay. I was wondering where you were going with that one.
But it was a pretty good setup, right? But now, speaking of setup, let's set things up for Group B. All in all, we do have Fnatic Onyx that haven't lost a single game with a total of 6 points. Similarly, Rudy Red Giants with 6 points, and AP Brand with 3 points, Smart Omega with 3 points, and unfortunately, See You Soon and Rebellion eSports similarly with 0 points, as they haven't won a single series just yet.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit unfortunate for them here, but what we do know is that both Onyx as well as Yudu Red Giants being in the top of the leaderboard, that is something that I feel like it is going to be scary, because I want to see how both of them fare against each other. Because think about this, right? Skies, before MSC, before he was champion, he does idolize Kyrie a lot.
The Sky Prince versus the Sky Kings. That is what we want to
The
see.
ascension of royalty. Well, we get to witness it. It's gonna be a good question, and I think it's good to see this as well because, as we know, Onyx unfortunately met a very
untimely
early
demise.
end, yes, in MSC. So imagine they have a lot to prove here, and I'm glad to see that they are regaining that composure. And the fact that SRG did actually end up winning against AP Brand means that Falcons do not have a clean record.
Let's not forget about this fact, right? When it comes down to the MSC 2024 in the group stages, it is a 2-0 in favor of See You Soon versus Fnatic Onyx. And if I'm not wrong, they had a game today. The very fact that Fnatic Onyx didn't lose a single game, that would suggest that we actually saw the power of the ascension of Fnatic Onyx. The Porcupines are back.
I think they have a vengeance. There's a vendetta happening here. Even if the players may not show it, right? You're gonna interview the players, they're gonna say like, oh, they put up a good fight.
They put up a good
It was
fight,
easy
yeah.
for us, it's fine.
Well,
but in their hearts, they're thinking,
yeah, in your face.
True. Again, you know, it is only day number 1. So
it is indeed, yes.
Some people, they have made mistakes. Some people, they have gotten a huge lead. But ideally, by the end of day 2 and day 3, things are going to be a little bit more closer, especially when it comes to tomorrow. Today, even if you lose 2 games, there is still a possibility to actually qualify. So it is going to be very, very important for them to actually kind of build back their momentum or pick themselves up and gather their things that they need to fix by tomorrow, and things are going to be a little bit better there.
Very good point, because we are definitely going to be expecting a lot for day 2 and day 3. This will pretty much conclude the entirety of day number 1. So let's just take this opportunity and jump right in and take a look at the top 3 placing teams of day number 1.
Sorry, the top 3 plays of the day.
Top 3 plays. Top 3 plays.
We gotta see top 3 plays.
Top 3 plays. Alright, so let's just jump right in, take a look. I'm pretty sure that we have got Sekai's, a boy, and Nibor. They both, all 3 have been nominated for the plays of the day. But right now, what we have here is Sekai's.
This was the Red Giants going up against Omega, and if I'm not wrong, this was the Maniac from the Sky Prince. Yes, it was. Right before they claimed victory in game number 1. Our second play of the day going to be a boy with Geek Fam versus RSG Philippines.
Yeah, and when it comes to this situation as well, he was able to catch 3 men with an outright there. That was just so huge, and because of this, it kind of set the precedence for Geek Fam to get this very, very nice triple kill. And because of that play, the RGPH just completely dropped all their composure and just, it felt like it was a full tilt for them.
Ooh. And this was when Nivor flickered over the wall right there, being able to catch 3 members with the I'm Offender. Geek Fam had been doing a good job of defending up until that point, but this one play from Nivor just broke the base wide open.
Well, all in all, that is definitely all these games that has happened and all of these plays that has happened. I'm pretty sure. Okay, personally, I gotta have to say the Sekai's one definitely is the topping one for me. I mean, yes, when it comes down to the Frigid Frost, that seems cool and all, but it's kind of like given to him to a certain extent. It's just that he's there at the right time at the right place. Sekai's though, boom.
I think it comes down to a situation where Skies had to play a little bit more micro plays. Whereas for the second one, our boy, he was in, like you said, the right place, right time, right? But if he did not hit those spells, it wouldn't have been a full swing for themselves. But I feel like the last play right there, the Ruby, was pretty much for RGPH reason to actually kind of close out the game. That big catch was the reason why they kind of won the game. So that is, I would say, the 3 plays that made a very, very impact in winning, in their teams winning that match.
Fair point. The most impactful plays, right? One is like really plays of the day. One is the reason they managed to turn things around from a boy.
You're already biased on Skies, aren't
We got very different plays, basically. Yes. Impressive micro showing.
Impressive micro
we
showing.
have a turnaround play.
Yes.
And then we have a game closing play.
Yeah,
so I think we got a good variety.
Yeah, good variety. So what do you guys prefer in the end of the day? Let us know in the comment section which one is the play of the day for you. That pretty much wraps things up for day number 1 here in Group B. I've had a great time together with Terrence as well as Sadafa. Okay, Terrence and Sadafa, yes. I was preparing to say IC Baby 1 too, but yes, I'm gonna call you Terrence from now on. That's
Up
okay.
to you.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Terrence,
sure.
Terrence and Sadafa. My name's Abstract. I hope that you guys have enjoyed the entirety of Stream B and perhaps even in Stream A and C. So don't forget to check back in and tune in again tomorrow. Same time, same place, as we are definitely coming back with you with more amazing action here in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your